Supervisor Woodhouse.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Here.
Chair Brown.
Here. Okay, I'd like to ask the district attorney to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we're going to go on to our proclamations, and I'd like to have Supervisor Hamburg read the proclamation recognizing May 2015 as Mental Health Month in Mendocino County. Health and Human Services Agency is the sponsor. Supervisor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas since 1949, Congress has officially recognized May as Mental Health Month, and whereas serious mental illness such as major depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, obsessive compulsive disorder, severe anxiety disorders, borderline personality disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder affects 1 in every 4 people annually and touches almost every family in Mendocino County. And whereas there is no health without mental health, and whereas mental health is the underlying base for cognitive and communication skills, learning, emotional growth, resilience, and self-esteem, and whereas untreated mental illness is a leading cause of disability and suicide and imposes high costs on government in emergency medical care, long-term nursing home care, unemployment, housing, and law enforcement, including juvenile justice, jail, prison, and court costs. And whereas mental health is critical for our personal vitality as well as that of our families, businesses, and communities. And whereas the Mendocino County Health and Human Services Agency is committed to transforming the way mental health services are provided to include evidence-based treatment, support, integration of mental health, substance use disorders, and primary care services, early intervention with a help first rather than fail first approach, and community wellness and recovery centers where clients can find hope, empowerment, personal responsibility, and a meaningful role in life. And whereas Mendocino County individuals, nonprofits, and public agencies and other organizations and entities will make continuing commitments to increase funding and help those suffering from mental illness. And whereas proper treatment, including integrated care management and peer services, is a priority in Mendocino County to prevent unnecessary incarceration, hospitalizations, and out-of-county placements, and to promote wellness and recovery. And whereas it is imperative that we work to eradicate the stigma and discrimination associated with mental illness and work together with compassion to create a mental health system where access is easier and services are more effective. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims May 2015 as Mental Health Month in Mendocino County, dated today, April 21st, 2015, and signed by Kerry Brown, Chair.
And before presenting that, I think we do have some individuals that want to speak. Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Cryer. I'm the Director of Health and Human Services, and I just wanted to take a moment and thank the board for all of the support they have shown for mental health services in this community and to Health and Human Services. Particularly, I want to thank Supervisor McCowan and Supervisor Hamburg, who serve on the Mental Health Board, and Supervisor McCowan, who's historically brought this proclamation forward and assisting us in getting information on the table. So I just really want to thank you for all of your support.
Tom Pinizzato, Behavioral Health Director. Just like to say that there's no health without mental health. Janine?
Hi, Janine Miller, Deputy Director, Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, and I wanted to thank you guys for recognizing May as Mental Health Month. We have some great co-sponsors this year, Each Mind Matters and Know the Signs. They are sponsoring our events. The Mendocino County slogan for this month, for this year, is Transforming Illness into Wellness. And we did bring for you guys some great gifts from that Each Mind and Know the Signs did participate in getting for us this year, so we can educate our community We have a wonderful informational brochure that you'll also get a copy of that talks about mental health and mental health awareness. And we also have a wonderful event that we are participating in. We have multiple events, and I want to thank all the community partners. We have amazing community partners who are willing to have us come to their farmers markets, come to their local events, and have us educate and speak about mental health awareness. So you guys will get a copy of that event calendar. And we also have a wonderful seminar this year for the first time that we're putting on. We have a keynote speaker, Will Hall, who is a peer and also a professional in the mental health field. He has been a part of 50 different organizations and participated in 7 different countries talking about mental illness. And he has his own beliefs on how to work with mental illness. So just real quick, I wanted to say for over 65 years, May has been recognized as Mental Health Month. We have seen some great changes and progress over the last 65 years, but we still have so far to go. I am hopeful that in my lifetime, there will be a day when the mentally ill are seen as people and not as their diagnosis. And last, I'd like to just leave you with one thing a client once asked me and said to me, and that was, how do you know that my reality is the wrong reality and your reality is the right one? Can you, beyond a reasonable doubt, prove that to me? How do I trust what everyone is telling me is true when everything I know feels so real to me? Thank you.
Thank you, and please stay up front for the presentation of the proclamation. Sir?
Good morning. My name is John Wetzler. I'm the chair of the Mendocino County Mental Health Board, and in the words of my dear friend Jim Shaw, the previous chair, the fact that every day is Mental Health Month, every day, every single day, and I appreciate those thoughts and appreciate the work the board's done. And I also see improvement in the last year in the providing of services to our people that we are watching over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment? Someone like to get up for public comment? Okay. Please hang on. We're going to...
On this issue.
Huh?
On this proclamation.
On this proclamation. Okay. Supervisor Hamburg, would you like to present it, please? I forgot to ask for board comment.
Oh, wait, one more Stacey. There we go.
The marijuana.
I forgot to ask my colleagues, do you have any comment on this particular proclamation? Seeing none, we'll move forward with the second proclamation recognizing April 21st, 2015 as National Service Recognition Day in Mendocino County. Health and Human Services Agency is the sponsor. And Supervisor Woodhouse, would you like to read the proclamation, please?
Yes. Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. Recognition of National Service Day, April 21st, 2015. Whereas service to others is a hallmark of the American character and central to how we meet our challenges. And whereas the nation's cities and counties are increasingly turning to national service and volunteerism as a cost-effective strategy to meet city and county needs. And whereas AmeriCorps and Community Health Corps address the most pressing challenges facing our cities, counties, and nation, from supporting parents in raising healthy children and educating students for the jobs of the 21st century, to preserving the environment and improving the health of its citizens. And whereas national service expands economic opportunity by creating more sustainable, resilient communities and providing education, career skills, and leadership abilities for those who serve. And whereas national service participants serve on more than 70,000 locations across the country through a unique public-private partnership to strengthen community impact and increase the return on taxpayer dollars. And whereas First Five Mendocino and Alliance for Rural Community Health are deeply committed to the health and well-being of our community by using resources wisely through national service participants. Whereas Community Health Corps and AmeriCorps volunteers demonstrate commitment, dedication, and patriotism by making an intensive commitment to service, a commitment that remains with them in their future endeavors. And whereas the Corporation for National and Community Service shares a priority with mayors and counties nationwide to engage citizens, improve lives, and strengthen communities, and is joining with mayors and boards of supervisors across the country to support the mayors and counties National Service Recognition Day on April 21st, 2015. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Mendocino County does hereby proclaim April 21st, 2015 as National Service Recognition Day and encourage residents to recognize the positive impact of national service in our country, to thank those who serve, and to find ways to give back to our community. Dated April 21st, 2015, signed by Carrie Brown, Chair of the Board of Supervisors.
And before presenting, Ms. Cryer, do you have comment?
Stacy Cryer, Director of Health and Human Services. Thank you for this proclamation. It is, of course, not about our agency. We merely sponsored this. It is about these wonderful individuals over here who I got to meet this morning. And Mary Lou Leonard is the coordinator for Health Corps for ARCH, and she wants to say a few words as well. And Jamie, who is sitting here behind us, asked that I introduce her as the coolest person in the world. So here you go. Come on up, Mary.
Thank you. It's nice to be here with you. I just want to say a couple of words, not only about the 5 individuals that are here behind me, but the 7 who weren't able to be here today as well, who are busy doing the work in the community that they were brought here to do. Community Health Corps is one of a number of AmeriCorps programs. It is specifically designed to improve health in underserved communities and also to build the health workforce of the future. And I have to say that we're doing that because all of our members who had tried to get into medical school this year have all been accepted into medical school next year. So I'm pretty excited about that. We also have another member who applied to public health school and has gotten into both of those programs. So we're pretty excited. We have actually 12 members serving throughout Mendocino County, and they represent really all of your districts. I've got 2 members who are working in the Point Arena area at Redwood Coast Community Clinic, and they are serving members of that community from preschoolers through senior citizens. I have 2 members in Anderson Valley, one working at the elementary school with children who are dealing with potential onset of childhood obesity and diabetes, and another one working in the health clinic and the high school. 2 who are here, Jamie and Alyssa, who are up in Laytonville, one at Healthy Start and the other at Long Valley Health Clinic. I have 2 members who are not here today, who are at Mendocino Coast Clinic, working primarily with teenagers in the Fort Bragg area. And I have 4 members who are working here in Ukiah. 3 are here. Jessica Ruff is working with the Gardens Project here, well, actually throughout all of Mendocino and Lake County, but is stationed here at NCO. And I have 3 members, 2 of whom are here, Brenda and Allie, who work at the Mendocino Community Health Clinic here in Ukiah. And they are doing a range of things. One is doing oral education with elementary school children throughout the Ukiah and Willits area, and also doing diabetes education. So I thank you for this proclamation, and I especially thank the incredible hard work and dedication that these 12 young people have brought to our community.
Thank you. Supervisor Woodhouse, comment?
Yes, I just want to say how proud I am of the young people, and of all the meetings I've been to, it's the most, when they're there, it's the most real, fun, and engaging, and I just really appreciate your service. You're tremendous people. Thank you very much.
Would you like to present the
Sure.
proclamations?
I'll let you hand it
Would anyone from the public like to speak to this proclamation?
Or any of our young people.
Seeing none, we will move forward to the next proclamation, and that is adoption of proclamation designating May 3rd through the 10th, 2015 as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week, honoring the correctional staff of the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office. Supervisor, or the Sheriff's Office is the sponsor, and Supervisor McCowan will be reading the proclamation. Would you like to go forward, and then we'll hear other comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, recognition of May 3rd through 10th, 2015 as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. Whereas Mendocino County is privileged to have a group of men and women who are trained professionals and who serve on a daily basis unarmed in the Mendocino County Jail, and whereas the daily management of inmates requires special training, sound judgment, and courage, and whereas these professionals, with little thought to their own personal safety, serve valiantly to provide humane conditions of confinement while ensuring security and contributing to inmate rehabilitation, and whereas the correctional staff keep the institution secure so as to safeguard the community and the lives of the staff, inmates, and visitors of the Mendocino County Jail, and whereas even when faced with adverse circumstances, each corrections deputy has consistently exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their duties. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims May 3rd through 10th, 2015 as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week, dated April 21st, 2015. Carrie Brown, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Board comment?
I would just add, it's not merely every day, it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Holidays and weekends included, yes.
Yes.
Sheriff, would you like to go further?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board, for recognizing the men and women who staff the Sheriff's Office Correctional Facility 24/7. You know, these are people who work with mental health issues, with our inmates, medical issues, first aid. Almost every week, Captain Pierce has an incredible story to tell about one of our employees who's done something above and beyond what their normal duties are, and causes me to be extremely proud to be the sheriff of this county. And Captain Pierce is a commander of the jail. He's respected statewide as a person who's held the position, and he's very interactive with the other commanders in the other 57 counties in our state. So what will happen with this is a photocopy will be given to each employee, and I'll make sure they know that the Board of Supervisors appreciates what they're doing. And we have parents who come every week and appreciate what's going on in the jail to make sure that, especially with AB 109 inmates, that we're changing the paradigm of a correctional facility. The need to reduce recidivism is important for all, and we're working very hard with the community and our business partners and with the CEO's office to do exactly that. So thank you for taking time to recognize the professionalism of these men and women.
Thank you, Sheriff. Captain Pierce, do you have comments? Captain Pierce, do you have any comments?
I think the sheriff covered it. Again, thank you so very much for the recognition. It is appreciated.
They deserve it. No, thank you very much. Any public comment to this proclamation? Seeing none, Supervisor McCowan, would you like to present it, please?
Certainly.
Moving on to the next proclamation, recognizing April 19th through the 25th, 2015 as Victims' Rights Week in Mendocino County. This is sponsored by the District Attorney, and I'm going to ask Supervisor Jurdy to please read the proclamation.
Whereas Americans are the victims of more than 26 million crimes each year, and crime can touch the lives of anyone regardless of age, national origin, race, creed, religion, gender, sexual orientation, immigration, or economic status, and whereas the entire community has a role to play, and whereas many victims face challenges in finding appropriate services, including victims with disabilities, victims of color, deaf and hard of hearing victims, LGBTQ victims, tribal victims, elder victims, victims with mental illness, immigrant victims, teen victims, victims with limited English proficiency, and others. And whereas engaging victims' communities and learning about their unique needs helps service providers foster a supportive and culturally relevant atmosphere in which victims can seek and help healing. Whereas victims know best how to direct and manage their own lives, and true recovery from crime will incorporate a victim's cultural, religious, economic, social, and personal interests. And whereas with the full weight of their community and victim service providers behind them, survivors will feel empowered to face their grief, loss, fear, anger, and shame without fear of judgment, and will feel understood and worthy of support. And whereas the Mendocino County District Attorney's Victim Witness Assistance is hereby dedicated to building partnerships with trusted sources of support, including community leaders, religious groups, schools, and other agencies to better reach and serve all victims of crime, no matter their community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims April 18th or 19th through 25th as Victims' Rights Week.
Thank you, Supervisor. Not seeing any board comment, I'd like to invite the Honorable District Attorney, David Eister, to please come forward. I know you probably have some comment.
Well, if the sheriff gets to talk, I get to talk too. Thank you, Board, very much. I have some folks here today I'd like to also bring up. If the victim witness advocates would come up, and Investigator Alvarado. Unfortunately, in these days, we have victims that are associated with all the crimes that I prosecute, and prosecutions have gone up in Mendocino County, and that is unfortunately results in additional victims. We have a dedicated staff that works with these folks to make the criminal justice system less threatening, and to make sure that they understand that there's a community that's supportive, that there is a prosecution team that's supportive, and these folks over here do that every single day. They've been trained to do it, and the likes. They're supported by the state that helps us out, the Office of Emergency Services, and Assistant Chief Investigator Andy Alvarado is the supervisor of that particular unit. I'd like to give him an opportunity to address the board.
Great, thank you. Come forth and state your name for the record.
Good morning, Andy Alvarado, the Assistant Chief with the DA's office. I supervise the Victim Witness Unit, and I'd like to introduce the three advocates that are here today who do an invaluable service to the victims in our county. Without them, our cases would be far more difficult to prosecute. They are the link between our victims and the court process, and they do a tremendous job, and very, very thankful to have them as part of our team. We have Patty Torres, Helen Nicholas, and Jessica Rodriguez. These are our three advocates, and again, very, very honored to have them as part of our team.
We're going to present the proclamation, and while Supervisor Jurdy is coming down, you get ready to pose for the picture. I do want to thank the DA and your department in allowing the Juvenile Justice Commission to tour and see exactly the work that you do. Really appreciated that, and I think that took place just a few months ago. They really felt it was important. Thank you very much.
Also, very quickly, I wanted to introduce Tony Lucas is here from OES, and they are a big part of our organization. So I wanted to introduce him. He's standing here. So
please come forward for the picture and the presentation.
We want you to support us here.
The DA rules. Thank you again. Anyone from the public want to address this proclamation? Seeing no one, we'll move on to the next one. And this is a proclamation recognizing April 28th, 2015 as Workers' Memorial Day in Mendocino County. Sponsors are Supervisors McCowan and Brown. And I'm going to go to Supervisor McCowan for the reading of the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing April 28th, 2015 as Workers' Memorial Day in Mendocino County. Whereas every year tens of thousands of American workers are killed by workplace injuries and occupational disease, and whereas tens of thousands more are permanently disabled, and whereas millions more are injured or made ill, and whereas since 1970, when the Occupational Safety and Health Act was passed, workplace safety and health conditions have improved, but too many workers remain at serious risk of injury, illness, or death. And whereas concerned Americans are determined to prevent these tragedies by organizing Workers' Memorial Day on April 28, 2015, a day chosen by the unions of the AFL-CIO as a day to remember and honor these victims of workplace death, injury, and disease, and by renewing our efforts to seek stronger workplace safety and health protections, better standards and enforcement, and fair and just compensation, and by rededicating ourselves to improving safety and health in every American workplace. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims April 28, 2015 as Workers' Memorial Day in Mendocino County and encourages Mendocino County residents honor a moment of silence in memory of those who have been killed, injured, or permanently disabled on the job. Dated April 21st, 2015, Carrie Brown, Chair. And I believe we have Terry Popowski present to accept the proclamation.
Great. And Terry, I don't know if you'd like to say a few words, please.
I would, thank you. Terry Poplowski, representing Mendocino County Coalition of Union Members and the Workers' Memorial Fund. We're moving, I think this is about our 15th year of having this. Fortunately, in the last year, there was only one worker who died in Mendocino County and will be honored at this event. And as well as we have a display of the names of people in the past. And I also want to emphasize that out of this observance has come the Mendocino, the Workers' Memorial Fund, which is under the umbrella of the Community Foundation, and the fund at present provides $750 immediately to the survivors of a worker killed on the job. There was a stipend given this year, and it's an important, even though not huge amount of money, because when workers are killed on the job, their paychecks stop, but their mortgage and their bills and those things continue. So this is a stopgap kind of thing, and if we build the fund larger, we may be able to provide more money. You can go to workersmemorial.com. We have a website now where you can even make a contribution online. So just wanted to emphasize that and thank the Board of Supervisors for consistently having this proclamation of making Workers' Memorial Day April 28th. So thank you again.
And
thank you, sir.
There will be, excuse me, there will be a celebration April 28th.
Right, we will have an event at the Saturday afternoon clubhouse. It's a brief post-work day where we will have some remarks and talk about worker safety and issues that are germane to that in the public right now.
And that'll be 5:30 on
5:30 next Tuesday, right.
Okay.
Well, I think we should.
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Terry.
Okay, we do have a timed item, and it is we're going to go to that previous to public expression, and that is item 7A on our agenda. It's approval of a letter to the State Water Resources Control Board urging the application of Directive 26 in the Governor's Executive Order, B2915, in order to preserve water storage in Lake Mendocino. We are going to also convene as the Mendocino County Water Agency for this particular item. And I wanted to point out to my colleagues that we do have an updated letter to Ms. Felicia Marcus. So please take note of it. It replaces the one that was posted, and within the board agenda, anyone from the public wanting a copy can request one. And Ms. Angelo, as our water agency general manager, would you like to go forward on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the approval of a letter to the State Water Resources Control Board, and our staff person, Sarah Duquette, is actually here to present this to the board. So at this point, I'd like Sarah to come up.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. We have a letter here, and we're going to send it to Felicia Marcus. It's really mainly about Lake Mendocino. Currently, it's designated as a normal year criteria, even though we are in a third year of drought. We are concerned that the amount of water that's being released will significantly impact the levels at Lake Mendocino. So this letter speaks to that, and requesting that they use the new executive order from the governor to go ahead and take action instead of going the traditional route, which is a petition that Sonoma County Water Agency would have to submit because they're the primary water rights holders. So this will be a cost saver and also last longer than it traditionally would last. The petition is 130 days. So this would be a significant longer length of time. And Madam Chair, if you'd like to add any.
No, I just think it's extremely important. We also wrote a letter last year, a little bit more than a year ago, requesting that the State Water Board take action, and that they had the authority under the governor's executive order. I believe this is extremely important. We're stuck with the old rules that don't necessarily meet today's needs, and we need that water supply in the lake. So other board members, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, certainly I support this, and I'm sure we all do, but this is a recurrent problem that the determination of the status of Lake Mendocino is based on inflow into Lake Pillsbury, when increasingly, as pointed out, there's really a disconnect between the two reservoirs, and what happens in one no longer directly correlates to the amount of water going into Lake Mendocino. So I certainly would expect that the water agency general manager would be bringing forward an additional item to try and create a long-term fix to this issue, rather than finding ourselves in this situation on a recurring basis, which seems to be the current pattern. And I know we're going to have public comment, but I would go ahead and move the recommended item to put a motion on the floor.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion by Supervisor McCowan, a second by Supervisor Woodhouse. Thank you very much, Sarah, and we'll ask for public comment. Anyone that would like to comment on this agenda item, please come forward.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Board of Supervisors, Sean White, General Manager, Russian River Flood Control. First of all, I'd like to thank you guys for taking this action this morning. As you know, we've been pressing the State Board to do the exact same thing. In even an, I would say, more unprecedented move, we saw the Army Corps of Engineers, who usually stays out of these affairs, write a letter to the same effect. And I think this third letter will really add to the sort of gravity of the urgency of doing this. Essentially, I would echo everything said by Supervisor McCowan. The long-term fix, obviously, is a new decision, 1610, which was applied for all the way back in 2009, and like most things, is sort of sitting inactive over at the state board. As your staff person said, one of the real limitations of these change petitions that we sort of are in this annual cycle of is they only last 180 days. So if Sonoma files really early, which is often what we're urging them to do, all that will happen is it will expire in October before the onset of normal precipitation. So it's sort of a real pickle. If you file early, you'll save water early, but waste it later on in the year, or vice versa. And it's one of the reasons we're pursuing action through this executive order, is to get something more durable, something that's not limited to 180 days. And in fact, will stay in place till this persistent drought is no longer in place. I think one of the other things as a community that we can start advocating for is some interim relief until that final D1610 is approved. Even if the state board took action tomorrow on 1610, and even if Sonoma filed their EIR tomorrow, I anticipate there'll be litigation and all sorts of delays in that. And it could easily be another 10 years before that is done being sued, processed, and otherwise. And I think even if we can get interim measures in place that would acknowledge that we're decoupled from Pillsbury, and even if we were allowed to adopt a reclassification system for the water year and take out some of the more controversial things, we could really get out of this annual cycle of what I really think we all agree is poor resource management, and also just incredibly frustrating all at the same time. So thank you for your efforts today.
And thank you. And it's also to file for a temporary urgency change petition. It's very expensive, not only for Sonoma County Water Agency, but has been for the Russian River Flood Control as well. As long as you go there, you talk about the 180 days, and that really creates a problem. Could you give me what the cost was on the last TUCP that was filed, both for Sonoma and your agency?
Right. So the cost for Sonoma, including permit fees, which is not really the burden. The real burden is the amount of compliance that they saddle Sonoma County Water Agency with every time they apply. But that whole package for them is almost $250,000 for a year. For us, we're a much smaller entity, but we probably spent in the neighborhood of $25,000 or $30,000 last year, which would be 10% of our entire annual budget. Part of what we've been advocating and really trying to sort of reset the thought pattern over there is, there's sort of this real quid pro quo from the state board that if we ask for relief from D1610, then they expect us to sort of do a bunch of calisthenics as penance. But what's most interesting is the relief we're asking for is not something we asked for in the beginning. It's really their decision. They are the agency that married us to Lake Pillsbury, and we're really trying to sort of swing the discussion away from Mother May I to, you are the institution that made this decision. You are the institution that's really responsible for giving us relief, and it shouldn't be at our expense. And it really should be that agency taking the leadership to acknowledge that their old standard is really no longer applicable, leads to violations of the ESA and a whole other suite of problems, and it should really be their burden to correct what is now a very outdated standard.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. White.
Yeah, could I just ask
Yes.
Sean a question? Sean, have you had a chance to talk to Grant Davis or anyone from the water agency in Sonoma County?
Yes,
about
I've been.
This, this is kind of an alternative action. I do totally support it, but I'm just wondering, are we going to be on the same page with the water agency, or are they going to want to go the route that they went last year?
Well, I don't think they have any alternative really to go anywhere other than the route they went last year. I spoke to Grant after our last Upper Basin Managers meeting that met with him twice the subsequent week.
Yeah.
I anticipate that they are going to file a change petition either this week or early next week that won't go into effect in all likelihood until May 1st. And for them, what they're trying to do is put that 180 days in sort of what they see as the best footprint of providing relief now without expiring too early. But I had a very long conversation with both Grant Davis and Jay Jaspers, and they are very receptive to the concept of all of us making a joint proposal to the state board, which they think would have the most effect to possibly take some of these interim steps out of the D1610 process and put them in place until D1610 is fully adopted and implemented to break this cycle. So yes, they are aware.
So with respect to trying to achieve these lowered flows under the governor's emergency declaration, you don't see that you don't anticipate that we will be opposed by the water agency?
No, in fact, I think they're supportive of this idea.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no problem.
And I think they did state that at the last Upper Russian River Water Managers meeting that we had. Any others? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Public comment?
Hello, my name is Randy Dalton. I'm Eel River, South Fork of the Eel River friend, and 10 Mile River up in Laytonville. I presently live in Willits, but I'm a local woman from Casper. And
Did you state your name?
Randy Dalton.
Thank you.
Randy Dalton. And I'm wondering if anybody here read, or not read, but heard the KZYX news this morning or last night, because they reported PG&E is another entity that I think needs to be mentioned, that they're having release of water into the Eel River April, May 4th, and May 18th. They're talking about 300 to 400 gallons a minute increase of water flows from Scott Dam into Lake Pillsbury, and its purpose is to release the water to enable the salmon, the currents, like to mimic the rain or something. 1,500 acre feet of water are going to be released from the Scott Dam into Lake Pillsbury. I have no idea where this fits into this conversation, but I know I'm salmon. I'm Pomo. I feel very kin to the rivers and the lakes and the streams, and the salmon and nature has its own balance. And I would like to make sure that we monitor and include nature's balance over the last 10,000 years, that whatever it is that's being done, the wineries, the human impacts of the rivers, for thousands and thousands of years, the salmon and the redwood have lived in Mendocino. We are a unique area. You're not going to find us anywhere. I'm Belgian and Luxembourgian. I feel kin to the land. I feel like this is another country. Mendocino is another country, 89,000 people, for the entire landscape. You are landscape managers, as far as I can see. You're landscape maintainers, stewards. We have a legacy and a heritage for our children to protect. And we have destroyed basically 99% of the old growth are gone. And you've got to include forestry. You've got to include, it's a complex issue. And I don't think you're going to solve it in one meeting at the Board of Supervisors in 2015. But there are a lot of factors that need to be included. I'd like to see the Native American people's voices included in this discussion. And I just am speaking from my heart. I heard this releasing of water by PG&E into the Eel River, and I don't know where this fits, but I think that it needs to be made mention of today.
And just a short comment back. Otherwise, we could talk for 30 minutes on this. But short comment back, I chair the Eel Russian River Commission for Humboldt, Mendocino, and Sonoma County, and NOAA Fisheries, as well as California Fish and Wildlife Services. Basically, there is a biological opinion due to the listing of the fish, and those releases would have to go along with that and be approved by both the NOAA Fisheries and also Fish and Wildlife Service or Department. And they could not make those releases without.
Oh, I'm sure they've gone
and
through
so
the
it's
pro-
not
yeah.
PG&E. It's the Resources Agency. But I thank you very much for your comment. Thank you. Anyone else on this item? Please come forward. State your name for the record.
Good morning, Lee Howard, citizen. I applaud your letter today. I just would like to say that we need more than your letter. We need virtually every special district that uses this water to sit down and do a simple letter to the state board. The state board has pretty much determined that the governor's proclamation doesn't give them enough authority. I think they're wrong, and a lot of other people think they're wrong in that take. But I think that the more people that participate and write, every fisherman should lay down his fishing pole and pick up a pencil and write over there and say, turn the water off. Now, you know that I've been saying it for several months. It isn't too late. It's never too late to shut it down, but we need it shut down soon. We missed the bullet last year. Redwood Valley pumped right up to the last. Do we want to get into a situation where they can't pump? I don't think anybody does. So again, thank you for this. It's a start. The Corps of Engineers, and to have the colonel weigh in and say it is not sustainable.
That's a first.
It's a pretty big deal. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Anyone else? Seeing no one, the item comes back before the board. We do have a motion on the floor to approve the letter. Supervisor McCowan made the motion with a second by Supervisor Woodhouse. We will vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Clerk. And I would also like to announce the work that is going on within the Water Agency. Sarah is assisting Inland Water and Power Commission in putting together, it's on previous studies for water in this area, former reservoirs, piping water here and there. That item should be completed. It is being requested by the Army Corps of Engineers to continue the feasibility study on the raising of Coyote Valley Dam. I also, on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, I think it's important to announce that the meeting that we have projected for April 27th or 28th will not happen and has been rescheduled for May 20th. It'll take place right here in the board chambers. And the Water Agency is basically sponsoring it. We will have several educational presentations, as well as talk about the high priority basin of Ukiah Valley that is going to have a sustainable groundwater management agency. It's the only water basin in the entire county. As all of you know, there's numerous districts, municipality, as well as the unincorporated area under the county of Mendocino that needs to take part in the discussion of what this agency looks like, and if we're going to develop one. Bottom line, the legislation that was passed, if local entities do not form a sustainable groundwater agency, then the state will come in and take it over. So again, mark your calendars, May 20th, 5:30, here in this room. Okay, anything else? Seeing none, we're going to reconvene as the Board of Supervisors, and I just want to ask the CEO where we're at on the agenda. Do we go forth with public expression, or do we go into closed session first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, item 5C which is the adoption of the resolution approving the memorandum of understanding with our Law Enforcement Management Association. We do have members of McLEMA here. If we could do that item first.
Okay.
We were slated to go into closed session at approximately 10 o'clock. Certainly, if we do item 5C, we probably can still do public expression before closed session.
Okay, thank you so much. So we're going, supervisors, to agenda item 5C, adoption of resolution approving the memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Law Enforcement Management Association for the term of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2017, and approval of associated side letter of agreement. Human Resources and the Executive Office are the sponsors, and we have Ms. Heidi Dunham here to introduce the item. Please go forward.
Good morning, Chair Brown and members of the board. Heidi Dunham, Interim Human Resources Director. We are pleased this morning to present for approval the labor agreement between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Law Enforcement Management Association, which we refer to as McLEMA. This was my first experience with labor negotiations, and I just want to say it was a good experience. I enjoyed working with your board and with the members of McLEMA. This agreement, as you stated, Chair Brown, covers the period July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2017. We feel that this is a fair agreement which includes modest and sustainable salary increases and eliminates the county paid retirement subsidy as of July 1st, 2015. So that's.
And supervisors, I do want to note that we have all the information here. The side letter of agreement was passed out a day ago, I believe, maybe 2 days ago. So supervisors, do you have comment? Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we ought to clarify the financial implications of this agreement. We do have included in the board packet the tentative agreement that was reached between the bargaining unit and the county. And in year one, there's a $1,200 payment, which many of our employees and other groups have already received. So that's the year one benefit, and the cost is pretty easy to calculate, and it's minimal, about $12,000. Year two becomes a little more complicated. And could you walk us through the different provisions of the agreement for year two and the actual costs to the county? And my point is that simply reading this, it appears that there's a 6.5% salary increase as well as a 3% salary increase in year two, with an additional 2% salary increase in year three. And what isn't perhaps clearly understood by everyone simply looking at this statement is that the 6.5% salary increase is largely offset by a change in the current
Correct.
Public safety subsidy for McLEMA members.
Correct. Effective July 2015, we, the county, are eliminating the employer-paid subsidy for retirement for this bargaining unit. And at the same time, we are giving them a 6.5% salary increase to help with that. And an effective also, the first full pay period of July 2015, they'll receive a 3% general salary adjustment increase. And that's year two.
Okay. Ms. Angela, go ahead.
And then in year three, beginning on July 1st, 2016, they will receive a 2% general adjustment salary increase.
So the net salary increase over the 3-year term of the agreement is approximately 5%.
Correct.
Because the 6.5% salary increase is offset by the employees now having to pick up what had been the retirement subsidy.
That's correct, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you.
Ms. Angelo?
Thank you. I wasn't certain if if I wanted to clarify this, I actually think Supervisor McCowan clarified it nicely. The 167,000 is the full amount from year 2 and 3. That's the difference as to the increase in cost. So I think that Ms. Dunham and Supervisor McCowan clarified, unless there are any other questions on the finances. Okay. Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Dunham.
Madam Chair, before Heidi.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes. Heidi, the thing that I got confused in was under 3B and C, we talk about bargaining unit employees, and then we talk about bargaining unit members. I was just wondering why we use different language in those 2 paragraphs.
Well, I believe that is just an inconsistency in our letter.
Okay, but it should have been the same.
It should have been the same.
The same
correct.
language.
Yes.
And I don't understand how we get to 5% when we had 3 and 2 and $1,200. Why isn't that more like 7%? I'm confused. The $1,200 in the first year, then the 3%, then the 2%.
Ms. Angelo?
Let me take a stab at answering your question, Supervisor Hamburg. The $1,200 is the one-time stipend that was agreed upon with this budget, that all county employees could get the one-time $1,200 payment. So I don't believe we, other than including it in the MOU, we have not included it in year 2 and year 3 because year 2 and year 3 are ongoing costs. The $1,200 is a one-time, it's not an ongoing cost.
Okay, so that doesn't establish a new salary base?
No.
That the 3% and the 2% are then figured on top of? It's
not
just
on
a
top of the
one-time.
$1,200.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
No, that's a one-time.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dunham. This is the time to this agenda item for public comment. Anyone that would like to comment, please come forward.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we do have members of McLEMA here if they would like to come up and comment. We did invite them for the item today.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Kirk Mason, Lieutenant with the Sheriff's Office. Good morning. I'm one of the negotiators with McLEMA. The other person that negotiated with me is Shannon Barney. He's sitting up there in the back. I want to thank very much the team, the county team that worked with us in negotiating this contract. I've negotiated many contracts with the county. I used to be the president for DSA, so I've negotiated probably 4 or 5 contracts with them. And I must say that while it was still a process, and every process can have its complications, as far as negotiations went, this was probably one of the simpler negotiations I've been involved with. So very appreciative of the negotiation team for the county. We're very excited that hopefully we've come to an agreement with this contract. It's a positive step in the right direction, we feel, both for the county and for the members of our association. And just to clarify a few things, employees and members, for our purposes, it's basically the same. Unlike DSA, we don't have an attorney firm. We don't really have our own association. It's a group of managers that got together and formed a group to negotiate for a common good for the group. And in essence, we're kind of quasi members of DSA so that we can receive certain benefits such as legal defense fund and stuff like that. It's a cheaper way for us to do business, 8 people versus 200 plus that DSA has. So if there's no questions, I'll thank everybody very much and appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on this agenda item? Seeing no one, it comes back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much appreciate the positive comments of Lieutenant Mason, and I think the agreement is a balance between what we would like to do in restoring wages and the financial condition of the county, trying to look into the future and still protect the financial stability of the county, and yet begin to restore the wages to what they previously were. So, I think it's a reasonable balance between those both very important interests. So I do move approval of the agreement.
So, So we have a motion by Supervisor McCowan to approve, adopt the resolution and approve the MOU between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Law Enforcement Management Association. Seconded by Supervisor Jurdy. Any further comments? Seeing none, supervisors, we will vote by the button.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'm coming back to you, Ms. Angelo, and I know we scheduled closed session. Public expression may go on for a while. Where would you like to go with this agenda?
Madam Chair, thank you. As I look at what we have in front of us with the 10:30, I believe that item is timed at 10:30, and we have a couple other items. My preference at this point, in light of the seriousness of some of our items, is that we do go into closed session, and then after closed session, do our items in public expression. So
Okay.
I would like us to go into closed session at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan, very quickly, please.
Well, Madam Chair, with all due respect, public tradition traditionally is shortly after the meeting convenes. People come here with the expectation that they will be able to address the board, and I believe that we should honor that tradition. We can limit comment on an individual subject matter to 3 speakers or 10 minutes at the chair's discretion, but that would be my preference, to proceed with public expression and perhaps encourage the public to make good use of their time.
So how long do you anticipate, Ms. Angelo, closed session?
Madam Chair, 30 minutes.
Okay. That's going to put our whole day off. Do we have individuals waiting for that closed session?
We do. We said closed session would be at approximately 10 o'clock. We do have individuals waiting. If in the 10:30 timed item, I'm concerned that we're just not going to be able to do everything. So I would like to see us go into closed session. However, I certainly understand if the board determines to do public expression at this time. We have a lot to do this morning, that's all.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy, we need to move this along.
Can we do the closed session during lunch?
I can find that out. We do have a couple people who are not normally with us in closed session this morning, and they've been told that we would be going into closed session at approximately 10 o'clock. So I will find that out. I'll find that out now. If you want to we have the 10:30, so I'm just concerned that we have closed session now, we have a timed item at 10:30, we have another item around 11 in public expression. So maybe at this point, if public expression is short, 10 minutes, we still have time to at least do one of the items in closed session while we have people here from out of town.
Okay. I really feel we should keep it, and public expression is a long time person coming to Board of Supervisors. I remember public expression sometimes could happen after lunch. So I do disagree with you, Supervisor McCowan, but very quickly we will go forward with public expression, and we do have some cards. And actually, the board limits testimony on matters not on the agenda to public expression to 3 minutes per person, and not more than 10 minutes for a particular subject at the discretion of the chair of the board, and that's me, and I am going to keep it to 10 minutes on any one subject. So we'll go forward. Public expression, Ms. Cryer. And please, as you're coming, when you get here, restate your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Stacy Cryer. I'm the Director of Health and Human Services, and I wanted to just take a moment this morning to give the board an update on the funding that was allocated in this current fiscal year by this Board of Supervisors to the Emergency Medical Services Budget Unit. There was a $200,000 allocation that was to be used to enhance and sustain advanced life support services for EMS providers in rural parts of our county. It's taken some time, and there's been public process. We went through our oversight committee. We've been working with various providers, and it's taken some time to get to a point where we're ready to draft the MOUs with those providers. We're working on those now, and there will be 3 memorandums of understanding, one to Long Valley Fire, one to Covelo Fire, and one to Anderson Valley Ambulance, each for $60,000. And you'll be seeing those on your agenda on May 5th. And I just wanted to give you a quick update because I know there's a lot of talk out in the community, where is this money? And so I just wanted to let you know the MOUs are coming. Okay.
Thank you for the update. Next, Jeff Stewart. Okay. Jane Future. Hope I said that right. Restate your name for the record.
Jane Futcher.
Futcher.
I'm speaking this morning as a private citizen from Outlet Creek in Longvale, just 7 miles south of Laytonville. I'm presenting the supervisors today with 2 things. One are 100 copies of letters signed and gathered by the Mendocino Cannabis Policy Council, the Small Farmers Association, and the Emerald Growers Association. And the letter, I'll read, it's very brief, is asking for an increase in the limit of cannabis plants allowed from 25 to 50. And the other thing I have is a survey of the water requirements of cannabis growers that was conducted by the Mendocino Cannabis Policy Council. And this survey explains how the county would adjust to an increased number of plants from 25 to 50. And the letter states, dear members of the Board of Supervisors, the economic needs of small farmers and the future role of cannabis as a source of valuable revenue in Mendocino County is stunted by keeping the plant limits to 25. Counties around us range from 30 to 99 plant caps on cannabis cultivation. Given that this spring planting season, small farmers who rely on cannabis as an important cash crop that they can sell to legal collectives in California absolutely have to have higher limits to keep their lands and farms, support local businesses, and be economically contributive members of their communities. It is urgent that Mendocino County be a leader among the producer counties and send a signal to Sacramento that they must consider our region's issues as they craft upcoming statewide regulations and legalization. And of course, you will be supporting small business in our county by increasing the limit. It is urgent that the new ad hoc committee recommend and that you adopt higher plant limits. I suggest the recognized limit of 50 and do so most expeditiously. These statements are endorsed by the Small Farmers Association, Emerald Growers Association, and the Mendocino Cannabis Policy Council. So for the record, I'm submitting 100 letters gathered by those 3 organizations and Mendocino Cannabis Policy Council survey of water requirements for cannabis. And I thank you very much. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Next, Barbara J. Mullen. Hope I have that correct. Come for, oh, it's an R instead of an N. Restate your name for the record.
Barbara J. Moeller, and I'm here to talk about, I know you folks are really busy, and so this might be put on another meeting, but the issue does need to be addressed. It's a continuing, the grand jury report of 2013-2014 cited sanitary conditions. I'm here to identify unsanitary conditions at animal care, and I'm here to complain about an animal control officer, and who I will give documentation of his unethical practices. One Ukiah Daily Journal, and another one is a Yelp letter. And I think Mendocino County needs to clean up the animal care facility, and I believe that the animal control facility needs to be looked at, as specifically the senior animal control officer. And I have copies of information that I will be providing you, and I will provide it to your clerk, and then he can get those to you. Is that okay?
That will work just fine. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
I know you folks are real busy now, but I do want to address these issues, but probably at a more convenient time.
Thank you very much. And
Thank
please
you.
submit
I
your
will.
information to the clerk.
I will.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else, public expression, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is David Stewart, and I'd like to urge the Board of Supervisors to increase the plant count from 25 to 50. Marijuana, like it or not, is the economic driver of this county and has been for a number of years. I realize, politically speaking, this is the elephant in the room, but we need to show leadership. We need to make policies that support our community, give us a grasp on the future. Legalization is coming. The increase in plant count will increase the supply of money for not only the farmers, but all the secondary businesses and people that depend on this money from the shopping that comes from the farmers. So in this light, I would like to see the county government take a leadership position, not just for the county of Mendocino, but the state of California and our country, the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else, please come forward. Seeing no one, the board is going into closed session. And closed session, I believe there's one item. Can you please state the item that we're going to take before the 10:30 timed item?
Madam Chair, given our time frame, the only item we will take will be A, which is our labor item, conference with labor negotiator.
Okay.
This morning. Thank you.
Okay. So we are going to go into closed session. Okay, we are out of closed session, and only one item was discussed, and that was conference with labor negotiators, and direction was given to staff, so that's the report out of closed session. And we do not have our CEO here, but we're going to move forward. So the next item on the agenda is a 10:30 timed item, and that is agenda item number 5D, discussion and possible adoption of resolution approving A 2014-0010 Rosati for the rescission and simultaneous reentry of agricultural preserve number 407 to be replaced by a newly reconfigured preserve, and contracts of like acreage and planning and building services. I'm not going to give the parcel numbers, but the area is located in Yorkville. Planning and Building Services is the sponsor. This is a public hearing, and I need to ask the clerk, have we established proper notice?
Correct. Proper notice was established.
Okay. So we're going to open the public hearing, and the procedures, we need to first note any correspondence
None received.
and no telephone calls.
That is correct. No telephone calls.
Okay. And start with our staff presentation. Mr. Dunnicliff, would you like to go forward, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliff, Director of Planning and Building Services. This item is one that historically would have been brought forward on the consent calendar. A review of the practice, though, made it clear that it should be through a noticed public hearing, which is the intention of our, that's why we're here today. We have Fred Tarr, staff planner from the department, available to answer any questions or even give the board a brief presentation if you so desire. Otherwise, I'm willing to be available for questions and make room for the public if there's any comment.
Supervisors?
I'm going
Okay.
out for a motion, Madam Chair, when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go forward with public comment. Those wishing to speak to the item, please come forward. I don't see any speaker cards. Anyone from the public that would like to address this item? Seeing no one, we'll go forward with the final remarks for the staff's presentation. Seeing none, Board of Supervisors, any questions to staff? I'll now close the public hearing. The matter is now before the Board of Supervisors, and the public comment is no longer permitted. Supervisor Hamburg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you like me to read the recommended motion, or?
I think
may
it's
just move it?
important we get it in the record.
The motion is that we adopt the resolution approving A2014-0010 Rosati for the rescission and simultaneous reentry of Ag Preserve number 407 to be replaced by a newly reconfigured preserve and contracts of like acreage. Assessor's parcel numbers 049-33022 and 049-35033 through 35, and including also 39, finding the request to be consistent with the general plan and the Mendocino County Code sections 22.08.020, and authorize the chair to sign the same.
Thank you, Supervisor Hamburg, for making the motion. Supervisor McCowan has seconded. Board members, any questions or comment to the motion? We are going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Tarr. Now we're going to move forward with agenda item number 5E. I think I'm correct, right, Clerk? Informational update on the status of the Mendocino Town Local Coastal Plan Amendment, the LCPA, and possible direction or consideration of Coastal Commission comments regarding the submitted Mendocino Town LCPA. Planning and Building Services is the sponsor. And just before we begin, we did receive some other comments, copies of comments that have come in, and just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board. I don't know, is there anything else that needs to be handed out?
I will just hand it out, one more handout, so I'm going to pass that out right now.
Okay, if you could please do that, and we'll begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. Andy Gustafson, Chief Planner, Planning and Building Services. Today we have two general topics to discuss with the board. First is a matter concerning the continued the reclassification and rezoning of two properties within the town plan area, whether those should continue. And the second matter has to do with the progress we've made in responding to the Coastal Commission comments and our schedule to bring the revised application back to the board for certification, or not certification, but for review and acceptance. On the first point, I would want to acknowledge that we have Ed O'Brien, Fire Chief for the Mendocino Town Fire Protection District here, and also you received correspondence from Jim Jackson, attorney representing the Mendocino City Community Services District. both of those, Mr. O'Brien's here today to comment on the continuation of the proposed reclassifications of the district's properties from open space to public facilities. Staff has been in conversation with...
Could you speak up a little bit louder? I think some people are having a hard time hearing.
I'll speak closer to the mic here. This issue regarding separation or processing these land use reclassifications and rezonings have been discussed with the ad hoc committee, and considering the submittal requirements associated with each of these to allow for adequate review by the county and then ultimately the Coastal Commission, including the submittal of biotic studies in the case of the fire district. Staff is recommending that those land use changes and rezonings be separated from this town plan update process. Staff will continue to be working with those districts and moving forward as quickly as those required studies are prepared. But we're seeking direction today from the board to remove those from the application, so when it comes back to you, they won't be a part of the Coastal Commission's action on the Mendocino Town Plan update. I don't know if there's any specific questions at this point regarding that matter. I would like to give opportunity for Mr. O'Brien to comment.
Okay, there is Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, we don't seem to be on a fast track to approval anyway, given the handout that we received today that shows the status of the issues raised by Coastal Commission staff. And I think we need to emphasize Coastal Commission staff, because items 1, 4, and 12 have been worked out with the Coastal Commission. Well, it's actually their staff. And it's
Correct.
Their staff that we haven't worked out all the other items with, and those are in one stage or another of being worked out with their staff. So again, this isn't exactly on the fast track to completion. So I agree with the thought of not holding up the entire package based on the two applications that we're trying to accommodate, but at the same time, if it's going to be a matter of maybe just 3, 4, or 5 months difference, maybe we should hold it up. And the letter from Jackson Law Offices raises the issue of what additional cost would be involved if those applications are separated out, as opposed to if they stay part of the package. So, I think that's another factor that needs to be considered, because I don't think any of us want to see the districts have to incur additional cost. I don't want to see the county have to incur additional cost. So if separating them dramatically increases the cost to either the county or the districts, that would be another factor that might argue in favor of keeping the package together. So do we have a quantification of what additional cost we would expect to incur either by the county or the districts if we separate out those portions of the application?
Certainly, and I can respond to that. The cost of a local coastal program amendment is about $10,000, which would be necessary to change the land use map and the rezoning. So whether we could bundle those two actions together and bring them forward as under one application, or whether they would go separately, would really be a matter of the logistics of each of those applications coming together.
And I think the ad hoc discussed this particular issue, and actually it is our belief that what we're submitting, if the two items are not involved, would be a faster process and probably less expense to the county than would be anticipated if it stayed within. Is that correct?
The current projection to bring the matter back, this revised plan with those issues addressed that were raised by the commission we're planning to bring them back in September, which would set us up for a Coastal Commission hearing date in December. Now, if we were to wait for the special studies that would be necessary to analyze the biotic resources on the fire district property specifically, we won't have the samples or the studies ready until probably September, as they are required to have a fall, will likely require to have a fall sample. So that would mean our, if we were to wait for that study to come in and then do our analysis and prepare the package, we're probably not being able to come back until sometime the second quarter of 2016.
So approximately a 4 to 6 month delay, but
Actually, a year, because that's where we're at now.
But separating them out is an additional $10,000 expense just to shuffle paper around.
Correct. The application would have to proceed forward under a separate review. And if I might presume, the discussion about the one of the directions we would seek of the board would be whether the board would be willing to sponsor that application. Now, recognizing there's still an expense occurred, extra staff time, there is a cost to that, but it wouldn't be an expense borne by the districts.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Well, as you said, Madam Chair, we discussed this in the ad hoc, and you know, I realize what Supervisor McCowan is saying is true. We're not on a fast track, but we are trying to move through these issues as quickly as we possibly can with staff. I think Juliana's doing a very good job of dealing with the staff, and the ad hoc is trying to keep pushing this thing forward. And I realize the frustration, and I realize the additional expense to the county of our having to process these applications. But, you know, I think our charge as an ad hoc is to try to move this forward as quickly as we can. And I think this proposal is where we need to go to make that happen. Although I am curious to hear what Mr. O'Brien has to say.
And I was just going to invite him to come up and speak. Mr. O'Brien, please come forward. You'll have to restate your name for the record, sir.
Here today. My name's Ed O'Brien. I am the fire chief in Mendocino, and I represent the the fire prevention district. Their request is what more or less started this. We thought our parcel that our firehouse has been on for 20 years this year was already zoned public facility. That's what started it. We recognized at the very end of the process that we did not have the proper zoning. So we requested staff at that time to make that change. They did everything they could to do it. They brought it to you. You voted for it. And so we're sailing right along. And then the Coastal Commission had some concerns, and that's where we were stuck. And then we are still stuck because one of the things is you have to drill for the water once it starts raining, you can't get the drilling rigs up there, so we lost last fall. Then you can't do the botany until the spring. So we've just been pushed from one thing to another. We have hired a botany person who is able to tell us which places are wet, which we pretty much know, and which trees are to be specially saved or something. Although the wind storms have come through and changed some of his probably outlook on that. So all I'm basically saying is that we are doing our due diligence. We have lined up the proper folks who will see us through the Coastal Commission's questions. My reading of them is not so much that they want to stop us. They want us to more or less prove that we will not do harm. And I just want to make sure everybody understands, this is a water source with a tank above the firehouse so that we have extra water to fight the fires that we know will come. We have other water sources. They are not ours. They are contractual. but we are not first in line on those. I've always felt that we should have our own water source. That's what we're doing. And what we really need is some more time to get this lined up. We will do it as soon as we can. And real truthfully, if we find out we don't have water up there of significant amount to do anything.
Right, then you won't be going
Then you
forward.
won't need to go
We
through
don't
it.
care what you call us. You know, you can call us whatever you want, and the plants will be fine, and
Yeah, so
life
it's
will
a,
move on.
yeah, catch-22 right now.
But if we do have water that is somewhat significant, we intend to use it for fire, and if we have a whole lot of water, we intend to maybe use it for drinking water. But right now, first things first, we have to prove that we have water, so we have to drill the well, and we have to get the botany report. Those two are happening. About the $10,000, that's not in our budget. Matter of fact, our budget is around $17,000 right now, and this is volunteer fire department money. We have designated this as a gift from somebody in the local area to use this, to do this. So if you're asking me, do I want to tag along for free, or do I want to ride by myself for $10,000?
You want to tag?
I'm with you. But I do not want to be the person who holds everything up. It would be very nice if we could make a September deadline. I cannot promise you that. Every time I do, it starts to rain just a little bit and everything gets backed up. Rain is good, but it's getting in the way of what I need. So I really can't tell you which way to go.
Thank you, sir, very much. Staff, do we want to go forward now to conclude or further comment?
Well, Juliana's here if you wish to ask her a question specifically on our progress with these various responses to Commission's comments. I can say we are now reviewing drafts of those comments that we're submitting. And again, our intent is to come to a global agreement on our modifications. One of the things additionally that we need to consider, and we will report this to the board at our next meeting, is that we, because there are so many comments, they might be considered individually insignificant, but collectively there are many of them in the document that it might be warranted to have the Planning Commission look at those comments prior to the board's action in September. So we may be asking for the board to authorize us to go back to the Commission. We will stay on the same time track for our September meeting with the board, but that would, by going back to the Planning Commission, we cover our bases to ensure that any potentially substantial matter that could arise from the changes and edits that have occurred will be addressed, and we are on good procedural grounds. So we will make that assessment and report to you on that. But with regard to this decision to remove, I mean, this decision to separate the districts from the plan might be considered a substantial modification to the town plan that should be given, the Planning Commission should be given opportunity to understand the consequences of that. So that's the only other final point I would like to make.
Has that come from coastal staff, coastal commission
No.
staff? Because to me, it changes a substantial. It's minimal because you're taking something out that they have a great deal of questions about.
Correct.
And further studies, and so it simplifies rather than magnifies the process.
And I think that the boards, I mean, you expressing the changes in that way, I think allows us to make the finding or receive direction from the board that we can move forward.
So you'd rather be safe than sorry. So how soon can you get any of this before the Planning Commission?
Well, we would schedule it for a either a June 18th Planning Commission meeting or the July 21st, I think it is, meeting.
Well, I'd like to see it in June.
Yeah, that's what we're striving for. But we will report back to you at the next meeting whether it's necessary. I just wanted to alert you to that. But I do agree the expression you just made regarding the removal of the district simplifies rather than magnifies the issues with regard to the town plan. So, again.
Could you speak into the microphone? Thank you, Julianne.
I just, as we're talking, we're talking about going to June. Planning Commission, but that's with the understanding that the districts would be separated from the application. If the districts remain part of the application, we need to wait for those biotic studies to be done in September, October. So the June Planning Commission date is thought of with a schedule of moving forward without the districts.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yeah. Okay.
But just to make sure I'm understanding this, if we are going to separate the districts from the plan, we need to get clarification as to whether that in itself requires Planning Commission review. And you're going to get that clarification from the Coastal Commission.
Yes, and we will report back to you at our next meeting on that matter.
Okay. And, you know, I agree, this list looks very, very daunting. And I guess, you know, you could look at it and say, well, what's two more things? You could also look at it and say, my God, two more things. And because they're not simple things. I mean, we know nothing is simple with the Coastal Commission, but I'm just not willing to, you know, risk the momentum that I think we have through these very laborious negotiations, if you want to call them that, between our staff and Coastal Commission staff, by keeping these two districts, which I think are very complex in both instances, in the plan. So I think we are well advised to follow the advice of our staff.
Okay. I'd like to go to public comment. Thank you very much. This is a time for the public to address this item. Anyone public comment, please come forward. Please come forward, Ms. Roberts. You're going to need to restate or state your name for the record.
Just two quick things. One, we just have a remarkable staff situation right now. I hope they will live long and prosper in Fort Bragg. I don't want to take a chance on somebody luring Juliana or Bill away and then we start over again. So I'm not saying I have any reason to think that would happen other than sheer paranoia based on history. Secondly, my understanding is that we're in line now to make the December meeting of the Coastal Commission, which is in San Francisco. I don't know where the next meetings would be, but this whole issue in terms of local ability to participate has really been pushing towards trying to stay on track to have a meeting that is somewhat accessible. If we want to have representation at a meeting in Southern California, it just becomes really onerous for the public. So those are just the 2 points. I so commend you for continuing to work. I want to see those two, actually 3 zoning issues resolved. I think it's very important that they get resolved. The yellow house has not been mentioned, but the 3 things are important to the community. But I hope we can stay on track and get the town plan done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Reed from Mendocino. I too support what Wendy said. It's time to get this town plan finished. And I support the fire department. I want them to get the tank if they have water. And I support MCCSD to get what they want. But they're both so complicated. And I think they could resolve it. And hopefully the yellow house could go along with them.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no one else from the public to speak, it's back to Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, I'm looking for the 5th District Supervisor to make the motion, but I would support a motion
And also, if you want to include in the motion direction that the county would sponsor the rezones, because really the rezones are being pulled out in the interest of the town of Mendocino and the importance of the town of Mendocino to the county as a whole. So really, it's not. I think it's in everybody's interest that we sponsor those rezones separately.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, with all due respect, I disagree. For one thing, I think this is year 23 of the 5-year update, so another 4 or 5 months. And I actually think that both the Community Services District and the Fire District benefit by being part of the total package. I think it creates considerable momentum in favor of approving those, whereas if they are separated out, then I think it's easier for staff to continue to delay and string out the process. And
do you mean Coastal Commission staff?
I mean Coastal Commission staff, yes, not our staff. And when we first adopted the town plan, I think we were shooting for having this before the Coastal Commission November of 2014. So any date that we pick in the future, so now we're hoping, we may be in front of the Coastal Commission in September of 2015, or December, okay. So there's no guarantee that we're able to hold to that. We have the list of 12 items here. We've been working on it diligently for 6 months or more. We've resolved 3 of them. I really think it's in the best interest of the Community Services District and the Fire District to keep them as part of this application, and it's also fiscally responsible because otherwise we incur additional $10,000 just in processing costs to separate it out and deal with it separately. It probably builds extra delay in for them. I think the best way to maintain some pressure on Coastal Commission staff is to keep it together as a package. And plus we save $10,000, whether it's for the districts or for the county. And if we separate it out and then we sponsor their amendment, are we going to then provide a $10,000 subsidy to every other special district in the county? So from a public policy standpoint, I really think we should keep it together as a unified application. Apparently, amendments to the local coastal plan aren't easily obtained since this is the first one in 23 years. So that's my position.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, let me just ask the question. Are those $10,000, that $10,000 we're talking about, are those hard costs, are those application fees, or are those dollars that are expended by staff time, within the department?
It represents the estimate of staff time, noticing costs and such to bring the matter forward through Planning Commission to your board. And
I realize they're real costs, but
yeah,
they're not a cost to make the application.
Well,
what are the? Is there a?
It's a fee reimburse. It's a fee deposit, and in some instances, if staff time extends beyond the projected time necessary to bring an application forward, there can be an additional fee. But it's intended to cover our typical costs of bringing a matter like this forward through the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah. Well, I think Supervisor McCowan makes an interesting argument. I'm not an expert on the Coastal Commission. I haven't been dealing with them on these, these ongoing issues. Actually, we started with 12 issues. I think we're now down to 9. Although, if you look at the A, B, C, and D, E, F under 5, it does seem like more. My inclination is to go with our staff's recommendation as far as trying to stay on this timeline, and also trying to do what Ms. Roberts just mentioned, which is try to have a hearing in Northern California. my goal is to get this thing moving as quickly as possible. I realize that's always a moving target with the commission. But if including these two applications is going to further slow the process, which is what I'm hearing from staff, that's not where I want to go. So, that's my feeling about it. And, maybe the board feels differently, but, that is what I think at this point.
Supervisor Hamburg, I support you totally. I'm going to use a word that we have others within the town that are being held hostage until this gets through. So I think the smarter approach is to decouple the two districts from the current proposal. And I also think in respect of that we should include in any motion to waive the fees, and I'm willing to support that. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would appreciate if we got a little more information first. I don't think this is a decision that we have to make today. We don't yet have clarity if this is something that Coastal Commission staff, who we seem very deferential to, thinks this is a substantial change or not. Also, I thought my reading of Mr. O'Brien's comments is that the district certainly doesn't want to be in a position to hold up the process, and for that reason they're willing to, step back and have their application separated out. But I also believe the first preference would still be to stay as a unified package with the county and try to move forward not only on the financial tails of the Mendocino Town Plan, but also whatever momentum we're able to generate in moving the process forward. So, I also would like to see a better quantification of what is the actual cost. So I don't know that staff has clearly said what the actual cost of the county sponsoring a separate amendment would be. Certainly there's additional application fees that would be involved. There's probably a lot of duplication of staff time of what has already been done, although a lot of it should be transferable. But whether we can have it today or at our next meeting, I'd like to see that projected additional cost refined so we know what is the additional cost to the county if we separate out the districts from the total package.
If it's the board's pleasure, I could certainly come back with a detailed projection. But again, if they were to decouple the districts from this process, we would expect that there would be investment of staff time that would be paid for, probably not in whole, but certainly in the majority by that $10,000 fee, which is an approximate number. We can come back with a precise fee estimate for an application that would be required.
Well, we're talking about waiving the fee,
Excuse
so
me,
the county
Supervisor.
wouldn't be reimbursed.
Excuse me, Supervisor. Go
But
forward,
that would
staff.
would be a fair representation of what the county would expend through salary and time for staff to prepare the application that would otherwise be covered by the fee we would ordinarily collect.
I'd like to remind this board, we're 10 after 11. We do have an 11 a.m. timed item. Supervisor Hamburg, you're the district
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion,
supervisor.
Madam Chair, and I think the fallback would be to have staff come back with more exact. I do want to point out, though, that these are two separate applications. I mean, we're talking about decoupling the fire district and the city community services district. But, we could also get into, well, maybe one and not the other, because, the community services district has come in with an application that is quite a bit different than what I
we
had
approved.
thought all along it was going to be. I mean, they now have a fairly extensive building. You know, I'm not opposed to it, but, you know, they have a fairly extensive plan for what they want to do. We've already had Chief O'Brien tell us about, you know, the studies that need to be done, the determination of whether there is water, what the disposition of that water is going to be as far as drinking and fire suppression. So there's still a lot of issues out there, and I don't even know if we would want to, you know, if we're going to decouple, are we going to decouple one, or are we going to decouple both? And then what about the yellow house? I mean, we could get into a lot of things that are hanging, and I just don't think we're going to be able to tie this all up in a bow and get it all through the Coastal Commission. That's just my feeling. And so therefore, Madam Chair, I'm going to propose that we accept the status update and direct planning and building to respond to the Coastal Commission comments regarding the LCPA, and further that the county will sponsor the applications for rezone for the Mendocino Volunteer Fire District and the Mendocino City Community Services District at the appropriate time.
Second motion.
Okay. Legal counsel, is that an appropriate motion to go forward? I mean, you heard the motion itself? Okay.
Fine.
And it will cause the action? Okay. So we have a motion by Supervisor Hamburg, seconded by Supervisor Jurdy. Clerk, will you please clear all the buttons? Because some voted before they heard the motion. Are
Got
you
it.
ready to vote? Please do so, supervisors.
Motion passes with Supervisor McCowan dissenting.
Thank you. And thank you very much, staff. Juliana, you're doing a great job. I appreciate it very much. Andy, all your work. Thank you. Okay, we have an 11 a.m. timed hearing. And this is item 5F, possible adoption of a resolution adopting an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program in compliance with California Environmental Quality Act requirements for the replacement of bridge number 10C0123 on Sherwood Road. It's CR 311, MP 5.52 over, is that Rouse Creek?
Rose Creek.
Rose Creek. Willits area, and this is a notice public hearing. Clerk, have we established proper notice?
Yes, proper notice was established.
Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing, but I want to ask the clerk, have we received any correspondence or telephone calls on this matter?
None received.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go forward and have the staff presentation. Mr. DeShiel.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. I'm Howard DeShiel, Director of County Transportation. You know, with me here today is Deputy County Counsel Matt, I didn't do it today. Thank you, Kradowski. Couldn't do it today. I also have our consultant team here and environmental staff. This is the CEQA hearing. The project has been in process for many years. We've had 2 public meetings, informational meetings in that time. There's been comments that were received and responded to and are part of your package. We have been to State Clearinghouse, with all agency comments, and we've had that come back. So really, I think the best thing to do is hear from the public and take any specific questions from the board. Pretty much everything is in your package. We have received nothing new either to add from as far as comment. So.
Okay, and thank you. And I mispronounce names all the time, even of people I work with very closely throughout the year. Okay, we have the staff presentation. Do you have any questions to staff? Seeing none from the supervisors, we'll open the the public input, public comment. Anyone that would like to make comment to this particular agenda item, please come forward and state your name for the record. Know that you will have 3 minutes.
My name is Randy Dalton. I live in Willits, and is this up the Sherwood bridge that you're talking about, Sherwood Road?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know specifically this region, but I know I'm a medicine woman, and that there is on 10 Mile Creek that there is a plant called wormwood that has been used historically. There's about a 1/4 acre of it. And I've always said that if the bridges are ever to be made to be crossed at this 10 Mile region, it's not Sherwood Road. I'd have to walk that Sherwood Road space to know which plants are in that creek bed bottom. But I know that this one plant
Please address your remarks to the chair and this board.
There are plants within the creek beds that are known to the native peoples to be worthy of preservation. And I don't know this particular, I'm ignorant as far as this is my first coming to this meeting to find out about this bridge being proposed. But I have my daughter who has land on Sherwood Road. I have friends that live on Sherwood Road on 3rd Gate. How far up the valley is it?
It's right at First Gate, I'm pretty sure, turn off, yes.
Okay, First Gate. I know the wormwood plant is the one that I'm specifically concerned about. It's a medicine plant second to none for cancer cure, for gangrene, for infections. And I think that it's really important that when they're talking about botany, the native peoples need to be involved in the decision making. So I would recommend that at some point that the not the Caddo tribe, but the Sherwood tribe be invited to have, this is, the notification of these things are not in the public domain except when you come to the meetings, which I'm starting to come to meetings and listening. But I would be concerned about the botany and the migratory paths of whatever critters there are, whether it's bear or deer, that they're the size and the costs. What is the cost of this bridge? Am I entitled to ask as a member of the public? What was the cost of this proposed bridge to be done?
Through the chair, I can answer.
Thank you, Mr. DeShiel.
The total project estimate, which is posted with the item, I believe is around $2.4 million.
Okay, that's a sizable amount of monies to be spent on a bridge.
Could you let him complete responding?
Yeah.
Sure, and through the chair, I'll also say that notice was given to the Sherwood Tribal Chair, Mike Fitzgerald, I believe. I saw the letters go out twice for the public meetings in the last 3 years, and we did, we do, as part of our notice the tribes. So,
okay.
but the plants are certainly studied by botanists, and I know my staff has been taking notes. And if that particular plant, I don't know if my staff can check or not if that plant was found there, what she mentioned. We'll try to do that and maybe even meet with you, but we certainly had to address all the rare plants and had them studied and identified.
As part of the required process.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're familiar with
Thank
them, and that's that would be my own concern, and impacts on the salmon. Again, impacts and just having, I have a running battle with cement. 80 pounds a bag of cement, and you're changing the weight distribution of the planet. It's being altered and transformed.
Thank
Our
you.
wetlands are important, our creeks, our salmon are important.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Next person, please come forward. State your name for the record.
Lewis Bigfoot or Schultz, depends. The property is Schultz. Anyway, Tom Woodhouse, this is your district. You know
Please
the
get
bridge.
the microphone in front of your
You know the bridge well. I know the bridge very well. I've been looking at this bridge since Mr. Campbell was our transportation director. It's a historic bridge. Its foundation is old growth trees that have been there since maybe the turn of the century or earlier. And it has to come down. I'm not arguing about the replacement of the bridge. I'm not even arguing. What I'm suggesting is that the EIR is inadequate. I talked to Howard DeShiel out in the hallway, and I said to him, Howard, all of the posters that were put on the bridge were taken down as they were put up. And it's not my fault. It's nobody's fault. I talked to my neighbors. Nobody knows what's going on. They don't really read the paper as much. It's all, you know, through internet. Anyway, aside from all that, he's my friend. I like Howard. I think he's doing a good job. He knows Stella James. I had Stella James to the last meeting in Brook Trails, where he politely showed the options of the bridge, but we all disagreed. And the thing we disagreed on was the fact that when you would be coming off this new bridge, unbelievably wide and beautiful, made out of cement, as heavy as it may be, and as beautiful as that bridge may be, it's going to alter that road to the point where it's going to be a bowling ball of festival for all the people driving up Sherwood Road. When they get to the bridge, it opens into a big bridge, and all of a sudden it hits this curve. And it's the curve I'm worried about, not the bridge. A lot of money in that bridge, a lot of cement, but the bridge hits this curve where my friend almost died on that curve. That curve is extremely dangerous, and that's not addressed in this EIR. Howard, one more minute. I'm the only
Please
public.
go forward, hurry, please.
Thank you. Howard said to me directly that he can't afford to extend the end of the bridge to fix the curve. And I disagreed, because one life will be too many. This is a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous bridge when you get off the bridge or on the bridge. The current bridge is impossible. Propane trucks have gone off it. What happens is frost sets in. It's a very, very cold spot. And when a frost hits, the truck slide, not on a new bridge, it's probably going to be, you know, very, very, very safe. But it's when you get off the bridge, that's what I'm concerned about. And I would like to postpone the actual implementation of this design until we can see where this extra $1 million may be. It's not that long of a deal. Thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else to this agenda item? Seeing no one, we'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for staff's final remarks, and then the board has any questions.
So through the chair, I don't know that I'll address all of Mr. Bigfoot's comments. I can say that while it's possible that we posted information about the project in 8 places, and 2 of those places were at each end of the bridge on the guardrail, and those quite well may have blown off. But we also, there was a signpost south of the project, the Sherwood Market, which is a little market on the way up there. They have a bulletin board. We were at the public library in Willits and Ukiah, and we published in the paper, both the Willits News and Ukiah Daily Journal. So it's quite possible 2 of the site postings blew off, but there were other places. The issue of the corner, I met with Lewis years ago, and he showed me the bad corner. It is a bad corner. It's well up the road from the to the northwest. And I told him, I said, you know, I will ask the funding organization if we could make the bridge project coincide with trying to fix this corner, to, you might say, move the bridge so that we can do it all at once. And the basic answer to that was, and I did do that, you know, because I knew it was a concern. I knew it was something he'd like to see done. The bridge program is just that. It's a bridge program. It's replacing a structurally deficient, functionally obsolete, you know, 1965 wooden structure. And it's making improvements to that, but they have a rule that you can go about 200 feet on each end of the bridge with your conform to the road, but you can't go up the road another 500 feet and fix a bad corner. So what I meant is that I've got a lot of bad corners in the county, and if we had enough funding, our own funding, or if we had other funding for a road realignment project, we could do something there. The department did years ago put guardrail there, so they have tried to do some things for that unsafe corner. But it's just not part of this project. Therefore, it wasn't addressed in this CEQA study because it was not made a part of this project. The corner is a road issue, and the project before you today, which was studied and has gone through the vetting process, is to replace the bridge and make good, safe transitions that are better than what exists now, but it does not address the curve that Lewis was referring to up the road. So with that, I might have missed something. If the board has other things they'd like me to clarify, we'll try.
And that's what I'm going to ask supervisors. Do you have questions to staff?
Well,
Supervisor Hamburg.
Madam Chair, it's not really a question, but it certainly reminds me of the discussions we've had around the new bridge on Greenwood Road. Because we're, going to do a very wonderful new bridge, but on both sides of the road, on both sides of the bridge, the roadway is pretty deficient.
Right.
So people, they're coming, toward 128 on a pretty narrow road and then turning into this nice wide bridge. It seems like people are kind of tempted to, speed up when they hit the bridge, which is exactly what you don't want them to do, because bridges often are a little slippery, right?
Well,
and then on the other side, we get the same thing. So I don't know. It's one of these funding anomalies. You get the money to fix the bridge, you have a nice, beautiful bridge, but your roads are bad on both sides of the bridge, and I don't know the solution to it.
I think it's called our roads.
Yeah.
That?
I think it's called our roads, not your roads.
Yeah.
It is kind of a weird situation, but Howard, I understand why you didn't include that in the environmental study, and I really sympathize with what Mr. Bigfoot was telling us.
And you've heard me say this at those public meetings. This structure is designed, and hopefully will have a life of 75 years, maybe
and
more.
So maybe we'll fix the bridge. The
well, no.
within 75 years.
But you put a bridge up to the current Federal Highway Administration standards, and you make it because while you're building it, that's the time to build it. Right. And I might add too, the other agencies weigh in on the impacts to the environment. This bridge has bents that are in the creek. Are we free span on this one? So you see, not only do we improve the road, but we improve the riparian corridor that former speaker had asked about, Animal Crossing and effective fish. Well, free span is much better than having bents in the creek. So we make all the improvements we can. We do a project, and the fact that there's a deficient road on both sides is just the reality of how that is.
Reality. Yeah.
Supervisor Woodhouse.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, and I understand we go through this on every bridge project we do, and the change going from a nice looking wooden bridge to something that doesn't look like it belongs there is always shocking to the community. But I understand that the funding comes, and this is the only way we can do it. We can't afford to replace these bridges, and we're locked into a lot of the hierarchy to get what we get. Just wonder if I know there's no money, but if we could look at like the next 5 bridges we're thinking of and somehow have a meeting with people to get earlier input to educate them about it. It's either people don't want the trees cut or they're just change bothers them. But if we don't replace the bridge and it falls out next year in the flood, we don't have the money to do it. So it's hard for you to go through all this process and then be reminded every single time of the imperfections of our road systems and all our infrastructure. And that's really where the discussion leads you every time, is we need to somehow get a commitment from the community with some kind of financial support to upgrade or at least stop the decline of our roads and bridges. And it's a big issue. People do not want to pay more taxes, but we're going to have to face this.
All right.
Thank you for your work. It's very difficult, and I love the way that old bridge looks now, and I slow way down because it scares me. I've been going over it for 40 years. It is dangerous, and it will be replaced, and thank you for your efforts.
Sure. And just a comment to that, we always have at least one public informational meeting. We actually had 2 for this particular project. I can't remember the exact counts, but there were a dozen people roughly at both meetings. We do have the pictures and exhibits early on, the different options that are usually being looked at as part of the study. I believe there's even some aesthetic improvements to this one. So we put some facades, so it's not just a sheer concrete gray. There is some facade work.
Okay.
The rails, we try to give openings to those so that there's some visual ability to see the stream. So all those are out there, and we have these discussions with the public. We had 2 meetings for this particular bridge. I think we're up to number 3 for Philo Greenland. Some bridges, 1 meeting seems to be enough, but some we have more.
I will try to be involved in the projects you do in the district and get the information out to people so they can feel like they're part of it. It's hard to come at the end and try to have any impact on our process. When you're ready, I'd be glad to make a motion.
Okay,
If you close.
thank you. Supervisor, we have no other questions by board members, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And now the matter is before us. Supervisor Woodhouse?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we move the recommended action. Would you like me to read it?
I would.
Okay. That we did conduct a public hearing, and I'd like to adopt the resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration for the replacement of bridge number 10CO123 on Sherwood Road, CR 311 MP 5.52 over Rose Creek. Authorize the Director of Transportation to file the notice of determination and authorize the chair to sign the resolution.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Supervisor Woodhouse and a second by Supervisor Hamburg. Supervisor Jurdy to the motion.
I just have a quick clarifying point. It was mentioned that the bridge cost is $2.4 million, but I think what wasn't mentioned for the audience is that 88.5% of those funds are from federal funds specifically for bridge replacements. And unfortunately, the federal funding for roads, for county roads, city roads, has not increased since 1993, and it's lost more than half of its purchasing power. However, funding for bridge replacements is still here. And so that's where you get this irony, whereas the roads themselves are deteriorating, but the bridges are being replaced.
It's actually even better than that. This is a toll credit bridge, so it's a higher percentage. It's being matched with federal funds, almost 100%. There's always a few ineligible costs. And actually, that won't be the cost of construction. That's the total project cost. So when you approve the advertised for bidding, which will probably be a couple, 3 years from now, you'll get to see the actual construction costs. So.
And I do appreciate very much your comment, Supervisor Jurdy. I think it's important to keep reminding us and also the public and what we face in having revenue for our county roads. Appreciate it much. Supervisor McCallum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to also acknowledge the efforts of staff to bring this forward, to get it to this point, as the process has become increasingly complex with all the regulations that have to be complied with. The burden on staff to perform multiple tasks and do them accurately has become increasingly important. It's not as simple as going out, simply identifying the problem and coming up with a solution. It's all the regulations that have to be complied with. So thank you all for that.
And thank you, Supervisor McCallum, for your comments. So we do have a motion on the floor. Supervisors, we will be voting by the button. Please do so.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Mr. DeShield, don't run away yet. I think we'll very quickly take up agenda item 5G, Department of Transportation Director's Report. Transportation is the sponsor. I want to ask my colleagues, do you have any questions on the Director's Report? Okay, seeing none, we'll accept the report, and it's almost lunch hour, Howard.
Okay.
And I'd like to thank your staff for all the work that you do. Appreciate it, and thank you for being here. Okay, we're going to move on to, and I think I'm correct, the consent calendar.
I move approval, Madam Chair.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, but we do have a process that we need to go through for the consent calendar. And for the public, no items were pulled. So it would be approving every item within 4C for approval of the recommended motion. Any of the public that would come up and like to address the consent calendar, please do so at this time. Seeing no one, we do, as I said, have a motion. So therefore, we need to vote by the button. Supervisors?
Consent calendar gets passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you so much. I think now is a proper time to go to the CEO's report. Ms. Angelo?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And then I would ask, after the CEO report, we actually have we have Sheriff Allman and Stacy Cryer waiting for our closed session item. So I'd like to go ahead and do the CEO report, and then possibly we could go back into closed session.
Okay, because we still have supervisors' reports, but I think the closed session would be appropriate.
Okay. So let me not take much time here. The CEO report, everybody should have a hard copy. It's available for the public online and also available in my office. The first item is labor relations update, and we are in negotiations with the deputy sheriffs, the attorneys, and IHSS, and you can get that information on our website. We did reach a labor agreement. We discussed that earlier today. I won't go into that. A water agency update. We will be bringing forward the water agency action plan in draft form for this board for review and adoption and direction, and that will be on May 5th. As Supervisor and Chair Brown spoke earlier today, we will be having a second public forum on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act scheduled for May 20th. I believe that will be 5:30 in the evening. Water conservation efforts, we will be trying to inform the board a little more so on what the county is doing. We certainly are committed to continuing to reduce our water usage in response to the governor's executive order. We are working on plans to convert all county facilities to water conservation, landscaping, and phasing out our sprinkler system. This is something we have looked at over the past couple years. We do run into problems when our grass goes brown or our plants die, and we do get complaints from members of the public. I don't anticipate we'll have that problem moving forward. And we have also looked at our indoor water usage as well. We are planning on bringing forward a drought declaration to this board on May 5th for this board's approval as well. Moving on to the budget, we are finalizing our third quarter budget, and that will come back to this board on May 5th. And I believe that that budget report for third quarter will be non-controversial and will be placed on the consent calendar. North Coast CAO's meeting, just an update to this board on this past Friday, April 17th. We attended our North Coast County Administrators meeting, and that was hosted in Lake County at Marymount College in Lucerne. And I have to say, it was very impressive to see the work that Lake County has done in coordination with their community and with Marymount College. It was Mendocino, Lake, Humboldt, Sonoma, and Trinity counties that attended. Of course, the usual topics: budget, marijuana, the drought. But it was really interesting to see Marymount College and the campus and know that that is 20 to 30 minutes away, and our residents here in Mendocino County could also benefit from that college. And so I commend Lake County for their efforts there. And then the Business Improvement District, on May 5th, the board will consider amending the ordinance, and I'm not going to go into that because we have supervisors who've been working on that and will report out. You have a written legislative update, and May 5th will be a big meeting with the Water Agency Action Plan. It will also be the report from the Marijuana Ad Hoc Committee on May 5th, and then the Business Improvement District. You have two attachments to this report, and I will leave it at that. And Madam Chair, there is some time. I apologize if you want to go into supervisor reports. I think that probably the sheriff and Stacy may have a few minutes to wait till closer to noon.
Oh, I think we can take them up a little bit later.
Okay.
But I do want to ask for item 5B, legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform. Do we have anything?
We have no further report on ledge today.
Okay. Supervisors, do we have any questions? I forgot to ask you with the Chief Executive Officer's report. Okay, seeing none, then I think it's time for closed session, so we don't keep the sheriff or Ms. Cryer. This will be discussion on 2 agenda items. It is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and pursuant to the posted agenda. It's also a conference with legal counsel with existing litigation. When we come back from the noontime recess, we'll report out at the very beginning what action, if any, was taken in closed session. So we are going into closed session. Thank you. We left before lunch, went back into closed session, and we talked about 2 matters: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and the other item also was existing litigation. Both are mentioned on the posted agenda, and the report out is direction was given to staff. So now we will move forward. First item for this afternoon's agenda is item number 6B, discussion and possible action regarding fire safety in Mendocino County. And it will include presentations from county fire chiefs. The sponsors are Supervisor Hamburg and Woodhouse. And I'd like to ask Supervisor Woodhouse to please introduce the item.
All right. I'm the new supervisor, so I don't know much yet. I just went through a list of all my priorities about what's important, and wildfire keeps coming to the top. So I'm really excited that you're all here, and I really want to thank Supervisor Hamburg for letting me be involved in this. I wanted to give you a few facts first. Our county has 21 local fire departments. Only 7 of them have a paid chief. All 21 of those rely on volunteers, and 14, the majority of them, have only volunteers. 19 are special districts and receive tax income, and 2 receive no taxes at all: Westport and Whale Gulch. The volunteer firefighters are usually the first at the scene of medical emergencies and traffic accidents, and we drive by this and see them, and it's amazing that they're there. I'm really concerned about the future of our firefighters and our ability to protect ourselves. We're going to have to face as a community how to fund and pitch in. I think today I have raffle tickets to give the chief, Carl from Willits, and I'm going to the spaghetti feed for Daryl up in Brook Trails, and they do all kinds of stuff to earn money, but they need our help and commitment. We're here today partly because it's tied together with the next issue on the agenda, the hack and squirt issue, but we're trying to keep them a little separate to begin with. But the one has brought our attention to the other, and the drought being so serious right now has us all focused on it. So it's an important issue, and I don't think government can do everything by itself. We are limited. A lot of things are from the state and out of our hands, but we want to work with the community and do what we can to make our lives safer. It's going to take a lot of community effort, and maybe this is what will really bring us together at this time. Probably haven't introduced this item properly, but that's how I do it. I'm really glad you're all here. Thank you very much. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hamburg.
I think my colleague did a great job. I think one of the issues here is that these 21 fire departments around the county do operate on a shoestring. They operate based on people's commitment to keep their communities safe. And I think it behooves the Board of Supervisors to do everything within our power, which is not very broad, but everything that is within our power to try to make that job as less hazardous as possible. It is a hazardous job. I mean, just over the weekend, I was in Boonville, and there were 60 volunteer firefighters, 30 on each day, training by going into a simulated burning house and dealing with the impacts of being in that house, fully suited up with oxygen, having to have their vitals checked before and after they went in. But my point is that this is what our volunteers do on their weekends. When the rest of us are, playing in our gardens, or we're, doing jobs around the house, our volunteer firefighters are out there walking into 300-degree situations to learn how to better protect us. So the reason that Supervisor Woodhouse and I thought we should devote some time to these fire chiefs is that they really do represent, by representing their departments, the heartbeat of many of our local communities. Without these people, we would all be in a great deal more hazard than we are already. And I want to give a special thanks to, I think there are 8 or 9 fire chiefs in the room today who have offered to come here today. And I just want to thank them for being willing to give the time to come here and offer their expertise to the board. So, Madam Chair, if you could call them up, and we can hear what they have to say about fire danger. One final thing I might say is that we did a wildfire community protection plan in this county. We did it 10 years ago, and in that plan, there's a 2-page section, and it was in the board's packet. I think it's available at the back of the room, that listed the concerns of the chiefs. And I'm not going to go through what they all are, but they were serious concerns just in order to keep their departments going. Well, one thing that's really different in 2015 as opposed to 2005 is we're now in our 4th consecutive year of drought. And that is, in my opinion, and I'm not a scientist, I'm not a fire ecologist, but in my opinion, that is something of a game changer. So with that, Madam Chair, I would turn it over to you and ask you to call our speakers.
Thank you, Supervisor Hamburg. Supervisor McCallan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, I agree with the comments of my colleagues and the background information. And another part of it is, fire safety in all the rural outlying areas, as the point has been made, really does rely on the departments, and primarily its volunteers. All of the financing comes from the local communities, and it's an ongoing chronic problem. And I just want to point out the state responsibility area fire fee that probably 95 to 100% of the people in this room paid goes to the state, and it amounts to approaching $3 million annually that is taken out of Mendocino County. And I think last year, our recent report, $6,000 was returned for one grant application to improve fire safety in one local community. If the state would recognize its responsibility for properly funding fire protection in state responsibility areas that is provided by the local communities, we'd be in a different world than we are today.
I'd like to thank my colleagues. Supervisor Jurdy, do you have any opening remarks? I will save it because I think we're going to need every bit of time, but I certainly agree with my colleagues that have spoken. Not loud enough? I'm sorry. I'm agreeing with my colleagues who have already spoken. Where would we be without our volunteer fire departments and paid fire departments as well? And I include the good work of CAL FIRE. Supervisor Hamburg, every department's going to speak, every fire department?
Well, I don't know that. We did invite them, invited the fire chiefs to come. We certainly invited them to speak. And I believe that several of them are prepared to speak. So,
okay, because we do have a whole list here of fire chiefs that are here in the room. And I do have speaker cards, so I think I'll start with the speaker cards first, and then I'll open it to the general public. The first speaker's card I have is Mr. Chris Rowney.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Chris Rowney, Unit Chief, Mendocino Unit CAL FIRE. Regarding this matter, it is a complex matter as it relates to fire safety in the county. And of course, there are distinctions, as you point out, on SRA lands versus local responsibility area lands, LRA, and federal lands, FRA. And then you have mixtures of DPA, direct protection areas. So it's a very complex process. But really what it boils down to is we have limited numbers of stations, limited numbers of people, and on any given incident, we are dependent on one another. The process are set up through a mutual aid system with the local agencies, which we use every year. And on large incidents, it's critical in terms of our ability to respond and help suppress and protect properties that are threatened by wildfires. And that is both on LRA as well as SRA. There are mutual aid agreements, auto aid agreements, and local agreements that CAL FIRE at any rate holds with every single district, or most of the districts at any rate, that establish prior to the season beginning rates of pay and everything that will help assure that when we call for assistance on any given incident, that help will be there. In terms of the nature of the wildfire setting, the governors recognize that to be true, that there is a change. The drought has certainly had an effect. This year, to my knowledge, is the first year that Mendocino unit kept staffed engines all year long. We had 2 engines, one in Boonville, one in Laytonville, that was staffed with seasonal firefighters. Normally, our sole staffing would be with permanent personnel, and we usually have about 2 engines we can supply with permanent personnel, lacking the seasonals that were normally budgeted for. So the governor recognized a critical issue as it relates to the drought conditions throughout the state, and the result of that was additional staffing, particularly in our case 2 engines, and then of course and we did see actually thus far not all that much activity, although I will admit we just had a 100-acre fire yesterday, but that was we're still trying to figure out what the cause is. And so I don't know what else you need from us in particular, because your agenda item spoke more to the volunteer groups and the nature of our local districts, but I hope that gives you a little bit of a baseline in terms of the critical nature of the local agencies. If you took a trip through, I know Supervisor Jurdy did, through the base camp on the lodge incident last year, you saw an awful lot of mutual aid equipment. The preponderance of the apparatus that responded were throughout the state, San Diego North, and of course our own local agencies played a very large role in helping get that fire suppressed. So they are a critical component and they must be supported in order to continue doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowney, and I hope you're staying for the next item as well, because I will give you an opportunity to speak at that time if you so desire.
Your call. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to invite up the other speaker card I have for a fire chief is Mr. Ed O'Brien.
Actually, hi. Hi. I'm Ed O'Brien. I'm from the Mendocino Fire Department, and I was expecting to speak on the second issue, but that's fine. On this issue, volunteer fire departments and the support they might get from the county.
We're having trouble hearing.
I would like to mention the fact that Mendocino Fire Department is doing very well, but there are other fire departments on the coast that are not doing well financially. Elk is trying to build a new fire department, and they have very little resources. Same thing for Albion. So a lot of these fire departments are doing the same amount of work that we're doing. We just simply happen to have a little bit more money from where we actually live. So I think that if you have any responsibility towards volunteer fire departments, it should be to make sure that the coast of California and the rest of your county is covered with the proper kinds of machinery and equipment that they need. Because as you travel through the county, you don't know it, but you go from one district to another district to another district. And I think it behooves the county of Mendocino to make sure that they all have funding for all the different things they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief O'Brien. I'm going to go down through the fire departments out of respect for any fire chief that is here that would like to get up and speak. The first one, I'll invite a speaker, Anderson Valley.
He's here.
And that'll be followed by Westport. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the board. Andres Avila, Anderson Valley Fire. Thank you guys for your concerns on expressing about the volunteers. Our biggest issue is volunteer and recruitment. We're seeing a very big cultural change, and a lot of newer generation, the able-bodied individuals, are not coming to the plate, and the older generation is starting to move away. We're seeing a very difficult time. We're having a very difficult time finding and recruiting new individuals. Currently, as of this fiscal year, we're doing fine financially, but we need new able-bodied young members of our community to step up. I do not know how to find that. I'm assuming other departments are having the same issue, but we are working on figuring out how to fix that problem. Other than that, I would say communications is very big on my agenda. We lean on a very fragile infrastructure. CAL FIRE does a great job with dispatching. Our county comms guy has mentioned the fact that he's trying to increase and repair our repeater systems and is having a difficult time with getting those up, either a new one or repairs of them, and he needs to be supported so that we have our proper communications out there. If we don't have communications, most of our job will be in a safety compromise. So I would expect support there with comms. Other than that, I think we're doing fine.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief. Westport, and Westport will be followed by Turtle Creek Fire Brigade. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Can you hear me okay? Respected Board of Supervisors and respected community members, my name is Frank Maurice. I am the Chief of Westport Fire. Along with Andreas, one of my big concerns is recruitment and retention, and that's one of the things we focus on. We are entirely supported by our community members. Westport does a fundraiser once or twice a year, and then we get voluntary donations from our community, and that's how we do survive. At this point, we are financially fine, but it's ongoing. We need all the help we can get. And I do have some concerns about the next issue. I believe that's a slash and squirt issue. Should I address that at this time or wait?
No, that is a different agenda item, sir. And hopefully you'll fill out a card so we get you included in that discussion.
I have a card already filled.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're in. Thank you, sir. Turtle Creek Fire Brigade, followed by Potter Valley.
My name's Bill Johnson. I'm chief of the huge Turtle Creek Fire Brigade. We have 4 to 6 people. We just started active fire protection in our community about a year and a half ago. We were about 20 miles from Ukiah and 10 miles from Comshie. Comshie does not service us because we're just outside the district, so we are in a state responsibility area. The lightning fires generated a great deal of interest in our community. I look right down the Doherty Creek watershed, and during that fire I watched them start. The first help we had was 2 days later when an air tanker from the National Guard of North Carolina came by and dropped some retardant. My neighbor, John Johnson, purchased a 4-wheel drive brush truck that used to belong to Oakland Fire after this. Since then, we've been training with the Comshie Volunteer Fire Department for about 4 years. We started training our local citizens too last year. Comshie just recently sold us a 1969 International Harvester fire engine that is what we call the Beast. Carries 1,000 gallons. And we now have collected enough money that we are building a small fire station on our own. Local people who have mills and businesses have donated material. Here in town, Friedman's donated material, and Mendo Mill has donated material, as well as B&B Steel. So my concern was in watching the Doherty Creek fire, there was the dead standing timber up there, and I watched the fire go up to it, and I watched it blow up. This was the beginning for us to get inspired to do work ourselves, because we had nobody come out there for 4 days. As you know, there was no resources available in the state during that fire. So by the time we actually got anybody on the ground, it was 4 days later, and we realized we really had to start doing it on our own. That's about it. I guess that's it. We were sort of preparing for the inevitable. My community has about 50 full-time residents and about 30 weekend people. So our other issue on this is the difficulty of Ore Springs Road and equipment coming in and out, and also people leaving if there's a large fire. Financially, I heard all these people speak. We've managed to go through all the funds we've raised pretty well and pretty quickly, but we now have good support from our community. And I have to give very much thanks to Larry Tunzi and community there at COMSHI for helping train us and be able to deal with us. So that's about all I have to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Potter Valley, followed by Whale Gulch. Not seeing Chief Polly. Whale Gulch. Anyone here from, okay. And that would be Mr. Graham. Willits Little Lake Fire. Would you like to come speak, sir?
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. Good afternoon, Chair. My name's Carl McGann, Fire Chief for the Little Lake Fire Protection District in Willits. We are a mostly volunteer agency of 360 square miles, one of the larger districts in the county. Our staffing is pretty good at this time. We can always use more volunteers. Some of the things that I would ask that the county consider providing is some grants to the fire safe councils in the different communities and areas of Mendocino County. They do a great job locally, taking care of their own needs. I'd also ask that the County of Mendocino consider providing more resources to your fire wardens so that they can do their job in the county areas. So we have the local responsibility areas, and then the state responsibility areas, and then we have those LRAs where we don't have that fire prevention responsibility, where the county would be a great resource for that. Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Chief. Brook Trails, followed by Covelo. Is anyone here from Brook Trails that'd like to speak? Covelo. We heard from Mr. O'Brien already, from Mendocino. Next, we would have Leggett, followed by South Coast, Guala. Seeing no one come forward, Elk, followed by Laytonville. Anyone from Elk? You can see Chief Little on his way down from Laytonville.
Jim Little, Chief of the Laytonville Fire Department, and I've provided some information for you, and I know that most of the supervisors are very much aware of the needs of the local volunteer fire departments. And in today's discussion, I know that part of the concern was, what are we facing in this coming year with the fire hazard and in reaction to the drought? And in the thing that I passed out that hopefully you'll get quickly, can you distribute those to the...
Do you have at least 5 copies?
Yes.
Okay, they're going to make copies of the copies because we're supposed to have like 10 copies, but that's fine,
well.
Chief Little. Let him get those passed out.
Well, the supervisors need them. The staff, they're not.
Yeah.
We're not important. But if you go to the second page, these are some charts that are prepared by the National Weather Service and the Predictive Services. And the first chart is the energy release component. And what we're trying to illustrate here, or what they're trying to illustrate there, is the amount of energy that's released in a fire and how that is tracked over the year, and what the potential is for a catastrophic fire based on the condition of the fuels. And as you can see, the green line on there is the minimum, what it historically has been the minimum. The red line on top is the maximum in terms of the energy release coefficient. The red dashed line is where we were last year, and you can see the blue line, which is this year. We're already tracking above where we were last year in terms of the potential energy release component. The next chart shows the 100-hour fuels, and then after that is the 1,000-hour fuels. And you can see pretty much in all cases already this year we're tracking above in terms of the fuel moisture, in this case, where we were last year, which would be an indication of where we're headed towards this summer in terms of the likelihood of having a substantial fire event.
Madam Chair, could I ask the chief a question?
Sure.
You're talking about fuel moisture, but I'm understanding that what this graph shows is actually fuel dryness.
Right. Fuel moisture is a percentage of the dry weight as to the total weight of the fuel. So fuel out in the woods has a certain moisture content, and if you draw off all the moisture, then you're left with just the dry material, and that's the percentage that we're looking at. Okay. So the more moisture in a limb or a log, the less likely it is, or the harder it is to get it burning. So as the materials dry through the course of the summer, obviously the fire danger becomes greater, easier ignition. I have a narrative there that kind of talks to the more technical in terms of the risks that we face, but I know we're short of time, so I'll try to move quickly. To me, the greatest risk we face is the ignition. Things won't burn unless you ignite it. And we've got a bunch of factors in this county that put us at greater risk for ignition. And the picture that I've showed you is a recent structure fire that we had in Laytonville. And as you can see from the picture, there's a huge amount of fire involved in a structure. We have a lot of structures out in the forest environment now, and there's a lot of risk with ignition. We've looked at the history in Laytonville, and 9 out of 10 of our fires are directly related to drug activities. And these, such as this particular structure fire, put us at great risk because the people that initiate these fires tend not to have a lot of common sense, and they do things like one of our most glaring examples was building an igloo around a generator with hay bales to muffle the sound.
Oh my gosh.
That did not work out well. So I know we're out of time, but
you're just fine, Mr. Little.
I guess the point I need to make is we need to look as we go into this summer and the potential for a severe fire season. We need to address, as well as some of the issues that people are going to bring up, we need to address these ignition sources and how we regulate, how we respond to these situations in the woods where we end up with these fire starts. So, all right.
Any questions, supervisors? Any more? Thank you, Chief Little. Next up, Chief Bartlett, City of Ukiah Valley, Hopland. Sir, do you want to speak? Seeing him not come forward, we have Compshe. Chief Tunzi, do not see him. Point Arena, Percy.
Chair of the board, members, my name is Patrick Landergan, and I'm the volunteer fire chief for Piercy Fire Department. We are an all SRA district at the northernmost end of your guys' county, as you're probably aware of. One of our major issues is recruitment, retention of volunteers, communication also. What we really see in Piercy for us is the system has really outgrown us. For example, most of the constituents of who would consider themselves living in Piercy actually live outside the district. Our district was put together, I think, in 1964, and the main issue with that is funneling the proper funding to the district. A lot of these people think that when they pay your taxes, we're getting the assessed kickback, but in actuality, we're not. That puts a big hindrance on us to perform our jobs, mainly because Piercy is a really small community, but we're very dynamic. We have the 101 corridor and such that kind of ramps up what we have to do as level of service as a provider. Right now we have like 8 permanent personnel and I think 3 rolling stock, and so we're in okay shape. But with the current drought and the upcoming situations of the drought, I've been on the fire department since '04, and what I've seen in our area is there's usually about a 2-week window for critical fuel moistures in our area of the county, and most times in ignition, due to the levels of moisture and being close enough to be able to get to, we jump on it and knock it down within a couple of acres. In just the few years, the last few fire seasons, some of these fires have been noticeably a lot worse, barely catching them at 5 or 10 acres. And to me, some of these little fires that we jump on and catch early, we're going to have a lot harder time being able to do that. One of my biggest concerns. And of course, for us up in Piercy, there is no infrastructure. There's no water services districts or anything like that, so we have no hydrants. Our main hydrant being the Eel River, South Fork. And with the droughts, that we all know that can be a touchy situation, especially environmentally speaking, in the upcoming years. So all things, we've been looking at and trying to prepare for the upcoming fire season. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Next up, Fort Bragg. Oh, okay, thank you. And if there's, I know there's, it's just one moment. I know there are people in room C, any of the fire chiefs in room C that would like to come speak, please come to the chamber. Thank you, Chief Orsi. Please go forward.
Yeah, Mr. Steve Orsi from Fort Bragg Fire. First off, thank you guys for listening to all our problems and trying to help us out. Fort Bragg's pretty fortunate in a lot of different areas. Got a very strong ambulance service, so that helps the fire department out a lot on medical aids, and so we are really lucky. But I do echo the sentiments of the chiefs earlier. They were saying there's a lot of smaller departments that aren't as lucky as we are, and if you guys could do something to help them out, I think it'd be helping the whole county out. So my main reason here today is to support them. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. We now have Albion, Chief Williams.
Ted Williams, Chief of Albion Little River Fire Protection District. So our district is dry. I'm referring to it as New Monterey. Our fire season started with a control burn escaping. This was one lit by CAL FIRE, and this is in no way a slight, but rather when the best in the business lose a control fire in April, to me, it signals something has changed. I believe that something is the climate. We should be ahead of the curve, but we're already lagging behind. We're late to the game. This month, we hosted a community meeting to discuss the SRA fire prevention fee. We invited our community, we invited CAL FIRE. This is a place where we can collaborate with the state. This has been a highly controversial fee in our community, but now that it's law, we want to make sure we make the best use of it. We understand that approximately $500,000 has been extracted from our fire district over the 3 years the fee has been collected, and that countywide it may be approximately $2.6 million per year. Some of the ideas we discussed: address signage and fixing the addressing. In our district, the county addressing is out of sequence. There's duplicate numbers on the same roads. There's mix of 4-digit and 5-digit addressing. Picture yourself as a first responder. You hear there's a child not breathing, and your dispatch gives you a 4-digit number on a road with 5-digit addressing, starting with 40,000 with Ukiah as 0, and you're at the coast. It's not a good feeling. We need to fix this. We also need the signs to be properly posted, reflective, standardized, so that first responders can find the reporting party. We talked about defensible space. In our district, we have residents who are not doing their defensible space clearing as they should. And one of the dilemmas I hear is we have a lot of seniors with fixed income, and it's a financial burden for them to perform their defensible space clearing. I propose we use some of the SRA funds to move a chipper around through our communities, so that if residents can do part of the work of clearing the brush, we can help them chip, which will provide a safer community for all. This is basically a burden on grandma. We're asking her to limb trees. Our community residents live in a forest. We talked about road clearing. This is both private and public roads. The public roads don't have a white line in our district because the lanes aren't wide enough. We have trouble fitting fire apparatus on opposing lanes on some of our county-maintained roads. We don't have brush clearing along the county roads. Private roads are just as bad, some cases worse. We have narrow driveways. At structure fires, we've had to clear the road on the way in. We've had difficulty turning around water trucks to shuttle water. We talked about evacuation plan. We don't have a great evacuation plan. We have some of our community has exactly one road. And so if there's a fire and it blocks that one road, where are residents to run? What do we tell grandma? Tell her put on her running shoes and run where? Away from the smoke? In the 4th year of a drought, we need to address this issue. We talked about using some of the SRA funds to attempt to bring these subdivisions, which would never be approved today, up to modern standards. Maybe it's that second escape route. We talked about water storage. If you want to build a new home in our district or in the county, we ask, show us that you have 2,500 gallons. Show us your road. Is it wide enough? Does it have the necessary turnouts? Yet, with forest land, there are hazards created from time to time. We don't ask for any water. You can have 1,000 acres of brush being manufactured. You don't have to have a single tank. It feels like we're putting all the burden on grandma, not enough. We're not spreading the burden across all of the parties. We talked about the community wildfire protection plan, and that ours is 10 years out of date. And there's some fear that last year 13 grant applications were submitted against the SRA fire prevention fee. 12 were denied. We're wondering, as we think about writing grants, will we be categorically denied because our county-wide plan is out of date? We need that plan brought up to 2015. And I would ask that the supervisors make it a priority. Perhaps the county doesn't need to do the work, but let's make sure it's tracked. Let's make sure we know it's getting done, and that communities don't lose grant opportunities due to an outdated plan. In the meantime, I recommend that we mitigate risks wherever possible, that we avoid introducing new hazards. We talked about using SRA grant funds to address some of the hazards that exist on forest properties. And I'm not against writing those grant applications if it benefits my community, if it benefits our county. But I want to note, it does strike me as a corporate welfare program in that the residents are contributing to a fund which we would then use to mitigate risks on for-profit timberland. This is the 99% mitigating hazards created to benefit the 1%.
Actually, sir, I'm going to stop you.
Would you like to pause me here? Yep.
Just stop for just a moment. Yep. Please, no outbursts. It's not allowed in our rules of procedure. You could go out in the hallway and clap when the speaker is done. Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Well, so I want to go into a forest fire issue. Would you prefer I hold off until the next item?
Well, if it's more suitable and related to that item, that would be perfect. But I do want to tell you, as part of your comments, as county supervisor, I hear from county residents within my district matter in heck, because road numbers, the county planning and building services, code enforcement are trying to bring those bring the rules to get the numbering fixed on many roads. And I really hear about it. I don't know if my colleagues, the first district was one to have many, but yes, we are working and getting the numbering correct, because not everyone or every place in Mendocino County can go on their iPhone or whatever to go and find a place. And many times I would think, especially for ambulance drivers, many of them tend to be maybe new and don't know the areas like the fire departments or the fire department run ambulances. They're just not familiar with the county. But the county is working to get the numbering fixed up, and actually I would ask you to submit, if you're aware of areas where numbering is messed up, to get that submitted to Mr. Dunnicliff in Planning and Building Services. So go forward. I know you're a bit over your time, but the next item you will be given time.
I'll wait for the next item. I want to comment, in our district, it's not a few addresses that are out of place, but rather if we fix the addressing so that it's consistent, I won't know where anything is in our district, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Redwood Valley Calpella, and that is Chief Dale. Is he here? And then we will have some closing remarks by Charlie Aker, former elk chief.
Is Charlie here?
Is Charlie here? Is he? Oh, he is outside.
Okay.
Okay. Is he going to come in? Here he
There
comes.
Is he the moment? Are we there?
He's the last of the chiefs, but we have public speaking too.
Yes, ma'am.
Members of the public. Come forward, sir.
Thank you, supervisors, for having this forum. My name's Charlie Acker. I'm the former fire chief at Elk, but I've been a volunteer there for almost 40 years. I'm also a water manager, which gives me a little different perspective on things of 2 water districts. Issues with our fire department, as others have spoken of, is having enough volunteers and enough funding. Almost goes without saying. But the chief concern that I have currently, particularly this year and going forward, is hazards due to the drought. And we've seen the drought coming, and now sort of predictions are that it's going to be with us at least for a while, or come and go. So we need to be watching the climate in the climate studies, so that we are aware of what's going on, and then by that awareness, it can allow us to be able to modify our response network appropriately. And one of the things that really stands out in my mind, it was mentioned earlier, but when we had the lightning fires in 2008. Our resources in Elk went up to a fire east of us, actually in Anderson Valley District, but they were overwhelmed with their responses. And I stayed back and responded to a little fire north of town that became a big fire. And the outstanding thing was that all of the fire resources in the county were completely overwhelmed. You really couldn't get much communication through to CDF. They were spread so thin. I think it was 130 plus fires were started all at once in the district. And I look to that as that could be a model that we look at and design a response network with a similar catastrophe, facing a similar catastrophe. So, and that was that we didn't have any outside help on my little fire. I was drafting neighbors, untrained neighbors, to go up into a dangerous situation. But there were houses that were threatened, and and then the other thing that we would like to see, and it dovetails into the next issue, but is the responsible forest management, to look at the drought conditions and maybe modify some of the operational behaviors so that the fire hazards are reduced in the forests. See, I got 3 seconds, so thank you very much.
You can continue, sir.
I can continue?
If you have more to say, please do so.
No, well, yes, but I was on the countdown there. But anyway, in terms of forest management, it takes a good look at the resources that are available and the hazards that are existing, and to think it out. And as I said, if we modeled it after I would say probably the worst case scenario, 130 lightning strikes all at the same time, and what do we do? And now, if we, I think of Katrina and the national response, and getting ahead of time lined up. Now, what are the other resources that are available to us? Is it National Guard? Is it well, that's military, but in other words, to have some kind of a massive response that can be available to us that can mitigate some of these situations. Anyway, thank you very much, and hope to speak again on the next issue.
And congratulations, you got to retire. And I thank you, Chief.
No, they won't let me go because.
I thought you said you retired.
Well, I'm no longer the chief, but I'm a captain. I'm a lowly captain.
Got it.
It was a self-demotion.
Okay. Well, certainly want to thank you for all the time you give. Okay, I think we have gone through all the fire chiefs who were given time to speak. We will go to the public now, and the public, for public comment, will be limited to 3 minutes. And we'd like to start off with Jim Maston. Please come forward. Oh, yours is for the next item? Okay, then that's all you have to say. I'll hand it to the clerk to be bundled with that particular grouping. Here are 2 more with the next item. Madge Strong. Okay. Mr. Bill Smith.
Hello, my name is Bill Knapp. I'm with the Westport Volunteer Fire Department. I'm both a responder and I'm also the president of the nonprofit corporation we are a fire company. We're one of the ones who do not get any tax money. And I'm going to try to stick to 6B here. Okay, concerns, everybody's been talking about them. Anybody who read the 2005 plan, guess what? They're all still the same concerns. They haven't gotten much better. A couple things have happened. We had a recession, I won't call it depression. Money got really thin. We really ran out. We turned around. We started working harder. We've been raising money. So we're doing better than we were 10 years ago, but we're not doing good enough with what the requirements are now. So it's still a struggle. We've already talked about trying to recruit, trying to retain. We're looking for ways to get outside help with that. There are some state funds actually they're national funds, but coming through state agencies, and we're working with those. People talked about access. This is access to get in, to get fire equipment in, to get people out. That's a problem. Roads, people have talked about that. There's some of them are county roads, a lot of them are private roads, but how do we get them cleared? How do we keep them accessible? How do we get people to have water? When I built my house 10 years ago, I was told I had to have a 6,000 gallon tank. I put it in. Since then, I've never found any rationale anywhere in any statutes, but sound like a good idea to me. That's not the standard. So getting water out there. Okay, information sharing. People have talked about that. How can we facilitate getting information between the departments, the local departments, CAL FIRE? CAL FIRE, by the way, has been a huge help. There wouldn't be a Westport Fire Department right now if there hadn't been CAL FIRE came in and helped us rebuild 10 years ago. So, but how do we get better communication? We need some kind of structural help. The individual departments don't have the resources to create that mechanism, you know, some sort of forum, something. You know, we work at it, we talk to each other as much as we can. We have a chiefs meeting that's every twice a month, I believe. So there is some element there, but we need to do better. We need to get more information moving, more useful things happening. You know, I was going to say something about urban interface, but that's been talked around a little bit. But basically, we have a lot of houses out in the woods, and fire can go from the house to the woods. It can come from the woods to the house, and at the end of the day, the results are about the same. Not good. Early intervention in wildland fires, and this is where the local fire departments are really a big help. We can get there at least half an hour, typically half an hour before CAL FIRE in a place like Westport and in some of the places like Compsey and Albion, Little River when you're out in the further out. But getting there quickly and putting out quickly, it means you have to be able to get there, you have to have the right equipment, you know, you have to have enough to do the job. And understanding what that is and making sure everybody's got what they need and got the training in particular. There are several other things that were mentioned, but I'll skip over those. What can we do? Well, the 2005 plan is actually a nice template to start working from. You know, look at it, see what's good, see what's bad. One of the things that's come up recently is local departments do get compensation for working on state responsibility area fires. However, I was just informed that the number of hours you have to be on scene to get compensated has been more than doubled. Well, for a department like us, we're not going to be there 12 hours. We don't get compensated for anything if we're not there 12 hours. I believe that's the number. I could be wrong on the precise number. But those are rules that could be tweaked a little bit in favor of supporting the local departments. Okay, I may be jumping ahead here, but county resources. The county does have resources. You have infrastructure. You have, you know, we need some help in doing something like developing an updated plan. We need a facilitator. We need office space. We need somebody to, you know, just do the nitty-gritty stuff of copying, distributing, you know, making sure everybody knows what's going on. This gets back to the communication. It's really a component of that. But what can we do to understand our issues and at least get them identified and start talking about solutions to them? We need some kind of organizational help there. CAL FIRE has some facilities for that. The county has facilities for that. The local departments are willing to participate in it, but they do not have facilities to do it. So that's what I got.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. And actually, all these suggestions are going to be discussed by the board, maybe not all of them, but I feel the supervisors would like to weigh in, and that's where we are on this item for the agenda. Is there anyone that got left out that would want to come up for a 3-minute comment? But please come forward, sir. And the other hand that went up, please come forward. Please come forward. Know that you have 3 minutes. Enter your name into the record.
My name is Bill Heil. I'm from Albion. I want to thank you all very much for holding this. It's one of the things that the board can do is give the public a chance to voice their concerns, and that's very important, and I think want to use this opportunity for that. I put 1B on that list. I know it was a mistake, but I think this is the right time to talk because we're talking about fires and essentially wildfires and ignition. And as Charlie said, we don't get a lot of wildfires started by lightning, but when they happen, they can be a real mess. And I saw that in the last wildfire that we had in Table Mountain. I think it was called a Table Mountain fire. It was in Railroad Gulch. Lightning struck an old snag, happened to be right above a 30-year-old clear cut. And it wasn't the fault of the people who own that land now, but a 30-year-old clear cut is as flammable as anything you can get, particularly in the redwood region where you have all these clumps of 30-year-old trees that are about 40, 50 feet high, and when the fire gets into them, it just sweeps through them. And all of the land around us in Albion, which is an urban interface, surrounds some really mismanaged lands that were really heavily harvested 20, 30 years ago. They're in a very flammable position now. Now, in the redwood region, if you get a good redwood stand that has a crown and is closed underneath, it's not all that flammable. It might get something might get started, but it takes a real heavy effort to get it going. That's where I would like to see the management of this land go. It's something that is important not only in terms of trying to get the whole issue that we're talking about today, but all of the land, and particularly that it has an urban interface, that the lands be managed to get them back into a less flammable position. What Caltrans told us is that these lands are high to extreme danger of fire the way they are now. And after they're harvested, it's going to bump that up even a bit. And it's going to be another 4 or 5 years till it gets back to where it was. And it seems to me that we should be doing all we can to manage those lands to make them fire safe, and particularly to think about the interface between the houses and the forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next gentleman. Please come forward, state your name, know that you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Bernard Kameroff, and I'm with the Bell Springs Fire Department. I don't think you may be familiar with us. We were incorporated about 2 years ago.
I'm familiar.
We're up north of Laytonville, and we're primarily a first responder. We have 5 water trucks, so we can jump on grass wildland fires quickly because we're in a CAL FIRE area and waiting for them. And we also wait for Laytonville, which without them, I don't know what we would do. Chief Little and them come up and help us tremendously. And so part of our big job up there is the fact that there are 200 driveways in the first 15 miles of Bell Springs Road. And we've made our job to learn who lives on all those driveways, because just like the man from Albion, the numbers are all mixed up, they're out of order, and they're not necessarily reliable. 3 driveways have the same number. And so when we get a call for an ambulance or for CalSTAR, we're able to tell them where the driveway is because we happen to know the people and assist them to get there quicker. But what we found, and I'm here to talk about the next issue because we consider fighting fires important, but preventing fires even more important, and anything we can do to do that. And last year, we had the Fire Safe Council that came up there. There was funds, they brought up chippers, and we were able to cut down the undergrowth very much. Chief McGann from Willis mentioned them, but apparently their funds have dried up. Right now we don't seem to be able to have a Fire Safe Council to come up there and help us out. And so if there's any way that the county can refund that organization, it's really a helpful thing when they bring up the chippers and we're able to lower the fuel. Anyway, we are one of the 21 volunteer fire departments. We're completely volunteer. Our chief is a former CAL FIRE battalion chief, and we're pleased to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you speaking to this item, ma'am? Okay, please state your name for the record and know you have 3 minutes.
My name is Sue Boker. I'm from Fort Bragg. I just received, well, not just, but a week or so ago, received a tax assessment from the State Board of Equalization for fire protection, and I'm sure you all did if you own property. As I understand it, this is a per parcel tax, and I'm on a fixed income. I'm obviously old, and I want to say that I really resent having to pay a tax to subsidize the Mendocino Redwood Company's misdeeds and leaving dead wood standing in the forest. It creates a huge fire hazard, as you know,
Ma'am,
and many of our
that's
places.
the next item.
Okay, oh, sorry. But I think fire prevention is critical. I hope we can get some more grants from this. I'm sure we send in a lot more money than we get back in grants. And I think it's important that this be an equitable and fair tax for everybody, including Mendocino Redwood Company. Cursory inspection says they have 1,200 parcels in the county. Well, I have a little tiny place, but I own it, so I pay the same for mine as for their thousands of acres. And I think that maybe the county should be able to do something about that in negotiating with CAL FIRE. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila Dawn Tracy. Good afternoon, members of the board. I am here today to support CAL FIRE, our community volunteer fighters, as well as the communities endangered by standing deadwood on private timberlands. I believe that thousands of acres of deadwood impose a grave danger to our first responders and as well as the community's parcels surrounding private property. I've read articles that have said that the intense heat from either whether it's human caused or through lightning strikes would with so much dead wood in our forests would create such an intensity of heat that firefighters would have to have a stand back policy. They wouldn't be able to fight it. The heat would be so intense that they would not be able to have an influence. And so that would encourage more acres to burn and more parcels to be endangered. I believe that as proposing that the Mendocino Redwood Company proposing to be a good neighbor must consider the dangers imposed to the residents of the surrounding parcels, the lives of human lives, their children's lives, and the investments in their property. Fire knows no boundaries. Please, please protect our county residents and our firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. This item is coming back to the board at this moment. Supervisor Woodhouse and Hamburg.
I'll just make a few comments. I'm glad people are here to listen to this. We usually gather to stop things or other things. Here we're trying to get ahead of something. We need to get into that pattern and see what we're willing to invest to help the brave people who are putting their lives at risk to help us. It's time we're going to have to spend some money and have that discussion. And I wanted to make sure I mentioned brook trails. That's in my district, and it's a very dangerous situation out there. And I just can't be in a public meeting without raising awareness of that and asking people to be involved in any way they can. We're trying to work on the emergency egress and problems out there, and there won't be an easy funded second access for many years. So there's a lot of people at danger, and all of us that live in the woods need to pay attention. I think the drought's going to go on for a number of years. I hope we're wrong, and I'm glad everybody's here. I did want to mention too that it's not just a matter of giving more equipment to some of the fire departments. I'm not sure of the name exactly, but there's government surplus that's given to different fire departments, and if they don't have enough personnel, they can't keep it. And so our local ones have turned back in this equipment. So it really is, these guys are very brave about it. They're not whining, but it's a desperate situation, and they are our only hope in the case of a fire. So we're going to have to work with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, the agenda asks for the supervisors to provide direction as necessary. I'm entertaining some discussion on that. Supervisors, does anyone want to speak?
Well, Madam Chair, one thing among many that really struck me, and I really appreciate all the people who spoke and, all that you were able to convey to us about the situations in your particular districts. It seems like there's a lot of commonality out there. And many of those commonalities you can look in our agenda packet, which I hope some of you at least saw. I want to say again, because some people before this item came up, I said, did you go to the board's website and see what was actually going to be before us today? And I was surprised that some people hadn't actually done that. So you can't always go to the Board of Supervisors site on the web and see exactly the materials that are in our packet for the day. So the thing that I particularly wanted to get to in this discussion was something that was in the packet, and that was the concerns that were raised by fire chiefs in 2005 when we last did a community wildlife protection plan. That's been 10 years ago. I think one thing that the board really should consider, and I don't know if we can do it today because it's not formally on the agenda, but I think we need to look at updating that plan because we're in a different situation. A lot of the concerns are the same, but some of the conditions are very different. And Chief Williams spoke to that, and he said that one of the things that may be holding us back in terms of getting some of these grants from CAL FIRE and maybe from other entities, because as we know, we put $2.6 million of our tax money into the SRA fund. We got $6,000 back. That is not an acceptable ratio. And I'm wondering, and I don't know the answer to this, but it's what Chief Williams alluded to. One of the reasons that we're not being more successful is because we don't have an updated community wildlife protection plan. I think it shows where we are not being proactive. We're in fact quite a bit behind the bounce. But suffice to say that many of those concerns that were raised in 2005 and that were in our agenda packets still remain. But the new concern that wasn't around in 2005 is the 4th year of a drought. And I think it's that drought, and I think it's those effects from what I believe to be climate change that is a special concern to me today. And I think it's one of the reasons that we are in an even more dire situation than we were when the last Community Wildlife Protection Plan was written. So, Madam Chair, I don't know if we're prepared today. I think the last time this was done, it was done in conjunction with the Fire Safe Council, and I know Jim Maston is here and he's going to speak on an item, but I would think this is not something the county would do by itself. I think it's something we would do with partners, but I think we do seriously need to look to updating a 10-year-old wildlife protection plan for Mendocino County.
And thank you, Supervisor Hamburg. What occurred to me in hearing from all the fire chiefs, different departments, fire departments throughout the county, and some of the public members, we talked about the demise of Fire Council, but I also want to talk about the Air Patrol. This Air Patrol for all landowners operates on a very slim budget, and during the worst of the fire season, patrols throughout the county and goes up. Years ago, I think it's been since the 1950s that this Air Patrol goes up every day, and I'm not sure if it's morning or evening. I haven't been that connected with it, but that's paid for by private landowners, so that any fire that's starting, a loose chain from someone that's going through one of our national forests or a county road through forest lands. The Air Patrol is very key, and they're also very key in helping even our volunteers, as happened in the year of the lightning event, to be able to locate where smoke is coming up. They're the same as all the departments. They don't receive tax revenue. They receive donations. I know the county gave to that last year in hopes that they could fly longer based on the drought we were in. So I don't want that key service to be lost as we go down the road. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you know, I certainly agree with my colleague that it's time to update the community wildfire management plan, and it doesn't sound like that would be a huge task. I agree with the comment that the needs of the departments haven't increased dramatically. Some of the background conditions may have. The information that Chief Little submitted, if I interpreted it correctly, shows that over the last 15 years approximately, there seems to have been a steady increase in fire hazard associated with reduced moisture levels, which logically would be largely drought related. So, you know, I think the plan needs to be updated from that standpoint. I think the county should commit the resources to do that rather than search around for the funds. I agree it should be a partnership with the Fire Safe Council and the local fire districts, logically. I think another thing that could certainly be done, and this is something that to me was highlighted by a number of the chiefs and principally Chief Little, but there are, and we have another issue, as we all know, that's going to come up that relates to fuel loading in the forest. But aside from conditions that contribute to fuel loading, the real key factor is sources of ignition. And we can't do too much about when lightning strikes. But the point he made, and if I heard him correctly, 90% of the ignition sources were actually related to illegal activity. And I think that probably varies from district to district, but I remember years ago, Chief Wilson, the then chief in Anderson Valley prior to Andres Avila, that 50% of their structure fires were related to indoor underground economic activities. So that's a huge risk to the forest, to the neighbors. So I think one thing that could be done is really providing solid educational information to community members. And, you know, this could be, I think, compiled as a joint effort between the county and the fire districts, and put this information out in a non-judgmental but factual, informational approach to the community. And I think, you know, that issue is far enough out of the box. You know, we're not kidding ourselves about what a fairly significant number of people actually do. So I think we're in an environment where there ought to be the opportunity for peer pressure to have neighbors kind of remind neighbors and check up on them. You know, building the straw bale igloo around your generator might not be a real great idea. And that was one of the most kind of ludicrous and obvious examples, but there's a lot of other things that are being done out there that we know they aren't being done to any standard of code, any standard of fire safety. And so we really need to, you know, educate ourselves as a community to control the things we can control to reduce ignition sources. So to me, the educational approach and updating the fire safe plan, and also making a concerted push to get a fair share of SRA funds returned to our local communities. So, you know, I certainly support going in all those directions.
Thank you.
Supervisors, I'd like to conclude this item. Do we have a motion for direction?
Well, I mean, what Supervisor Hamburg and I are suggesting could be the direction for staff to move forward as direction, or do you need anything more?
Madam Chair, yeah, I need a little clearer direction.
And that's why I'd like to have a motion.
There's a lot of suggestions that have been made, which are all good. I just am not clear what exactly the direction is from this board.
I think sorry, Madam Chair.
That's fine. Supervisor Woodhouse, go forward, please.
It's a great example of giving government input, and then what do we do with it? Because really our money is very limited, and you all think we're going to rescue you, but we're here talking before the fire, which is great. Once it's after the fire, then we're talking about cleanup and big problems. I don't have all the answers. We need help from the community, and that would be involving you in the new plan. And I would suggest that we leave it at this, and Supervisor Hamburg and I work together and bring something to our next meeting as far as a direction forward. We can think out a logical plan to have something meaningful rather than just patch something together. But if you can do something else, I'm totally open to that, whatever you'd prefer.
And that works for me, and I
That would be
believe...
acceptable to me, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it would be logical for us to digest some of this input we've had and then come back with a motion.
Okay,
at our
and I
next
can
meeting, if
see
that's
Ms.
acceptable.
Angelo agreeing to that. Okay. Then the direction is that Supervisor Woodhouse and Hamburg will be coming back with a future agenda item that is more explicit, gives more detail after going over the testimony of today. So we'll look forward to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now we are approaching item 6C, and this is discussion and possible adoption of a resolution regarding fire danger presented by dead standing timber on forest lands and to request commercial timber companies to voluntarily cease the practice leaving dead standing trees. This is sponsored by Supervisor Hamburg, but at the discretion of the chair, I'd like to tell everyone that the way we're going to go forward with this, I'm going to run it just like we would an appeals hearing. And one of the reasons for that is reading in the local media and other written charges against members of this board is that we have met with timberland owners behind closed doors, that the public has not been able to hear whatever was presented to us. That's not true for me. Do not know about my colleagues.
It's not true with me. I have not met with the timber companies.
And I want to put that out there because it pretty much offends me. Reading the two stories that I did, one was Franklin Graham, I believe, was his name, and the other was Will Parrish. I was very offended by that. So I'm going to give time during the presentations for Supervisor Hamburg to present and whomever he may call up, but I'm also going to give time to timberland owners so they can talk to us and in an open public meeting, and also give time to CAL FIRE. Also, we did receive a legal opinion from County Council, and I do not know if this board wants to make that public, and if they do, we would need to vote on that. Supervisor Hamburg.
Okay, Madam Chair, I don't really have an opinion on releasing the County Council's opinion. I mean, I did state that I'm perfectly willing to do it. I don't think there's anything in there that should not be shared with the public. But if I might just introduce this resolution, I think that the materials that are in the packet are pretty self-explanatory. Those of you who have had a chance to go through it, you've seen the materials that are in there. Some of them originate with one of the fire districts that are within the 5th District. I've had occasion over the past couple of months to talk with many of my constituents. I've had a chance to talk with fire chiefs from around my district and also around the county. One thing I want to point out about this resolution, which, as you all I think know by now, is a resolution which calls upon the timber operators in the county to voluntarily cease the practice of leaving dead standing trees on the landscape for a period of 6 months, or until an analysis of fire danger can be completed, whichever comes first. So if the board did pass this resolution and we hired a company to do an analysis, a fire ecology study it might be called, of fire danger in this county, and it's stretched on into month, 7, 8, 9, the timber operators would no longer be held under the strictures of this resolution. On the other hand, if the study was done more quickly and the board acted on the study within a shorter period of time, perhaps then the timber operators would go back to their existing practices, or perhaps the study would show that indeed there is a heightened danger as a result of this practice. And then the board would be in the position of, it would sort of be, the ball would be back in our court to decide what to do about it. Because as I said, this resolution calls on the timber operators to do something voluntarily. This is not the board commanding, this is the board requesting. I want to point out that in October of 1994, on a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors said that the practice of leaving dead standing trees on the landscape was a danger, and the board expressed its extreme concern, and the board called upon the State Board of Forestry to do the following things. Number one, to call an immediate halt to any practice which leaves large acreages of killed hardwood standing but not downed. This board also called on the Board of Forestry to take immediate action to reduce the present and existing fire danger from this practice. It also called on the Board of Forestry to stop the use of certain herbicides, which was pretty interesting in light of the fact that the Board of Supervisors of a county has no authority over herbicides. But the Board of Supervisors in 1994, the women and men sitting in these seats called upon the Board of Forestry to do just that. Finally, the Board of Supervisors called on the Board of Forestry to determine management practices for the timber companies which would not result in increased fire danger, public health hazards, and contaminated soils and vegetation. So this is 20 years ago where the Board of Supervisors stood. I think the resolution before us today, in comparison to this, is pretty mild and pretty reasonable. And I want to just wrap up my initial comments by referring to an editorial that appeared in my hometown newspaper, sort of my adopted hometown newspaper, the Mendocino Beacon, on April 11th. And I'm just going to read one paragraph. In this editorial, the Beacon said, saying that the process of leaving dead standing trees on the landscape is safe, that it is used across the country, and that dead trees do not constitute a fire risk, is not enough, especially when the fire risk associated with snags has been noted on numerous timber harvest plans in the past. It should be the timber operator's responsibility to detail studies of the impacts of dead tree stands, as well as the safety of herbicides. The company needs to offer a solid scientific basis for their actions, rather than simply telling communities to trust that the company knows what's best. That pretty much sums up my position on this. And as you'll note, if you looked at the board's packet online, or it's available in the back of the room, the only studies that are out there today that I know of, and I'm not a scientist, I'm not a forester, I'm not pretending to be any of those things, but the only studies that have been brought to my attention are studies that have spoken to the contrary. In other words, that dead standing trees enhance the risk to firefighters, to nearby residents of communities, and to the public at large. So perhaps if this motion passes, we can get a fire ecology study, a fire danger analysis. It can be done in a relatively short period of time, and we will have some scientific basis on which to make a decision. We do not have that today. All we have is the word of the timber operators. And I have to agree with the Mendocino Beacon. That information is not currently before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisors, Supervisor Jurdy.
In respect for the open meeting laws, I have not spoken with Supervisor Hamburg about this or any other supervisor. And so I have a question in this open meeting. The resolution is very straightforward, and I really can't see anyone voting against it. It's so straightforward. But it talks about 6 months for the study, or up to 6 months for the study. But what then? I mean, so if the study comes back, and let's just say it says that this is creating a heightened danger for communities, for neighboring property owners, there needs to be somebody that drafts up some proposed regulations to then impose to prevent that heightened danger. And so it seems to me that we'd want to have some indication about who might that be that would help draft that up and move as quickly as possible. Because I guess in my mind, the worst case scenario would be the study is undertaken, but practice continues, because after all, it is just a request, and then it takes the county another 6-8 months to actually draft up some regulations. So we're in the next fire season. So I'd just like to be able to see the county move as quickly as possible, should that study confirm what many people believe.
And all I would say to that, Supervisor, is one step at a time. I mean, obviously, there are some more radical ideas out there than what is presented in this resolution, which, as I said, I think is extremely, I think it's mild. I think it's reasonable. There definitely are other ideas out there that might be deemed to be less reasonable. Not by me necessarily, but certainly by the timber operators. So I think that depending on what comes back in this study, the board will either choose to act or the board will choose to not act. I mean, that's true of every issue. But I think if we choose to act, we do have alternatives. Now, we could also end up being in a court of law with the timber operators. You could say, well, you guys don't have a right to do this. And that comes back to the county council's opinion. And if you look at Government Code Section 51115.5, it does seem to give the Board of Supervisors the authority to legislate over issues of the public health and public safety, even as they pertain to timber operations.
Hey, can we please have order, or I will clear this room? I'll give you warning. I will do that. Any other comments, supervisors? Do you have professional testimony, Supervisor Hamburg, from any individual that you want to further hear from?
No.
Okay, so that's it for the presentation in favor.
That's it for me right now.
Okay. And, okay, this is a resolution back at that time?
Yeah, I'm just passing around a copy of the resolution that the Board of Supervisors passed in October of 1994, dealing specifically with this issue.
And this wasn't in our packet. I did not see it.
You know, I have to admit, Chair Brown, I saw it about 2 hours ago.
Okay. Didn't know.
I didn't either, but I should have known.
Okay. Supervisor Woodhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to present a different point of view. I guess I should say that I'm learning a lot about this issue quickly, and I have a lot more to learn. One thing I know for sure is that my wife and son and daughter and sister and friends are all against the use of herbicides and don't really listen to the other part of the argument that I give. Emotionally, I'm against it. We are going to be speaking about herbicides in our valley mitigation area, and I'm going to be advocating against that and possibly bring that to the board for their consideration. That's government telling other government they shouldn't do something. This is telling private property owners what they should do. when you look at the dead standing trees, there's nobody that's going to say that's a beautiful picture. We don't have any pictures of dead standing trees on our walls. I live in the forest, and I've been fighting tan oak for 35 years and losing the battle. It just sprouts up and it burns really hot with a lot of oil, even when it's just freshly cut. You're supposed to legally wait. I shouldn't say this around Cal Fire, but I tend to cut it down and burn it right away. So if you want to get me for a fine, I do it all the time. I'll call you. It really is dangerous, and when you see it go up, when it's sopping wet and it's drizzling out there, and you throw it on a burn pile, and you have to run back from the heat, you turn back to the other trees around your house and realize those are just fire torches beside my house, and so we're thinning them out. The first 10 years we lived there, we just didn't cut any trees. I think it's a miracle that trees grow. I love them. But then you realize you have to manage around your house, and the more you become aware of fire danger, it just scares the hell out of you. And the smoke is in the air, and the helicopters are coming over the hill. Nothing scares me. This doesn't scare me as much as that. I'd rather do this every day. It's a bigger subject. The people that own the timber, I hope you can hear what I say, because I think it has value. I think most people in the room, I won't make that generalization. The people that own the timber and have invested millions of dollars, it's very important that we keep them in the county. Timber and the harvesting of it and being neighbors with them is our future. I want more jobs for young people and training for them to use natural resources. So I vote for things like logging and gravel extraction and asphalt, because we need to have an economy. And some people won't like the decisions I make, but we have to have jobs. And I want to talk about each issue with you all and absorb the anger, because there are 2 or 10 sides to every argument, and I definitely respect all of yours. But I think you have to take into account the timber people have had this, what I think I can call a stupid plan for 20 or 30 years, the hack and squirt. And when they do a logging plan to get the redwood and the fir out of there that they want, they have to agree to get rid of this weed, the tan oak. And financially, this is the cheapest thing. I mean, we all protested all this about hack and squirt 20 years ago and fought the timber wars, and the timberlands are now devastated. So a lot of our suspicions were correct. We do have good intuition. But if we tell them they can't treat those trees, then they cannot log their property and complete plans they have in process now. If that was me, that would bankrupt me. I don't want to send that message that the timber wars are back on and we're going to struggle and fight with the timber owners. We all have to work together and try a different model. What we have are devastated lands with this horrible consequence from destroying them of huge tan oak forests that are very dangerous. Even if we don't cut them down or kill them, when they're green and alive, they're equally dangerous for huge canopy fires. But I don't know the difference between the BTUs and the fire danger to our guys and women out there, between the dead standing trees with the leaves off and the live green trees with the leaves on. I think those are very dangerous too. But I don't feel like I have enough information to tell somebody. I don't believe government should be telling me what to do or telling you what to do just because it's a popular thing. And I know that's kind of a fringe, more of like my predecessor Johnny Pinches felt that way about personal property rights. And the older I get, I'm getting like that too. So I'm not trying to engage in an argument with you, but I have a different opinion than Supervisor Hamburg. I would like to get the study and get the intelligence and get the timber companies and the people doing this, give them an opportunity to stand here and give us alternatives. I mean, they're the ones that are on the spot. It's not like you caught me killing all the trees on my land. They're the ones that have created this little PR problem to try to make a profit. And we need to listen to them and see what they plan to do about it. I think digging them out is not financially viable and probably tears up the land and makes more petrochemical mess than anything. I don't understand why they can't cut them down and provide firewood to poor people or jobs for young people or some kind of give the wood to people that can make furniture, whatever. I know when I make firewood, it takes all day. I destroy my equipment and my clothes and make a mess and all the gas, and we just give a lot of it away to poor people because selling it for $200 or $300, it's a waste of money. You can't make a living doing it. You're kind of working yourself out of a job. But I love thinning out the wood and burning it and releasing the big trees and just making it look pretty and more fire safe. I want to hear from who we think are our enemies and let them be part of this conversation. I think that's how I would want to be treated if I was them. And I appreciate your listening to me because I know it's not what you want to hear, but I feel very clearly that it's just the way forward. Rather than to win or to stop somebody or to tell somebody what to do, you at least have the courtesy to ask them, what can you do to make this better? They're the ones that need to identify immediately the most dangerous parts on their land that say were hacked in the last year or two, and give us maps and work with the fire people to protect us so we know where those hot spots are to save their lives. I care more about the lives of the people than a little poison on the ground. But the long-term effects of this stuff is likely bad. I'm not stupid. But I think the effect of telling timber companies we're back to this struggle with you, I know you won't like this part. I'm just going to keep talking until you boo. But there are different sides of arguments. But we're really telling this is what you won't like. And it's
Supervisor Woodhouse?
Yes.
You've actually broken the rules of procedure.
Sorry about
and spoken too long. Please wind up your remarks, please.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're through? Okay. Thank you. And I will tell everyone out here, we're going to go on with the agenda. We're going to go with Supervisor McCowan, and then we're going to hear from forest landowners. But I have a mixed bag of cards. I know some of you personally and have known you for years. We're two good friends that have worked together for years. One says they're in support of the agenda item, and the other says they're against. So, but I know they're probably on the same side. So it's just how you looked at the agenda item. So we're going to have a real mixed bag of how we go forward on this. We were trying to divide the cards as Supervisor Hamburg wanted done, but that's not going to work if their meaning, which I think is different. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that I think is glaringly obvious is there's a huge oversight currently in the forestry regulations that are overseen by the State Board of Forestry, that apparently there is no requirement whatsoever that enhanced fire danger be assessed as part of timber operations. And that's one factor that I would think the board unanimously ought to be able to agree on, that the regulations by which forestry operations are conducted should be updated to include an assessment of fire hazard enhancement. And this risk is not uniform across the landscape due to a lot of factors, and some of them are individual microclimates, but it's also related to the interface with residential neighbors, and are those neighbors immediately upslope? Are they across the canyon? But all of these factors, just like they consider the impact to a domestic water source, well, it certainly should include the potential impact to a dwelling as well. So, you know, and this part of it isn't simply a Mendocino County issue. I think it's a statewide issue in any county that has significant forestry operations.
Thank you. So now I would invite forest landowners to come forward to give a presentation on their particular lands and their practices that have to do with hack and squirt and tan oaks. So who would like to come forward to speak to that? Please come forward. State your name for the record.
Madam Chair, rest of the board, my name is Mike Janai. I work for Mendocino Redwood Company and Humboldt Redwood Company. And Madam Chair, I have the same problem that Jim Little had. I had some pictures 5 copies. Can I?
Absolutely, because
hand
we
them
can
across?
make copies, but at least the supervisors will get them themselves.
Thank you. When Mendocino Redwood Company was formed in 1998, none of you were board members at the time, I believe. And so I'd like to give you just a few brief introduction to our company, what we've done in those past years, and why we find ourselves in this situation today. When we began in business, we inherited land. We purchased land, not inherited. We purchased the land that had quite a rough row of management on it. Everybody in this room would agree upon that. And we also listened to many of the people that are here in this room about what they thought the downsides of that type of operation led to. And we adjusted our management to address the issues back then. That meant reducing the harvest rate so that, as Bill Heil described to you, we would be growing bigger trees on the land into the future. We have built inventory as a business on those forested acres. In addition, in the tan oak stands that once were dominated by conifers, we set about a restoration project in which to turn that trend around. And that meant treating tan oak and replanting conifers. We have thus far planted 8.8 million trees on the property. We have treated tan oak on the property by killing it. This has done one thing that I think has been lost in some of the conversations to date, and that is to take acres that had many, many, many stems of tan oak as a result of the cutting and the sprouting, and reduce the number of trees on the landscape. And this figures in importantly when we're talking about whether or not the issue of frill treatment, or as you call it, hack and squirt, actually creates a fire hazard. Along with that, we have invested many dollars in road restoration projects and upgrade crossings. We would not have done that work and done frill treatment on our property were we not in this for the long haul. And if we believed that this type of treatment of tan oak is actually leading to increased fire hazard and risk. It simply has not been our experience as we've managed the lands. In 2008, when we had the lightning storm, we had frilled acres burn, and largely those acres that burned, the fire stayed on the ground. If you look at the pictures that I provided you, you will see the first picture that I provided you is an overly dense stand and thicket of mix of conifers and tan oak. That is pre-treatment. The next photo that you'll get to is one where we have just completed the frill treatment. The leaves are off the trees at this point, but you can see that the canopy, the overall canopy in that second picture is widely spaced, and it would be very, very difficult for that forest to burn in a catastrophic crown fire. You don't have enough crown left after the treatment to carry a fire. It will drop to the ground, and that's the point at which firefighters feel a lot more comfortable going in, putting in lines, and stopping the fire. More recently, in the lodge fire last summer, CAL FIRE went into property that we have out in that drainage and stopped the fire's advance to the west by backfiring through one of our frill treatments. So I think a question ought to be asked of CAL FIRE whether or not they in fact feel the same way that I am portraying our feelings on this. The other point I want to make is that we go through a great deal of long-term planning. It is required as a large landowner to provide the state with our plan for sustainable harvesting. The treatment of tan oak and the replanting of conifers figures in greatly to that long-term plan. It is part of our forest management. It is also a very important piece of our draft habitat conservation plan that has been shared with this community. The habitat development that we're projecting for that plan is dependent upon some tan oak treatment. I'm here today not to oppose the idea of getting out and looking at this closely. I believe that's in everybody's best interest, and we fully support that. I would ask the board to consider a variant on the resolution, and that is to convene a local group that includes the fire chiefs throughout the county, that includes members of the public that have raised concerns about this, and that includes forest managers. Not only us, MRC, but also other non-industrial landowners that use this same treatment on their properties as well. I think we could come back to the board with recommendations of what might be appropriate methods to employ in Mendocino County. And I will add that we have had, as long as we have used frill treatments, internal policies that we do when we're using frill up against the urban interface that has been described. So if you have any questions for me, I'm more than happy to answer them. I want to point out this idea of a moratorium isn't so easy to implement, given that we have plans in the process that are a natural part of our working schedule. And we can't just set aside time with trees that have to be planted to respond to forest practice rules. And also, I would ask you to consider the impacts a moratorium might have on the people that are actually doing the work for us. We employ 25 to 30 people that do frill treatment for us. There's probably another 25 that do frill treatment for other companies in Mendocino County. What are those people going to do over that 6-month period? Thank you.
Thank you, and please, no comments. We do have a question from Supervisor Jurdy.
Thank you, Mike, for being here. I don't know if we've met maybe once or twice at public meetings, but you know, the Fisher family that owns MRC is pretty well known that they've got good political connections in Sacramento. Mr. Fisher's chair of the Strategic Growth Council, for example, which is a very small state entity of like maybe 6 or 7 employees. I can't hear you. The Strategic Growth Council is a small entity of maybe 5 or 6 state employees, but they do give out grants, and it's specifically charged with trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and helping the state of California and the people of California adapt to climate change that is taking place. And it does seem that this is impacting the forests here in Mendocino County, the climate change and the drought. I mean, I have an article here about NASA and others are predicting that by 2100 that there's an 80% chance of a 35-year plus drought in the West. We may be in it right now. Some meteorologists believe that we're maybe part of that right now. The longest drought in California was 240 years. Followed 50 years later by another drought of 180. So the droughts that we're normally accustomed to dealing with are maybe in the 5-year range, and so we may be in a new normal now. And I would just urge you to take your message back up the chain of command that your company has significant influence beyond the influence of this county government or this board of supervisors, and they have the ability to make changes in Sacramento, redirect state funds, because there really could be a new paradigm in that there could be productive uses of these hardwoods other than just leaving them out in the woods. And But really, it's your company that probably could muscle its way through Sacramento and create the means to create a productive use, whether it's biomass, biochar, other productive uses that has been analyzed and discussed and supported for years here in Mendocino County, but we just don't have the political muscle of your company. So I just might send that message up the food chain.
Can I address that just really quickly? Because one thing that gets lost in this discussion is the fact that tan oak's always been a part of this environment. And we have many, many more tan oak trees out in our forest today than we once had. We're not out to eliminate tan oaks, nor waste tan oaks, but to restore a balance. And there have been a lot of energy and water uptake of those trees over the years pulled into the existing tan oak stands. There, in my opinion only, there is a real benefit that is provided by leaving the trees on the site to die and decompose. Lots of our acres prior to even the LP assault on the land were burned, clear cut, and burned again. And there's a very small amount of forest stuff left in a lot of those areas. If you walk around, it's like walking around on marbles on much of our ownership and almost bare mineral soil. I believe that the tan oak duff created by frill treatment will actually hold moisture in the soil longer, will recycle and be a better nutrient for a forward growing forest.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, you know, I appreciate your idea, Mike, about convening people in the county, you know, the fire districts and the Fire Safe Council and, you know, other people who are on the front lines of this struggle. But what I think we're lacking is scientific expertise. And frankly, I don't see it in your company. I don't see it in CAL FIRE necessarily. I don't know that it's, I mean, maybe it's there. I mean, there is a study that is, again, in our packet that Hugh Scanlon, who is the unit chief for CAL FIRE in Humboldt County, did, which showed that forests that are treated the way you are treating tan oak tend to mimic the effects of sudden oak death, and that they do create more dangerous fire conditions for firefighters, for communities, et cetera. So, I mean, I think it'd be great to convene all these people. You know, I'm a politician, I love to have meetings. But is it really gonna get to the nitty gritty? I mean, like I said before, I've seen studies that show that treated forests are highly flammable, so flammable, as one person pointed out, that firefighters really can't fight, they can't go near the fires. But I haven't seen studies that show the opposite. I haven't seen the study that backs up what you're saying. And I think that's exactly what this editorial said. We need a real analysis that we can all feel confident in. And I don't think the people in this room and in that other room over there, Conference Room C, are going to be all that convinced by what MRC says. Not MRC's bad guys, but you know, when I was on the Board of Supervisors in the 80s, we used to have Louisiana Pacific come in here and tell us how they were running a sustainable timber operation. And we were supposed to believe that. And now you, a current timber operator, come to us and say, oh, those guys, you know, they really screwed up the forest, they messed it up. But that isn't what they were saying 30 years ago. They were saying they'd be here forever, they love Mendocino County.
Supervisor Hamburg, are you asking a question? You've lost your time limit.
I'm doing the same thing. Madam Chair.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will stop.
Supervisor Hamburg,
yes.
Can I address that? I think if Mr. Scanlon was here today, he would give you a little bit different view of his research, because it was very temporal in nature. He was looking at a specific stand at a specific time and taking a snapshot look. versus the span of how tan oak as a tree, once frilled, actually reacts to being killed, and it is a staged breakdown. The leaves drop off with about in the first year. They're in a state of decomposition on the ground.
Right.
He looked at a south-facing slope at one point in time and made that assertion. I brought, if you are willing to look at it today, I brought 2 pieces of tan oak that is a dry firewood that's hard and has lots of BTUs. And then one after 5 years of treatment.
Yeah.
If all of you have been around tan oak, it's unique in the way it breaks down when it is killed. Whether you cut it for firewood and leave it in round form, or whether or not you frill it. It immediately starts a internal fermentation process and gets very soft very quick. And with our marine influences, that material soaks up the fog moisture in the summertime when it comes in. That was not what he was looking at. And what I am suggesting is getting people like him involved in looking at this with all of us as well. I'm not disputing the fact that we lack science on this, but I think we could look at this together and get a better outcome.
And Mr. Janai, if you do give us a look, we have to keep them. Because once you turn it in, it's ours. So that's your warning, if you would like us to look at them.
I think all of you are familiar. If you want to look, let me know. I brought it just so that you could feel it and touch it. It is quite different. Sort of like holding up a piece of balsa wood compared to a piece of tan oak firewood.
Sure. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A brief comment, then a brief question. The comment is,
It's on.
It's on. So the comment is that MRC is not the only company or entity in Mendocino County that employs this practice, although on a much smaller scale, the Conservation Fund, Jackson Demonstration State Forest do occasionally use this practice. MRC much more so by virtue of being the largest timberland owner in the county. But I think we should recognize and respect that Mr. Janai is here today to provide his perspective to answer questions. And one question that has come up in meeting with a couple of community members a couple of days ago, and none of us knew the answer, but the treatment of tan oak areas as your company does it, is that done as part of an approved timber harvest plan, or are you able to just go out and do this in areas that you just simply choose to do it in?
We could do that by giving the information to the county ag advisor. Typically, within our ownership, I don't know the percentage, but I would wager that 95% of our treatment is tied to an individual timber harvest plan. And it is stated in that timber harvest plan that we are going to treat tan oak. Because CAL FIRE and the forest practice rules don't address the use of herbicides, we merely say we're going to treat it and then make a decision post-harvest how we're going to approach the treatment depending on what we see.
And then one follow-up, that perhaps 5% where it's not part of a current THP, it would still be part of a approved long-range management plan?
It would be 2 different things. It could be part of our HCP plan that is
Habitat Conservation Plan.
Yes, Habitat Conservation Plan, and our sustained yield plan that is a draft to enhance either our timber growth and yield or our habitat development that we're projecting in that plan. We also use herbicides that aren't associated with a THP to knock out exotics like pampas grass, Scotch broom on the property. That's why I said, you know, there is some that is not attached straight to timber harvest plans.
Thank you.
Any other questions, or we go forward? Okay.
Go to the public.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Janai, thank you very much. CAL FIRE, do you have comment? There were several referrals to CAL FIRE, so I'm inviting you up.
Thank you. Yeah, we're kind of
answer.
used to that. Chris Ronnie, Unit Chief, CAL FIRE, Mendocino Unit. First off, as part of the board packet, and I did read through it, honest Supervisor Hamburg. I'm sure. There was a part of that packet included a letter that was sent to Chief Williams from the Albion District relating to, it was from Dave Shue in our Sacramento office, relating to the linkage to what we can provide as CAL FIRE. And certainly we would be willing to, and it would be through my prevention shop, Sean Zimmermaker, whom you met last time and is here today if you're interested to talk to him. But our pre-fire engineering outfit is there. He would also have maps of fire history of the area, of any area in the county, and actually as we look to the overall CWPP, that's what we would encourage. And we actually spent a bit of time this morning discussing about how the county might actually put all this together, because your 6B and 6C are inextricably intertwined, as I see it. And ultimately, we would like to see a more cohesive approach from a countywide perspective, and that's where I think we could provide some degree of assistance to you. So we certainly would like to see some study, because you're also correct, Supervisor Hamburg, in the dearth of information as it relates to this. What we have primarily at this point is empirical information. We look at what happened on the lodge, and it is true. We stopped it on the west side, burning through a hack and squirt area. We had spotting in the Flynn incident out at Comshie. It spotted into a hack squirt area. That's where we controlled it. The flip side is we are seeing enhanced fire behavior on a statewide basis. When I first started in this with the Forest Service in late 60s, kind of ages me, a large fire was 50,000 acres. That was a really big fire. You went south to the Angeles to go dig one of those up. Today, 50,000 acres, we've done that twice in 2 years. In 2012, past incident was 50,000, and of course in 2008, with 133 fires, we burned 50,000 acres. But the fact remains is we're seeing 250,000 acres sometimes. So there is a change in what's occurring in the state of California. And I think it is incumbent on us to understand the totality of that change. And this strikes me as an opportunity to at least look at some of the elements involved in that through a community-wide or a county-wide planning process.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You made the comment, I think the lodge fire was actually stopped at, you know, what we could call either a hack and squirt area or a frilled treatment area, but it's a area where we are killing tan oak, or the company is.
Right.
So then your assessment of the impact to fire hazard of these treatment areas, do you have enough experience or information to offer any opinion on that? Because, you know, logically it kind of seems like you're creating a lot of dead trees. Just, you know, intuitively that would seem to increase fire danger.
Right.
But what's the practice or experience?
The practical level, and of course, we as in the fire always talk about fire triangle. You need fuel, you need heat, and you need ignition. Okay, and so it's and how things come into alignment is probably the single most critical thing. In the case of the lodge, the really heightened level of activity occurred on that incident actually on the east side, and it was part of the wilderness area, and was driven by terrain, very, very steep. It was untouched, old oaks and chamise, and it got into alignment with the wind. And so up that sucker came, and it burned very aggressively for several hours, and made a rapid and a dangerous approach to our personnel on the ridgetop. Similar thing occurred just right over here on the Black incident last year, and it was 400 acres. But again, we had wind alignment along with fuels, along with terrain. Everything came together. So,
and then the moisture overnight laid down the black fire.
That's correct. So calling a given instance of fire severity based solely on one element within that can lead to some false conclusions. We depend a lot on modeling, in the case of fuel modeling, what kinds of fire behavior you might expect, but it still is key to what's your weather doing, and it's probably one of the more critical elements, along with the conditions of the fuel and the terrain and everything coming into alignment. The other factor that I think enters a lot into it, as I pointed out to the board 2 years ago, in 2008, we burned 50,000 acres with 133 starts. In 2012, we burned 50,000 acres, 55 actually, on the North Pass with 2 lightning fires. And it was all about access. One of the big differences in managed timberlands, of course, is your access is immensely better. So that can play a role in terms of what our capabilities are. However, I would have to somewhat qualify that because, as was pointed out, in 2008, we ran out of people and out of apparatus. There are not 133 fire engines in this county. So you are going to have problems if you have a large number of starts, and then you have to start establishing priorities. Where are you going to go? So I'd be hesitant to simplify all of that. But at the same time, I do think it is of value to gain more knowledge, and as Chief Hsu pointed out in his letter, we are available to provide whatever assistance we can in providing you some basic data, information on fire history, and possibly utilizing folks like you, Scanlon, because we do have some extremely skilled modelers looking at fuel models as it relates to ERCs, things like that.
Thank you.
Chief Rowney, I don't know if this is for you or perhaps one of your staff, but mainly Supervisor Hamburg has brought this forward due to Albion and COMSHI meetings that have been held. Do they have other fire threats in Albion and COMSHI? And if they do, what are those threats? Is there been good clearing around those homes, underbrush, etc.? What do you see as fire threats in COMSHI and Albion?
Sean is here, and he can certainly speak to that if you have a few moments. I'd prefer that our prevention chief speak to that specific issue.
And actually, it came to mind how do you balance that with also a danger of tan oak?
That's correct, and it does come back to what one of the chiefs mentioned earlier. I believe it was Chief Little. Is how things ignite is one of our key issues.
Okay. Yes.
So I can certainly have Sean step up and give you some quick numbers if you wish.
I would really appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Board. Sean Zermaker, Mendocino Battalion Chief within the Prevention Bureau. First, I'd just like to address your question, refer back to Chief Little's topic of the importance of how fire starts. So we can discuss the fuel load and the potential, but it really all boils down to how a fire starts and what our major causes are. And I prepared this information just for a meeting that we had with Albion and made a fairly big box. The box ranged from Highway 1 down 128 up 253, 101, back over 20. So a fairly large box. Within that box, I looked at fire starts over the past 10 years. Within that, we had just over 1,000 fires. Yes, 1,000 fires. It was 1,030. Of these fires, 60% of them were caused by either structures, vehicles, or a debris burn, someone with a burn barrel in the back when it was still allowed, or a burn pile. That also counted bonfires on the beach, because it did capture that one area, Highway 1 area. So that captured 60% of the fires were structures or vehicles or a pile associated generally with a structure in a dooryard burn pile. 40% were wildland fires. Of that 40%, there was so the 40%, it was 426 fires Of that, 22 of those fires were caused by lightning in that entire decade. So from what I see from the from fire causes, it's really humans. It's where the humans are that cause the most problems. The most problems we see within that box as well were in the Fort Bragg area, the Mendocino area, Boonville, Ukiah, and a portion of Willits where 101 turned to 20. So from that aspect, our prevention measures are generally looking on what are human caused, and that's why we try our defensible space inspections, our 4290 inspections as well. I would have to go back and look at the numbers to see how people are adhering to those. I don't have those stats for you here. Generally within this county, when our inspectors do go out, this is venturing a guess, but most people tend to have pretty good clearance around their homes. If not, once it's identified, people are generally pretty aware and are on top of getting the structure cleared around those homes. Back in addressing specific issues that you asked about, I would go back, and this worked perfectly with the last meeting we had with Albion. We're looking at different ways to try and update the CWPP. Mendocino unit, we update the fire plan, a portion of the CWPP yearly. So we have a new revision coming out in 2015, which does address certain fire issues that are brought to our battalion chiefs. They tend to be larger landowners that just simply because it's a lot simpler to get one landowner or two landowners to work on a project versus 50 to do a fuel break. That plan has those certain projects outlined in it and the goals that we're trying to accomplish with each of those projects. The CWPP was last updated in '05. That portion is more of a collaboration with the community, which can be identified as a road association, a fire district, or just as simply as a cluster of homes. It's a collaboration between that district, the local fire district, and then CAL FIRE. We're exploring options right now to try and figure out how to make this update occur annually and make it to where the community has more input and it's easier to get those inputs uploaded. The Fire Safe Council, Mendocino Fire Safe Council, is greatly stressed right now. Really, they have one person really going at it and they're running out of funding, which as far as I know is all just privately donated funds. So we do have an issue there. Actually have a meeting with them tomorrow where we're going to explore the different ways where we could try to get it more of a community based where each community can identify their specific problems or risks, and then with collaboration with all the stakeholders within that community, the fire district, and ultimately CAL FIRE, those projects can be uploaded into a grand umbrella that is the Fire Safe Council. I don't know. Did I get to your topic?
Yes, and I do appreciate it. Well, at least it's, it's giving me an idea of what is being done, what has been done. But I know you're doing lots of inspections and as well with properties and clearing, making people aware, or they can be cited, trying to do the education as well. So I just wanted to hear what you were finding. Everything you had to say was great to hear. I really do appreciate it. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm if I heard correctly, of the 426 fires that I believe you classified as wildland, 22 were caused by lightning strikes within the defined area.
That is correct, just for that large box that was created. And that's one thing that we had offered to any of these groups that would like to pursue the CWPPs is we have access to all the data, we have mapping software. We can do these sorts of general analysis and look at an isolated community or the county as a whole.
And then the balance then presumably would have been as a result of, people doing something out in the environment.
That's correct. I didn't break it down, but our other cause classes are going to be things like a vehicle cause, equipment, someone running a welder or a grinder. The vehicle can cover anything from a chain being dragged to a muffler driving through hot grass. It covers railroads, arson, and we have 12 or 13 classifications. And to go back to Chief Little's comments as well, one thing that we don't currently have a cause class for, but I think would be very beneficial just for tracking purposes, is some of these illicit activities that occur, because we have seen a raise in those fires caused from that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I might, I'm just kind of watching the hour dwindle, the time dwindle, and I know we've got a lot of people who came here to speak to the resolution, and it seems like we keep drifting off of the resolution, which is a request that the timber companies cease the practice of leaving dead trees on the landscape for 6 months, and that we commence this fire analysis. And
Okay,
I would really
Supervisor,
like to get back
public-
onto that topic. Thank
Okay,
you.
so what you're asking for is public comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want to thank you very much. I think this has been very educational. And actually, I was going to ask for that, Supervisor Hamburg, when supervisors were through asking their questions. I was also going to go to break. We have been sitting here for over 2 hours.
Let's not break.
So, but we do have someone that is pleading with me that thank you, sir, that wants to speak because he probably has an appointment in court. But I'm afraid not to let him get up and speak. Mr. Barry Vogel, will you please restate your name? And you will be given no longer than 3 minutes.
Thank you. I speak as a forest timberland owner, owning property twice as long as MRC has, and they're my neighbor immediately to the south. As an attorney, I will tell you that you have the authority in the competently written documents that your county council has given you to protect our health and safety, and that's what I want you to do. And the way I want you to do it is to amend the good resolution that has been presented. And I want it to be amended to be an ordinance. And the reason I want you to amend it to be an ordinance is so that all of the details that we've heard for the past, since 1:30, for the past several hours, for which a break is needed, can be investigated pending keeping the status quo. The status quo is not hacking and squirting. The status quo is what I have done as a forest landowner, using the California Forest Improvement money to cut down the tan oaks and cut down the madrones, manually release them. It achieves the same purpose. I've been told by a forester at MRC that costs a little more. But what is our goal here? Our goal here is to protect the health and the safety of the people of this county. And you, the 5 of you, have the authority to do that. And we are watching you. And if you vote for it, it will never be forgotten. It is an ordinance, or minimally a resolution. If you don't vote for it, that will never be forgotten. And as you brought out, there are many of us here who would like to speak. Many of us also have to leave. We thought that we would have had an opportunity to do so by now. And I would like to ask everyone in this room and in conference room C, where someone may take account, to please stand and show their support for passing an ordinance or a resolution to stop the killing of dead trees.
Your time is up. Thank you.
The killing of live trees. Thank you.
Okay, we're going for a break. How did he get the legal opinion, Dan?
You invited him.
See, I'll be calling your name out just a little bit before you can come speak. I don't know if there's going to be room in the chambers or not. It's not on in C?
Carrie?
Yes.
Get some order in here. Come on, everybody, let's go.
We need to have everybody seated. And as I previously announced, the people in room C, I'm going to be calling out their name just a bit before to speak. Okay. From room C, if you'd like to come forward, Katrina Fry, please be ready to speak. I'd like to call
She's right here.
Who?
Katrina.
Okay. It'll be just 1 minute. I'll call you up, Katrina. You'll be right behind the first speaker, Charlie Acker.
Charlie, do you want these back? Or you want to? You'd like to have them passed around?
Well, if he gives them to us.
If he gives them to us, they're turned in.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
They're turned in.
That's fine.
Okay, I would like to tell speakers that you have 3 minutes. Please do not repeat what's already been said, but take note of that particular speaker, and you can say you're in support of what they have to say. We're going to keep going. You need to realize, which was brought to my attention by Supervisor Jurdy, we have a 5:30 rule. We adjourn at 5:30.
Well, we don't have to.
If the majority of the board votes, or any member of this board that calls the 5:30 rule, we do. Please go forward.
Thank you very much. I won't introduce myself again since you've already heard from me. I would point out that the Forest Practice Act used to talk about a balance between timber uses and water uses in the forest. And since I'm a water purveyor, manager of 2 public water districts, I look at the forest as our water resource. And sometimes this is lost, I think, in the way things are managed. One of the main issues that I look at that may be lacking in the regulatory end of things is the cumulative effects of concentrated harvest activities all in one area, causing various problems, and certainly in the sense of hack and squirt. And I did make these large photographs available that are from the Google Earth view. There was also a video that went around, but it shows the concentration of this type of activity, which incidentally you can see rather clearly on this publicly available internet feature through Google. And you can actually zoom in and see individual trees now. This is something that just has not been available until recently. So, and as part of what I do in terms of water supply is study the climate and study drought. And as has been mentioned, there's plenty of that to look forward to. One of my heroes is no longer living, but Rob Scholars wrote a book about the pygmy forest, but it was also in the forest issues that surround the pygmy areas. And one of the parts that made most sense to me was about the canopy and fog drip and how important this is. So as my time ticks down, I wanted to make a point that I don't think has been heard, which is the decision-making process of some of our corporate entities, which is based on the bottom line generally. And the trouble with that, if we all made decisions based on just the bottom line, what would happen to our families? I mean, children are too expensive to raise, and it'd be cheaper to sell them. So it's not we need a new decision tree. And my opinion is that in the long run, doing the right thing can be profitable. And so with that, I'll leave you 12 minutes for somebody else. 12 seconds, that are.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
I'd like to call up Katrina Fry.
Hello, my name is Katrina Fry. I'm the Executive Director of Fry Vineyards, and thank you, Madam Chairman and the board, for the opportunity to speak. And I'm here to represent another vibrant agricultural industry of Mendocino County, the wine industry, and how we are impacted by fires. As we've heard, in June of 2008, There were suddenly 133 fires burning throughout the county. These burned, as we know, throughout the whole summer and fall. That year, Fry Vineyards purchased from 35 different growers in Redwood Valley, Potter Valley, Calpella, and Ukiah. Even though the closest fires were burning across Highway 101, every single of batches of grapes that we brought in that year was flawed by smoke taint, greatly diminishing the very high standards of quality that, as we all know, Mendocino fruit typically represent. For Fry Vineyards, in spite of purchasing a $30,000 piece of filter equipment, we couldn't clean up the wine up to our usual standards, so most of it became unsellable. We ended up selling almost 3/4 of our grapes juice that year as vinegar stock, and it resulted in over $1 million loss for Fry Vineyards that year. And there were similar devastating losses for the majority of the other wineries in Mendocino County. So, fires have a huge negative impact on the Mendocino wineries. I think it would be prudent of the board, to look at the whole economy of the county and to pass this moratorium resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed O'Brien. He was actually the first to turn in his card at 10:30 a.m. this morning.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'll make it very swift. I urge you to either pass this resolution or an ordinance of the same. I think when we found out that this board had actually made this stance in 1984, it should be very clear where this county stands. This is a regulating of an industry. It is your job. You should do it. And firefighters will depend on the fact that they're going into an area that may be smoky, but it's not poisonous. There's a big difference. We're used to smoke. We go where the smoke is and all the defensible things in the world. We still stand between the fire and the houses, and we try to do our best. But to find out that later on this might have been poison smoke, I don't think is something I want to bring home to the rest of the families. I thank you very much.
Madge Strong.
Thank you very much. I'm Madge Strong. And I wanted to also urge that you make the resolution even stronger and have it be binding for the 6-month period during which you're studying, because you also have on record a precautionary principle that the Board of Soups passed a number of years back, which says if you don't have enough information to do something, if you can't prove that it's okay to do it, it's better not to do it. And I think what Barry Vogel said was accurate in that respect, that it's better to hand cut the tan oaks, and in fact that's not a problem for employing the 25 to 30 people. Let them hand cut instead of hack and squirt. So I also just wanted to quickly make an announcement that tomorrow night at 6:30, Willett City Council will be taking up a resolution that I brought to them regarding the Caltrans use of herbicides in Little Lake Valley. And I was very pleased to hear what Supervisor Woodhouse said regarding that. And I hope the Willett City Council and Board of Soups both advise Caltrans not to use herbicides right on our creeks in Little Lake Valley. So thank you very much.
Next up, Ted Williams.
I'll try to be brief. I was brought into this discussion when I was urged by my community to review a 758-acre THP in our fire district. I went out on a field tour. I asked questions. I researched. I wrote a letter November 14th asking questions along 7 themes, basically what all of us would ask. What's the plan here? Who will be responsible for abating brush? Are there any fire risks? To date, I haven't received a response back from CAL FIRE. There may not be any culpability. This is just the state process, and this is one of my concerns is there's so much latency in state process that in the 4th year of a drought, I don't want to wait for the state to react. Could be years. In the process of studying, I found the Board of Forestry protects the forest, but who protects the residents from the forest? I think this is the job of the county and arguably the fire districts. But this problem spans fire districts. It would be better for the county to solve it as a whole in a consistent manner than have the fire districts attempt to address it individually. With 1 million trees manufactured dead and standing, there's virtually no oversight. Where is the problem? Does the county have maps? Does the county inspect the roads to know that fire apparatus can pass the roads? Are the roads maintained? Or after THP, will the roads be unmaintained for 15 years before the next entry? What chemicals are used, if any? Where are they used? Are they hazards to firefighters? We're not tracking this information at a county level yet. We're asking volunteers to go out and fight these fires to protect their neighbors. We're likely to be first on scene of fires. CAL FIRE, during a busy year, will be at population centers. Our county will be staffed largely by volunteers. At least initially, it'll be volunteers on scene. It's also because in many of our districts, the volunteers live close to the fire, whereas CAL FIRE will be coming from another district, in our case from Mendocino or from Boonville. Imagine you're coming at night, mutual aid to help neighbors in another community, and you don't know where the hazards are. I think we can find some common ground with the industry. I heard on KZYX there was an hour program with Mike Janai, and towards the end he agreed there is a fire risk, but he believes it's short term. Is short term 2 years? With climate change, with a drier climate, is it 4 years? I hear the don't worry about it, which reminds me of the tobacco industry. But this is their job. A corporation's job is to generate profit for its owner. It's not to be a moral compass and look out for its community. It's not a member of the community like grandma's a member. We have a social contract in my community that we look out for each other. We don't create hazards that will affect our neighbors. We can't, by design, we can't ask for the same from a corporation. We can ask for that from the government to provide oversight. I think that's our job here today. Saying it's a short-term problem is like saying a drunk driver is a short-term problem, or climate change is a short-term problem, in that the planet may be less inhabitable for a short period of time. There's research on the topic that shows us that that there is a fire risk. Do any of you want to ask a question? Otherwise, I'm out of time.
Okay. You don't have the red light yet, sir. Okay, now you do. Thank you. No questions. This is public comment, but don't leave, Mr. Williams, Chief Williams. You may have a question. I would like Elizabeth C. Rydell to start coming from Conference Room C. I'd like to call Jim Maston.
Good afternoon, Chair Brown and Supervisors. I'm Jim Maston, President of the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council, and contrary to some comments earlier, we are not dead. We're still standing. Funding is limited, however. We did help to coordinate the CWPP in 2005, and in 2010 we did pull together a countywide commission to start the review process of the CWPP. However, there was not, it was decided that there wasn't enough change, and that rather than use the time and money to do that, we do other things with it. We do have 6 or so active fire safe councils representing local areas such as Black Bart Trail, Pine Mountain, Robinson Creek, and that's a good place for people to start in their own local community to organize, and we have been successful in getting some grants to help their projects. So, the Mendocino County Fire Safe Council, our mission is to help the citizens of Mendocino County survive and thrive in a fire-prone environment. During normal weather and economic times, that mission is difficult, but these days it is a monumental task. Between the drought, the ever-shifting sands of regional, state, and federal priorities, and the economic drain, such as the state fire prevention fee, here's my invoice, our efforts to assist our communities with fire preparedness have been greatly impacted. The matter before you today is not just about another speed bump in our road to fire safety. According to Humboldt State Fire behavioral scientist Morgan Varner, tan oak is one of the most flammable oaks in California. It is also the hottest burning hardwood in North America, unquote. Whether you live in Elk, Albion, Camchi, Anderson Valley, or Ukiah, the fire threat posed by dead standing timber should terrify you. There are options. We could all take a step back and participate in an independent fuel hazard assessment. Such an assessment would provide us a better understanding of the situation and potentially give us a baseline for being more fire wise. More research and development efforts could be put into finding viable commercial uses of selectively logged tan oaks. John Shelley, Forest Products Advisor at the UC Forest Products Laboratory, states that tan oak is one of the few hardwood species native to California that is a viable resource for commercial lumber and value-added products. And there must be other alternatives, and we can only find them by working together as a community for the common good. Mendocino Redwood Company has stated that their intent is to demonstrate that it is possible to manage productive forest lands with a high standard of environmental stewardship and also operate a successful business. I believe they are sincere in this vision and want to support them in it, so long as the Fire Safe Council's mission of helping the citizens of Mendocino County survive and thrive in a fire-prone environment can also be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. William Morrison.
That's great.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to provide comment regarding the proposed resolution.
Restate your name, sir.
My name is William Morrison. I am a registered professional forester and a licensed pest control advisor. I am currently employed as a coastal district manager for Soper Wheeler Company. Soper Wheeler Company has sustainably managed timberlands in California since 1904. Soper Wheeler Company manages timberland in 10 counties within California, including several timberland parcels located here within Mendocino County. I have spent the majority of my career actively involved in prescribed burning, forest fuel reduction projects, and reforestation efforts of degraded timberlands and reforestation of lands damaged by wildfire, insect, and disease outbreaks. In addition to this hands-on experience, I have also successfully completed accredited training courses on wildland fire behavior calculations and the Advanced Fire Behavior Calculation course recognized by the National Wildfire Coordination Group and the National Fire Protection Agency. I am requesting that this Board of Supervisors consider rejecting the proposed resolution based on the fact that there is a more positive, constructive, and beneficial approach and/or solution to consider which will address and potentially mitigate for all the concerns mentioned here at this meeting today and through the recent media, as well as comments submitted by the proponents of this resolution. There are a variety of successful examples that have been and are currently being implemented within other counties of the state which demonstrate how cooperation and collaboration of federal and state agencies, local fire districts, local watershed groups, fire safe councils, nonprofit organizations, as well as many small and large private landowners can address and effectively mitigate for wildfire impacts and protect communities at risk. None of these successful examples were generated from a county-wide ordinance or similar attempts of regulation limiting tools or methodology for forest fuel management. Instead, the majority of these successful efforts were implemented throughout varying communities through a cooperative effort utilizing a variety of available federal and state funding mechanisms where grants have established specifically to protect communities at risk and establish defensible fuel protection zones. The wildland-urban interface and the threat of wildfire impact can successfully be mitigated through the utilization and implementation of several funding sources and programs specifically targeted to protect the communities at risk, ensuring that the goals and the objectives of the Mendocino County Community Wildfire Protection Plan can be obtained. A few of examples of these state and federal financial assistance programs include funds generated from Prop 204, Prop 40, Prop 1, State Clearinghouse Funds, CFIP, Greenhouse Gas Reduction Funding, EQIP, U.S. Forest Service, and BLM wildfire mitigation funds that are available on private lands. Currently, our company has implemented and is currently conducting fuel projects near communities which are partially funded through these funding mechanisms in Butte, Sierra, Plumas, and Yuba counties, and I offer and ask you guys to please look at some of these other counties for these success stories. All of these efforts are accomplished with the strong cooperation between local fire districts, fire safe council, state and federal agency, as well as a mix of private landowners. A great example of an existing long-term cooperative approach here locally is known as the Mendocino County Cooperative Air Patrol. Our company has also contributed to this important effort as well as many landowners within county. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors should also recognize that the majority of the forested landscapes that exist within Mendocino County have been negatively manipulated over the past century, which has resulted in forest landscapes, unnatural in species composition, forest density, and fuel arrangement. Fire behavior model output variables for these existing stands as they currently exist result in undesired flame length, rate of spread, and high levels of fire intensity. Remember that fire behavior is influenced by a number of variables and not just live or dead fuels. Fuel loading, fuel arrangement, wind, relative humidity, and aspect are all examples of significant factors.
Sir, we need to have you wrap it up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would just ask you to maybe draw on some of the efforts of other county success stories instead of adding a whole nother ordinance to limit the tools that we have in our tool chest. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize for not seeing you, wanting to come up when landowners were speaking. Elizabeth Riedel. Please restate your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Riedel. I'm a nutritional counselor, and I don't think it's that the timber companies are the bad guys. I also don't think that we are the bad guys. I think that we're all here to try and find a way that we can all work together. The real problem that I see is the pesticides, simply because they infect the soil, the water, and ultimately the air if you have a fire, or even when they're just being sprayed. I think we can find ways that we can get these trees down and not have things. We need to protect our firefighters. They are our lives in many cases where we live. We don't allow, this county is amazing. We don't allow pesticides to be just used along all the county roads and things, the herbicides. Pesticides are another type of herbicide. They're basically poisons. They work in many ways that are basically against life. And I also think that the drought has intensified things and has changed things. A lot of the models that they're working off of, I understand why they're working off of them. They make sense to them on some level, but this drought, which we're in at least the 4th year of, is intensifying things, and it does change just how we need to look towards the future, because it doesn't seem to be letting up. And as we move on, we just keep creating more problems for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Judy Burtis from Conference Room C, if you'd like to make your way to the chamber. Oh, you're here. So be just 1 minute. The next person up with the cards is Beth Bosk.
Thank you. I bring with me 2 letters from the Albion Ridge Road where I reside.
Could you pull down the microphone?
Okay. I bring with me 2 letters from the Albion Ridge Road where I reside. The first is from Robbie Andre, who could not get off from work. My father passed away from colon and liver cancer 9/9/91 at 56 years old. He worked for Boise Cascade in the Woods and did the spraying of the herbicide they were using at the time. My understanding is that it was basically Agent Orange minus a few molecules. Agent Orange was made as a gel. This chemical did not have the gel aspect. What I know is that he pulled the tanker behind his bulldozer, and as the wheels moved, it sprayed the defoliant out. He thought it was safe. They were told it was safe. And the guys in the woods didn't have a choice. They were told what to do, and if they didn't, they were fired. It was the same time the guys in the mills used to use PCBs as a solvent to clean their hands and their tools. They said it was the best solvent they'd ever used. They thought it was safe. My brother Gary still works in the woods, and in the past he has worked for contractors who contract with MRC, and he has worked in and around hack and squirt areas. Working in the dead zones is dangerous because the wind can blow the tops out of the trees when you are down below them, and the dry limbs fall into the exhaust manifolds on bulldozers, skidders, on all logging equipment, and fires start and have to be put out to prevent a forest fire. The point of the logging was to bring out the dug fir and redwood after the hardwoods had been treated and had died. My brother's crew had to get to trees on either side of the hack and squirted standing dead trunks and were hitting the bottoms of the dead trees with their equipment, which caused the limbs and treetops to fall on the equipment. Even the vibration of the diesel equipment was shaking limbs and tops off the standing dead hardwoods. The smart way to get these standing dead trees down is to use a blade and push them over. You don't need to use a chainsaw. I live on the Albion Ridge Road, which has but one egress. If a fire were to start in Standing Dead Grove, it could literally burn from Albion to Ukiah. under the right conditions. That's the scary part, why I'm writing this letter to be read to you. And then the next letter is by my ecologist.
You only have a few seconds.
Carrie, I'm here, standing here for two people who could not leave their work sites.
I'm sorry, Ms. Boss, but I thought you understood that it's 3 minutes. We need to move forward.
I submitted 2 orange cards, one for the two of them and one for myself, and my own presentation is very quick.
Let's don't argue. You have a few seconds. Give her a few seconds longer.
This is from Allison Gardner. She is a mycologist. We were told, Allison and I, by John Anderson, who is in charge, who is the chief forester of a landscape that at this point is near a 500,000 acres large. Dear Supervisors, says Allison, I have a lot of concern about the intention of MRC to apply herbicides to the tan oaks on their property. As an adjacent landowner, my primary concerns are contamination of the water table and increased fire hazard from the dead trees. As a naturalist, I am also concerned about loss of forest diversity. However, I realize this meeting is to address solely the fire hazard aspect. I understand that MRC claims that the trees will fall within 3 years from decomposition by turkey tail mushrooms. That's what John Anderson told us both. Are they inoculating these trees with the turkey tails? I have personally seen dead tan oaks and chinkapins stand for over 10 years without obvious signs of habitation by turkey tails or other decomposing fungi. I also have a tan oak turkey tail log, which is down, which I have been collecting off of for over 5 years, and the log is nowhere near close to being decomposed. I also understand that there are stands of dead tan oak on MRC land from previous hack and squirt efforts which have not fallen and decomposed. I suspect that they are using data from farm turkey tails where the medium is inoculated and kept moist in the appropriate temperature range rather than from wild West Coast or West Coast dry summer environment. Allison Gardner, botanical consultant, mushroom tour guide, author of the Wild Mushroom Cookbook recipes from Mendocino. And then I would like to...
You are through, Ms. Boss, please, or I'll have to clear you out of the room.
You know what?
Thank you. Thank you.
Kick me out of the room.
Thank you.
Drag
Thank
me
you.
out of the room. I have 2 sets of science that addresses some of the information. You know what? I agree with Mike Chennai that you should be
Ms. Boss,
appointing a committee.
look, you're being improper.
Let me just-
We're trying to let
me
everybody
finish.
speak. Sit down,
2
please.
pieces.
No.
You know what?
No.
Have me dragged out of the room then, Miss Brown. I'm here to augment the science that you have on hand because you asked for some more. 1, global warming may increase.
This is what's going to
This is
confronting the supervisor. That is nonsense.
This-
Be able to
We're have the same
business.
as a big landowner, the same amount of time as a big landowner.
This is my own input, Bill. I brought input from 2 people.
Please address the chair.
Ms. Brown, this is, and I have copies for you all. Global warming may increase lightning strikes. To the ever-growing list of projected effects from global warming, add an alarming prediction, a major increase in lightning strikes.
Madam Chair,
Research
if you
report.
would submit the information, we're capable of reading it.
All right, second piece.
She's just, Supervisor McCowan, she's
The
letting
point
other
is-
people go without speaking that have sat here and being very rude and taking their time.
The point is that there's going to be a 12% increase in lightning strikes, which cause 50% of the wildfires in the United States with every level of, with every additional degree of Celsius. That's this paper. The second one is answering the question, are dead trees more combustible than live ones? The modeling in the past said dead trees were not as combustible, more combustible than live ones because the foliage, the the crown fires were what you had to worry about. And when you have foliage, they're going to be hotter. But when they actually went in there to check, what they found was that they were creating a solar cooker when the leaves fell. There was the creation of a solar cooker.
Beth, you
That's
really
it.
need to sit down.
I am.
You really need to sit down. Because you are trying to become the story here instead of the issue that we're trying to deal with.
I'm not.
You need to sit down, Beth.
I am. I'm going to
sit down now. Maybe we could call on somebody else.
Okay, the next person is Bill Knapp. Oh, sorry, Judy. Come forward. Bill, you've got to wait a second. Over all the excitement, I forgot Judy.
Yeah, don't forget me.
Thank you, Judy. My Lord.
So I'm here, Judy Burtis. I'm an occupational therapist. You might have been dealing with trees for a long time. I've been dealing with cancer and illness for 50 years.
You address this board, and it's through the chair.
I am addressing you.
Okay.
So I am tired and upset about dealing with the cancer rate. Mendocino County has the highest cancer rate in the state of California. Your herbicides are not going to enhance that. It's going to make it worse. People that I know, my friends on my street on Redwood Avenue in Willits, are moving out of the county because of the fear of fire. Fires are our worst nightmare. They're getting worse, and there's not the infrastructure to help us when we need it. That's what's terrifying us. I'm here to speak for my friends who live next to a hack and squirt area, and they said they're terrified of the spray drift. They live on the next hill beside the lumber hill, and the drift of the spray drifts right over to their house with their children. The runoff goes down to the creek where they swim with their kids in the summertime. How is the water being measured for the runoff of the herbicides? Is it being monitored at all? So finding help with fires, just a little point. The Google map for Willits is wrong. It has Coast Street going all the way through. Just for your information, if a fire engine needed to find people, they would have an incorrect map. So you can't trust Google Maps. You can't trust anything. You can't trust that there are going to be people there to help you when you need it. And the last thing I'd like to say, after working with mammoth hospital organizations like Kaiser and Cedars-Sinai, you can't get a study done in 6 months. I would suggest, Dan, that you consider extending that study time to a year. You can't even get to know each other's name and get everybody collected in one spot, hardly in 6 months, much less get outcomes that are detailed and scientific. Thanks.
Bill, your turn. Please restate your name for the record.
I'm Bill Knapp with Westport Volunteer Fire Department. Basically, we're all talking about safety. It's safety of the firefighters, safety of the residents, and safety of the property and the property owners. That does include the timber companies, by the way. They're in there too. This is the 4th year of a drought. No evidence of the end in sight. There is general agreement that we have something like a 2-year window of enhanced issues of fire danger from the time a particular application of whatever kills the tree. It doesn't matter what kills it. Once the tree's dead, you've got about a 2-year window. During that period, there is more danger. This is a complex problem. I think that's probably become pretty obvious to everybody by now. And the stakeholders do not have sufficient information to make good decisions. That's absolutely become clear to me today. That includes everybody. So that's the residents, the fire services, CAL FIRE, the individual fire departments, the property owners, and again, the timber companies included in that, and the county. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we need the county to help us get organized to do something with this. And so we need to get the stakeholders together. I understand that people are frustrated by long processes and things like that. But if we don't get people together and we don't start identifying the problems and we don't start addressing issues that can solve the problems, we're not going to do anything. And I'm frustrated by that. So anyway, we need to find solutions. And I don't know if it's a resolution or if it's an ordinance, but something needs to be done to get us together and start working in a positive way towards this so that we understand what's going on. The one thing I want to say about firefighters, okay, firefighters, especially volunteers, need to know that the greater community, not just their neighbors, the people that they know and say, oh, hi, Joe, thanks for putting out the fire next to my house. We get that all the time. But that the greater community does in fact support, rational methods for providing what the firefighters need to do the job that's expected of them and to do it in a professional way. And that gets to all the stuff that people have been talking about, resources, recruiting, retainment. But the point is we need to get together and work on it. That's what I'm looking for you guys to do, something that starts moving the ball forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Priscilla Hunter.
All right. My name is Priscilla Hunter. I'm a tribal elder from Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. This has been, really heavy in my heart, regarding herbicides, especially when I've found out so much lately. There's no doubt that application of herbicides in our county's forest lands can cause fire hazard. But equally important, the application of herbicide in our county can cause serious physical harm to the health of Native American gatherers of basket weaving materials and traditional foods and medicines. We can't even get our medicines now because of herbicides. I would like to place in the record a pamphlet from the California Indian Basket Weavers Association regarding the health dangers of gathering in areas that have been sprayed by herbicides. Our county should also consider the health safe hazards faced by farm workers. And when I'm talking about farm workers, it's just not Mexican people. We're talking Indian, we're talking Filipino, non-Indian, Caucasians in this area. And our great fields and orchards and workers in the forest who not only work in sprayed areas, but also have to hand apply herbicides from tanks strapped to their bodies, tanks, which often link directly onto the bodies of the workers, applying the herbicide spray. At a recent public forum at the Willits Grange on the proposed use of herbicide sprays to eradicate blackberry bushes in mitigation lands of the Caltrans Willits Bypass Project, a local Pomo basket weaver and a local grape field worker testified to the health hazards they have faced working and gathering herbicide sprayed areas where herbicide is. I'd like to share with you some of their testimonies. The farm worker testified that children of local farm workers, I was just totally heartbroken at this, who had worked in pesticide treated areas, had been born with cleft palates and with missing fingers and toes. The workers had high incidence of cancer and would have sores on their bodies that took a long time to heal. He also testified that field workers in Mendocino County are asked to sign waivers of liability. Man, imagine that? By landowners before working in the fields. This is unjust and coercive to field workers who need the jobs to survive. I rounded it up. The basket weaver from Round Valley, a family member of Coyote Valley, testified that when processing and using basket weaving materials such as sedge and willow, that basket weavers hold them in their mouths and when using materials from herbicide sprayed areas, I'm almost there, rashes have surrounded their mouths and entered their throats. Totally bad. You know, I oppose the resolution. I like the idea. But as far as if you're volunteering and not protecting our health and safety in our area, this is totally bad. And we also, our tribe oppose herbicides in use in the Caltrans Willits bypass. In honor of healing our Mother Earth, I ask that you consider a countywide ban on the use of herbicide sprays. If you do not have the authority to issue such a decree, I ask that you lobby state and federal officials to allow you to obtain such a result. And I believe all the tribes would help that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John and Crowing Shield, something, I just slaughtered it from room C. If that person could start coming forward. And next up, BC McDonald.
Hello, Bernie McDonald of BC, whatever you might want to make it. I support the item in particular, but it's with. I think that the scope needs to be a lot different. The fire is not only going to be caused by the oaks. The fire is going to be caused by the slash that is being thrown on forest floors, and we have told this treatment is going to be for 8,000 acres in that small 20-mile area of the coast, and will if the cutting doesn't decimate the forest, then the certainty of having a fire in there. I mean, with the whole forest floor consisting of inflammable material, there's no way you're going to avoid that. I think that the Board of Supervisors is going to have to start addressing this as a major issue. The drought, the condition of the forest at the moment, and the excesses, as far as I'm concerned, of taking that much timber from that area is just going to change the nature of the coastal forests. So I understand that this motion is not for the purpose of taking that larger action, but I suggest that the supervisors keep that in mind, that their responsibility is not just to determine the flammability index of the forest, but to go beyond that and start thinking of a new role of the county government in keeping our forests safe and letting them recover from the abuse that they've had. But and I think it starts with this kind of a committee action. We're in interesting times, and we're in socially changing times, and I think that we really need to see how the organization of our socio-economic organization is structured, because stuff is happening, and you folks have a great opportunity, and the community is definitely behind you for all these actions. I say you know many people who will help, so I let that go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. John, I know I slaughtered your name, but maybe P.O. Box 1231, Mendocino. Is John available? Do not see him. Mika Wawona.
I'm Mika Wawona. MRC's operations are not isolated incidental practices. They're systematic, operational, and programmatic. Yet, they're not being regulated under either the California Practices Act or the California pesticide law. They're rogue practices. I support the resolution proposed by Supervisor Hamburg to halt the Haskins Court operations for the wildfire assessment for as long as that takes, whether it's 6 months or 9 months or a year. I do agree with Supervisor McGowan that the state forest practice rules must be adopted to prevent silvicultural practices that have historically in this county and continue to involve excessive canopy removal by the softwood conifer crop tree, creating the conditions for pioneer species to overtake the site, to outcompete the softwood. The hardwoods will always, when you go in and do your harvesting, the tannocks will stump sprout if you open the canopy enough. The manzanita will come in, the hardwoods will come in. They're the pioneer species when temperatures get warmer, soils get drier. The hardwood species can deal with that. Conifer species don't. And so they're causing the problem. It's going to continue to happen. So now they're just going to maybe do something less, like go in and cut the tan oaks when they go in and cut the conifers, and then inject the roots of the tan oaks then. But whenever you open the canopy, you're going to get the pioneer species released. That's the system. That's the unfortunately for us, we've seen what's happened to the log decks. And I'm not talking the old growth days when many of us were here with old growth. Now there's pecker poles. And those pecker poles, what is MRC producing? Low value and low job value work in terms of wages to send lath and dog ear fence boards to Home Depot or whatever. It's not lumber. We don't have really a lumber industry anymore. And I've been told by a trucker who's been trucking here for over 30 years in the county and says a lot of that wood is bypassing and getting on Highway 20, those logs, and going to the Central Valley to be logged. So, they provide jobs and everything, but there's a lot of more nuances involved, and we just need to prevent opening of the canopy, excessive removal of conifers that is just going to keep this continuing. Thank you.
Katie Taha, believe the name is, Kamshi. Okay. Fred Short. Thomas D. Fiore. Okay. Terry DeSulke.
It's almost good evening, board. Thank you. My name's Terry DeSilke. I live in the Turtle Creek area between Ukiah and Comchi. I've been involved with this issue since 2011 when I attended a Westport community meeting with MRC and heard how they wanted to work with the community. So I brought that information back to my small community of Turtle Creek, and we had a meeting with MRC who said they wanted to work with the community. Well, we're tired of trying to get MRC to work with the community. That is why we all came here. There were 200 of us here. I don't know how many of us are left after we had to wait from 1:30 till 5 o'clock to speak. I don't think that's an efficient way for government to run, by the way. We're not asking for more community meetings. We want you to pass this resolution to protect county residents. I live on top of a ridge. One of my boundaries I share with MRC to the southwest. I get a southwest wind every day. I'm just thinking about what the fire hazard would be if and when, because they will cut next to me, and they may hack and squirt. What's that fire risk going to be to my house? I'm going to be gone. We all know the fire travels up slope, and that wind that I get is going to just feed it. Fire season is near. Do something now. Pass this resolution. We need science, not just another get-together with MRC. As far as jobs, they can create sustainable jobs manually removing those tan oaks at the same time that you're doing this study. MRC's bottom line is money. Our bottom line is the safety. What is your bottom line? Thank you.
Terry, I would like to explain the 1:30 was another item, and it was timed. This item was not. Thank you. Scott at 33090 Frog Pond, Little River. Couldn't read your last name, sir. I apologize.
My name is Scott Rote. I'm a 3-year board member and 12-year firefighter at Albion Little River. And I respectfully ask the chair if you would give my 3 minutes over to my fire chief, Ted Williams. I think he has more to say, and he's very eloquent.
Sure, we'll allow that.
Thank you.
But people are getting upset because they haven't been able to speak here today, and he's had a lot of opportunity.
I have some recommendations. I recommend that we treat the forest land as a missing puzzle piece in a picture of fire-safe community. We pause while we research. We don't treat this community as guinea pig for an experiment, which this process seems to be. All government needs an audit. This is our chance to choose a different set of experts to see if they back the same findings as the Board of Forestry and CAL FIRE. We need lightweight constraints to protect life and property of both the residents and the firefighters. I hear some fire districts are getting 200-foot buffers around residential properties. Others are getting offers of water storage, which I appreciate, but I want this to be consistent countywide based on research. We don't know if 200 feet is appropriate. Is that the right buffer, or is it 1,200 feet, or is it less? That needs to be studied. It shouldn't come through negotiation of noise being created in one part of the community and the industry trying to squelch that noise. We're asking for oversight. Today, the industry times this hazardous activity with their business cycle. It's a free-for-all. It's within a vacuum of oversight. What we want is it to be timed and regulated to protect human life and private property rights. I'm a strong proponent of private property rights, but the residents have property rights. They can't enjoy their property if they have to worry about a fire or hazard being created on a neighboring property. I want a thriving economy. I want jobs by doing it right. I believe this challenge might be the catalyst this industry needs to spur innovation. Maybe that's biochar, maybe that's energy. It's not my place to tell the industry how to operate, but I say positive that there are alternatives. What we're asking is that they clean up their mess. If business is thriving, doing it right should be noise to the bottom line. And if margins are so slim today that by doing it right, by cleaning up the mess, they're going to have to pull the plug and tell the county that we will experience job loss, we have much bigger things to worry about. We don't need another GP mill site. Our community is here because they expect protection from you. I'm here because I don't want this blood and ash on my hands. If I have a bias, it's one for protection of the people who live here. Thank you.
Rosamond Crowder.
Rosamond Crowder from the county area of District 5. I was driving down Ridgewood Grade to the broiler for dinner some time ago with a good friend of mine in the back seat and his father who had grown up here. I was asking Dad all about his memories of days gone by. He had made his fortune selling cable to logging operations. He was pointing out where the road used to be and said that logging practices today are a far cry from what they were in his day. I asked in what way. He said they used to just tear up the woods, and now everything was done in a much better way. I could hear my friend in the back seat take a breath. I asked Dad how he happened to change his mind about how logging had become better. He said, "My son here showed me." I could hear my friend choking in the back seat because this subject had been the source of so many heated and ugly scenes over the years. What I'd like to make clear to you is that forest practices are constantly evolving. While the first human land management by native cultures was clearly sustainable, it sustained for at least 12,000 years. The recent practices in the last 150 years have been unsustainable. I can't outline this within my 3 minutes, but let me say that an MFP forester recently said his company was seeking to return the forests to pre-colonial makeup. Does he have any idea how far that is to go? Using a lethal chemical to try to undo this unsustainable practices that preceded MFP's management is not acceptable. To try to speed up the regeneration of the forests that took millennia to create and only 150 years to bring them out of balance is not thinking carefully about the future. The soils have been depleted, the water table has dropped, and disease has begun to move in. To add chemicals known to be very toxic to the watersheds in order to speed up regeneration exacerbates the problem. It's another form of taxing the forests for this round of harvest, only to have it be the last. At the recent comment meeting, I heard a CAL FIRE forester say that he had looked on the internet and found no information condemning imazapyr. I looked for 20 minutes and found a study we have available outside that cites 48 references. This is not an unknown chemical, and the fact that it is banned in many countries is testimony that we need to move ahead to evolve our practices, and the next step is not using dangerous chemicals. This is just the next step in the evolution of forest management. Of course, there is opposition from the industry that is focusing on more immediate profits and a regulating agency heavily lobbied by these interests. For a truly better future, long term, I ask you resolve to take the next step towards healthy forests, watersheds, and sustainable forest practices. Please resolve not to use herbicides in Mendocino County. Thank you.
Thank you. Margie Chandler? Hope I got that right. It's hard to read everybody's writing. I should just read their address.
You actually did okay on that one.
Okay.
My name is Margie Chandler. I'm a mother of 4 boys that grew up in Mendocino County, climbing the mountains and the trees, eating from them the mushrooms and the herbs and the fish from the waters. I have a lot of concern about where we are with all of this. The fire dangers are a big thing, yes, but the poisons, I'm really ashamed of all of us. If any of us let this go any farther, we should just be damned. It's absolutely ridiculous. We've learned so much as elders in our lives about all these toxins, all these things that we're damaging ourselves with. Why do we keep going forward? It's all about money. It's about power and money, and it just sickens my heart. It really sickens me to see some of us that would actually say yes to some of this. So I hope that with all my heart that we can stand strong together and come to a conclusion that will do something good for us, for our families, and for this earth. So do something right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jim Little? He left. Bill Heil? Come on up, Linda.
Come on, Linda. Come on down.
Is that Bill's?
Linda, we always love to hear you.
Linda Perkins is my name, and I'm no public speaker. And we have a big issue here that we have to deal with. And I agree with a lot of the previous speakers that it is systemic. It goes back to the forest practice rules. Nobody's dealing with this. And we have appealed to many people in the past about these issues. That includes CAL FIRE numerous times. That includes Mendocino Redwood Company themselves and other timber companies, not just MRC. And it includes someone who hasn't been mentioned yet, which is the Forest Stewardship Council. Mendocino Redwood Company was certified as doing sustainable forestry in the year 2000. And in the year 2000, herbicides, pesticides, and this hack and squirt issue were present. And the certifiers spoke to that and said, well, Mendocino Redwood Company has committed to reduce their chemical herbicide use by 60% over the next 4 years, and to eliminate all use of chemical herbicides over the long run. That was in 2000. In 2004, they said, indeed, the data shows reductions of chemical use to 40% of 1999 levels. Those reductions have not been in areas treated, but in volume of chemicals used. Part of the reduction can be attributed to more targeted and effective chemical. However, the use rate may increase again in the next few years. The self-imposed chemical use reduction targets are now viewed by MRC as not necessarily prudent. So we lost that particular commitment. And I can go down audit after recertification of Mendocino Redwood Company lands in which the auditors spoke to the use of pesticides. Finally, they got down to the fire risk, and they assured us that interviews with both MRC staff and fire control agencies provided recognition that the standing dead tan oak increases the fire hazard in the short term. However, it is recognized that in this region, the tan oak is a species that decays relatively quickly. Thus, the increased fire risk is short-term. Certification approved once again. MRC is coming up for recertification this year, and I hope that by the time that comes around in the fall, that they will have reconsidered this practice that we have been addressing to them, to CAL FIRE, and to the certifiers all of these years. And we're dependent on you at this point to help us out here. And I think we all have a lot of heavy lifting to do. It's not just MRC, it's other timber companies, it's private landowners. But I think you need to get it rolling for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Kalantarian? Kalantarian? Looked like an O. There you go. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Mike Kalantarian. Thank you for putting this together. I really appreciate. There's a lot of people here that have been working on this for a long time, and it's nice to have it at this stage. We're starting to hear the will of the people here now, and I think that's really important. I think that's great. Democracy is messy, and we're looking to you, you five. This is a difficult decision here to take the ball and go forward with this. A couple of things that I've heard that I'd just like to speak to quickly. I think buffer zones is a really good idea, especially around where people live. And roads. You know, when the big firestorm comes, not having these dead zones in specific places, I think, is really important. So that's something that I would urge people to look at. For me, the 2008 Lightning Complex fire was very interesting on many levels. When I found out that 42% of what burned in 2008 was MRC property, that really stood out for me. I have not heard why that happened. I haven't heard a good reason why so much of their property burned. I have my suspicions, but I think that would also be a really good thing to study or to hear from CAL FIRE about why so much of their property burned in that incident. There was a volunteer firefighter who lost his life battling an MRC property fire. An MRC property fire threatened my community. Many of us had to evacuate. So I think that pulling a committee together with people that know about fire science is a great idea here. The Scanlon study, I looked over that, and I heard some comments going back and forth on that. To me, that study very specifically said that herbicide-treated trees burn like heck. They burn more than anything else, even sudden oak death trees. The study also went out to 8 to 12 years, so it wasn't just, they're not just talking about right away. Supervisor Jurdy brought up the idea of creating energy, and that really drives me crazy, is the waste that's going on here, and it's toxic waste. But the response to that was the duff issue, and when you cut a big tan oak tree, there are a lot of limbs that come out, and you can spread those out, and that goes back into the soil quickly. You still have a big trunk that has a lot of energy in it, and I think it's just a waste. There's also the issue that this is a carbon neutral source of energy. So you can replace burning fossil fuels by using this carbon neutral source, which is exactly what we need to be doing right now. So I would like to see something like that come out of this effort. One other thing, real quickly, is that there's a lot of dry standing brush that's also happening in addition to the trees. We've been focused on the trees so much, but there's also a lot of poisoning of manzanita and other species like that. And to me, when these thunderclouds that we've been seeing the past couple days are happening, I think about that kind of thing.
Sir, your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Beth Brenneman? I understand.
This isn't just a fire issue, it's a health issue. World Health Organization has established that it's a carcinogen. Dan Jurdy mentioned that climate change, well, the climate scientists say that logging, deforestation is the #1 cause of global warming. And I think we should address that too in our decision. I'm from Laytonville. I was the leader up there on Proposition S, and I covered Covelo, Willits, Leggett, and Laytonville. I collected more signatures than anybody else in the whole Proposition S movement, and I expect you guys to do much better than a resolution. I want to see you pass an ordinance, and don't make us embarrass you, because we'll pass it if you don't.
Yeah. William Johnson? Okay. Bernard Kameroff?
My name is Bernard Kameroff from the Bell Springs Fire Department. And speaking for my fire department, these people are firefighters. They're not scientists. They're not foresters. But they do fight forest fires, and some of them have fought them for years. And while I don't know that a dead forest catches fire more easily, I do know that when a dead forest catches fire, it is a fierce fire, and it is an extremely dangerous fire. And from a firefighter's point of view, a policy of killing off a forest and leaving the trees standing has got to be the most dangerous forest management practice in the history of this county. We've been told today that it's cheaper to do this, and that's why they're doing it, but we see it as a case of public safety. We feel that Mendocino County has the authority and the responsibility to protect public safety and to protect your firefighters. And I think that should be an ordinance. That's from my fire department. For me personally, as a personal individual, as a volunteer, and as knowing that most of the firefighters in this county are volunteers, I know they'll fight any fire that they have to. But when it comes to trying to find new volunteers to join the fire department, when they hear about a forest being poisoned, when they hear about herbicides, they don't want to risk that. They don't want to hear that it's safe. They don't believe it's safe. And we will have a much harder time having volunteers because it's hard enough just dealing with smoke and fire, but to worry about your health is just a crime, and I personally would like to see it stopped. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Cynthia Jevons? Okay, Allison and Robbie? No.
Please, Beth.
Yes. Ellen Faulkner?
Hi, I'm Ellen Faulkner. Happy to be here today. It is a little late for most people. Fortunately, I'm retired so that I can be here whenever I can be here. And so I'm here. I just wanted to talk a little bit about imazapur. You probably already know that it's deadly, but there's a few little facts that I picked up from reading what Rosamond created for us. First of all, there's 24,000 acres that have been treated with imazapur between 2012 and 2014. That's 5 million dead standing trees that we have now. Thanks to that hack and squirt process. The poison, nobody has studied whether it's in the smoke. Nobody studied whether the entire county will be poisoned in the next fire, which is likely to be catastrophic. I have neighbors who have COPD, that's a lung disease. They just barely made it through the last fire. My friend just barely made it. And the next fire, if it's smoky like the last lightning fire strikes, is going to be the end of her. And it may be the end of a lot of other people whose health has been already compromised. And if that smoke is poison, and I think it is, I have a feeling it may be. Nobody studied it. Who knows how much imazapur gets in the smoke? But I also know that lab tests will not show how much imazapur is left in the ground that continues to poison more than just tan oaks. It poisons whatever is around it. It migrates very easily through the dirt into the creeks. So there's fish that are getting killed, and there's plants in Florida, for instance, where endangered species have been killed by residual imazapur that they have not been able to laboratory find, but it's still there and it's still killing. That's what I know about imazapur. I would suggest that this resolution should be kicked right up to an ordinance. Thank you.
Kirk Van Patten?
Good evening. Thanks for letting me speak. I come to you as a landowner and also as a 35-year veteran from CAL FIRE, retired a few years ago. And I am in favor of the resolution. I think this discussion is long overdue. My family's owned timberland in a partnership for over 47 years, and we're bordered on three sides by used to be Masonite, then Timber Realization Company, then LP, now MRC. And MRC has actually done a pretty good job. But I don't like the hack and squirt. For 10 years, the last 10 years of my career, I was an air attack captain, flew out of the air attack base, managed the air operations on thousands of hours of fires all over California, mostly here in Mendocino County. And next to pot, Hack and Squirt stood out as one of the biggest changes I ever saw in Mendocino County, and it scares the heck out of me as a firefighter. And I really hope like I said, this discussion is long overdue. I don't know how far you should carry it, but as a firefighter, I think it's extremely dangerous, and I saw this county for 10 years almost on a daily basis going to fires, and it is, if you haven't seen it from the air, you should do that. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Frank Manny, hope I said that right, Ore Springs Road. Sorry, Susan. Frank, is Frank gone? Adam Cuffeld?
Yeah, I saw him here.
Anne Maglanite, I think it is. Sheila Dawn Tracy. Excuse me, ma'am. I am the chair running this meeting. I do not need your help. Sheila, would you like to come forward? Naomi, you've got a card here that's coming up, okay?
My name is Sheila Dawn Tracy, and I'd like to second the recommendation by Attorney Barry Vogel that this be an ordinance. And looking at it, it looks very weak to me. The words request the timber companies to voluntarily cease the practice. It just doesn't have any guts to it. I mean, they could say no. And so where are we? Time is of the essence. We are approaching the new fire season. We must do something. And so, and you have the authority to do it. The ordinance cited by Supervisor Hamburg, the precautionary principle, the direction of previous boards. So, you can do something more than just let the timber companies tell you what they will do. So I just want to read into the record some facts about imazapyr presented by Carolyn Cox, Journal of Pesticide Reform, Fall 1996, Volume 16, Number 3. Imazapyr is corrosive to the eyes and can cause irreversible damage to both the eyes and the skin. It moves readily in the soil. It has contaminated surface and groundwater following aerial and ground forestry applications. Small amounts of imazapyr, as little as 1/50th of a typical application rate, can damage crop plants. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has identified 100 counties in 24 states east of the Mississippi where endangered species may be jeopardized by its use. While large amounts have to be used to kill mammals, studies have been done by tests in rabbits and in rats where bleeding and congested lungs were observed, and congestion in the kidney, liver, and intestines were also observed in laboratory tests. So please stop the use of this chemical in our forests. Thank you. I'm going to submit this as part of my comments.
Please submit it to the clerk. Thank you. Naomi Wagner. I didn't lie to you. Honestly, you were next up, so.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the fear and anger and tension and frustration in this room. And I'd like to attribute that to the way the meeting's being run and the bias that's being shown in favor of the timber company, in favor of those who are testifying either off topic or around the subject, or just not really getting to the heart of the matter, and the way that we've been put off to the point where we really are angry. I don't appreciate being threatened with being thrown out, and I don't appreciate being goaded into booing. Okay? So now I'd like to set that record straight and try to address the topic. We can't trust MRC. We can't trust their judgment because of their self-interest, which is very obvious. This is not a very complicated matter. Forestry and forest management is complicated, but the fire danger and the public safety issue is not complicated. It's about money versus health versus public safety. I wonder why my representative supervisor apparently seems to think that corporate profit is more important than the safety and health of his constituents. I don't get that, especially since he has property in Spring Creek where I live. And by the way, Ann McGlinty is the president of my road association, and she did have to leave, and she did ask if I could comment. So that's why I wanted to do that. I'd like to refer you to my letter of April 7th that was published in the local papers. It's in your packet, where I talk about how unfair and ironically outrageous it is for CAL FIRE to be, and I'm not down on CAL FIRE, except that, when they come out and tell us us small rural landowners to do all these things for the safety of firefighters, when we can look out there and see the ridges covered with these incredible flammable torches, this aerial fuel accelerants that they're telling us to remove from our properties, and then not even providing adequate funding. So again, it comes down to the money. For the public, no money, no public health, no safety. For the corporation, bottom line, they get to profit at our expense. And that's what it boils down to. So I'm hoping that you will overcome that bias if you have it. And I don't support this measure because it's so woefully inadequate. When have we seen corporations voluntarily cease and desist from a practice that makes them money? It's against their nature. So you need to substantially strengthen this proposal, make it into an ordinance, ban the practice, and show some spine, show some commitment to your constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Janice Kurtica, I think is the name, Kurtyka?
Yes, that's Kurtica.
Okay, Janice, thank you. Restate your name for the record, ma'am.
My name is Janice Kurtica. I live in Fort Bragg. And I do agree that this ordinance is this resolution is too weak in the way it stands. And I would like to see it become an ordinance, and I would like to see the time changed from 6 weeks to maybe some wording that says until a complete and adequate study can be done. Having worked in a public agency for many years, I know that 6 months will not get anything done, and it's going to take a lot more time. Because of the precautionary principle, I think that we should have a moratorium on the hack and squirt, and we should let the timber companies employ those people by having them manually remove the trees that are standing. The best way to study or to say that there's no harm being done is to never conduct any studies. So you could never say studies show anything. So I agree we need studies done, especially studies as to what happens when a Mazepir burns. I was not able to find anything like that, but I did find something that showed that as it degrades, it becomes a neurotoxin, and I shudder to think what will happen if people breathe this in. I was working here in Ukiah when the lightning fires were happening, and I saw how difficult it was for healthy people to be able to conduct their jobs and to even come to work and not have breathing problems. There are a lot of people in this county who have asthma and other breathing problems, and I'd like to see this addressed as a health issue and not just a fire and safety issue. I think that it's really important that we address this as a public health issue as well. In closing, I'd like to say that not all landowners have the same resources, influence, and power when it comes to what they can deliver and what they can actually provide. MRC and other timber companies have a lot more at their resources than small landowners or even renters have, but we all breathe the same air. We're all going to be affected in the same way when there is a fire, and this is an unprecedented emergency. We can't wait to stop hack and squirt. We have to do it while we study the other effects. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Charlie Vaughn? Seeing no Charlie. James Sibbett? S-I-B-B-E-T? Sibbett? Thank you, sir. You have to restate your name, though.
My name is James Sibbett. I've been chair of the Compchi Community Services District Fire District for 12 years. I'm a volunteer fireman for almost 10. I was first aware of this practice when MRC, unfortunately for them, put it in our face all the way up Larson Grade for miles. In this process, I've become aware of how vast an area has already been treated. This is serving a few people and affecting a large number of people. I think nature is trying to heal itself already from the devastation that's done before. I think it's arrogant to do a process like this that kills thousands of acres of hardwood trees and thinking that this is going to be a real benefit. The benefit we see is not going to be for, if there is a benefit, for 15 years. What we do know now is at least for 1 year, and admitted by the company, it's going to be an increased fire danger. I do not think that we can even tolerate that. I've seen dead tan oaks standing that keep their leaves for at least 3 years. They do not just drop in the fall like a deciduous tree. I appeal to you as a board to do what you can to at least put a temporary halt to this practice. The timber companies did not elect you. We, the people, elected you, and it's your job to represent us, not the timber companies. So please, I look at this and it scares me. It looks like cancer. It does not look like this is healing the problem. And we need to address other ways to do this. And thank you for any effort you have in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Polly from Redwood Valley.
Honorable Chairwoman, honorable members of the board, I have to use the vernacular and say that this resolution is lame. There is no way that you can ask a corporation that is already, as Linda Perkins from the coast testified, has found that the self-imposed restrictions on pesticide use are no longer deemed prudent. They've already made an in-house decision. And now you're going to them and saying, will you voluntarily comply with our request that you just don't use these? Well, I'm here as a Mexican American, and I'm here to speak for the workers in the forest. I'm here to speak for the men who carry on their backs the application tanks, who I see come into the elk store time and time again with total leaks all around their belts where the pesticide leakage has occurred. This goes right into their testicles. This causes testicular cancer. Our Mexican workers are being exposed to cancer in the fields of Mendocino redwood forest products. I want to clarify, because I work with Chairwoman Hunter very closely on cultural resource preservation issues. She's not opposed to stopping pesticide usage. She's opposed to this very weak resolution. She wants, and I want, for my fellow workers in the fields whose babies are being born with only 3 fingers and 3 or 2 toes, whose babies have cleft palates, who have high incidences of cancer. I say, stop this madness, heal us, allow us to be safe. I know that my people don't come to the mic. They have language barriers. They're afraid for their jobs. They're not going to question these landowners who tell them sign a waiver. and then go out into these pesticide fields. They're too scared to lose their job. But I'm a lawyer with a law degree, and I learned your system, and I'm not afraid to come to meetings. I'll just tell you right now, this is way too weak of a resolution, because we were told, oh, the only way to get to the Board of Supervisors is to talk about fire hazard. We can't generically talk about pesticides. I'm here to say pesticides kill Indian families, hurt Indian children, and I'm not afraid to say this county needs a county-wide ordinance and not incremental reform where we're begging, going on our tiptoes to the industry and saying, oh, please maybe volunteer to do this. No, this has got to stop. My people are dying. Children are being born deformed. And this has to stop in the great fields of Mendocino County too. So Priscilla, put into your record how to organically reduce weeds in grape fields. Please pay heed. This is a public health and human safety issue. Pesticides are killing us. They are not just a fire hazard.
So next up, looks like Calabas, P.O. Box 3, Willits. Calabasas. Oh, it looks like a C.
My name is Calabasas. It means pumpkin.
Oh.
It's Randy Dalton. I'm not afraid of doing that either. My Mexican man friend, Lino Mora, who has 4/20/2004 passed away. His brother died, 11-year-old Mexican farm worker died, having sprayed pesticides and herbicides and not being told to wear a respirator or not being told that it was dangerous. I would like to start by saying grace. The Native American people, it is their tradition to always give thanks to the Creator. Nobody has said thank you to the redwoods, the oaks, the wind, the air, the waters, the birds, the frogs, the soils. I would like to start by saying just a moment of thank you. The children. We are borrowing this land from our children. It is not ours. We come in naked, we leave naked. What we leave behind is our heritage and our legacy. And air, wind, fire, stone, spirit, earth, Holy Mother, sustainable earth. And I would like to say for the trees, the frogs, the insects, the birds, the redwoods, the pine, and the madrone. I think that we need to recognize that we have one Mother Earth. We have no spare. We get a flat tire. We don't have another to take her place. I've lived here all my life. I'm a California native, born and bred all my days. My father before me. My children all live here in Mendocino County, every one of them. My 11 grandchildren all live here. We have a vested interest in seeing sustainable, livable, lovable. We've swum in these rivers, we've gone fishing. And I feel like unless we respect es número uno. Sin respecto hay nada, con respecto es todo. Respect is number one. With respect is everything. Without respect, there's nothing. The trees are not dead. The canopy, when they say there is life, the snags are what in fact hold much of the life of the forest. The soils, if you don't have the canopy, if you don't have the madrone and the oak and the ferns, it's all interconnected. The first law of ecology, all things are interconnected. What you do to the web, you do to yourself. We're not separate. There's a spiritual sickness in our country. It's not just here. This is monopoly capitalism. When you get all the industry to have their monopoly of time. Too many people were here for hours. 3 minutes was not too much to ask. I would like to be able to have another meeting. I would like to ask the Natural Resources Conservation District to have their maps of the soil surveys to have watershed studies. The underground water aquifers are being contaminated. Salmon, where's Fish and Game in all this? What does this impact have?
You need to wrap up, Randy.
Pardon?
Please wrap it up, Randy.
Well, I was going to end by saying, "O Tannenbaum, how lovely are your branches. And Ahisma, do no harm."
Bart Kaplan.
Hello, my name is Bart Kaplan. I've lived in Mendocino County since 1971. And, I've come before the board a number of times about a number of issues. Now, here we have the issue of imazapyr. Imazapyr was first developed by Syngenta in the big chemical company in Switzerland. It was immediately banned in Switzerland. And then it was banned by the European Union. So it's banned in all the countries of Europe. Imazapyr, the stuff that they're using here. It's banned because it does everything you can ever imagine. Like birth defects, skeletal and flesh abnormalities, spontaneous abortions, vertebrae loss, craniofacial abnormalities, embryonic mortality, it goes on and on. But you're not going to find it if you Google imazapyr in American websites. These are from European websites. The American websites quote the EPA reports, and the EPA reports on imazapyr come from the company that produces imazapyr. So all the scientific studies that demonstrate that imazapyr is harmless comes from the company that produces the imazapyr. Now, imazapyr to me is like Roundup. I hope that by now you are aware that the World Health Organization admits a 35-year cover-up about Roundup and its cancer link, and that in 1981, when Roundup was first classified, it was classified as extremely toxic. And a year later, through bribes and influence, it was reclassified. And now we have huge numbers of babies being born with birth defects. We have a MIT scientist saying that half the children will be autistic by 2025. Now here we are in Mendocino County. We have international information. We have even a national information. But here in Mendocino County, we seem to be acting in the 18th century. It's as if somehow knowledge doesn't influence action. What influences action is money. So, as an individual, I wonder, how am I to face, and my children and my grandchildren to face life in the future when the corporations have complete control. They have control of the forestry people. They define what science is, and we're all dying of hideous diseases, and our board of supervisors won't even stop a practice where we know that the compound they use is completely
Sir, you need to wrap it up.
a poison.
Next up, Ann Reneker.
Hello, my name is Ann Reneker. I live in Fort Bragg, and I'm a cancer survivor. At one time I worked for the GP mill, and they had all sorts of horrible practices, and they were constantly covering it up. And they're now a Superfund toxic waste site that we've been waiting for years for them to clean up, and they're dragging their heels. But I recently went to a Democratic Club meeting where Jared Huffman came and spoke, and I brought up the issue of what we could do about hack and squirt in the forest. We don't like this practice.